In the old diary entries of one villager, there was a story about how one day a new resident came to the village. The expression on his face was not conducive to friendship. His eyes were angry, as if something very terrible had happened to him in his life. Many did not want him to live here, but one of them did not think so. The man was good-natured, so he accepted the stranger. No one could argue with him, because he held the position of elder of the village. Exactly 3 days had passed since the young man settled in their village. The guy was so quiet that sometimes many forgot about his existence. But after some time, a couple of curious residents began to show interest in the stranger, but nothing changed. So a week passed, then another 10 days from the arrival of the stranger. After a little more than 10 days, they found out what the stranger was doing there. The children peeped through the fence and told them that, as it turned out, the stranger trained with a sword every day. It all looked as if this guy had a whole baggage of stories behind him that he stubbornly wanted to forget. A month passed. The young man continued to train stubbornly in the yard, and although he was not visible, now he made at least some sounds. At this rate, all the whole village did was talk about this guy and what he was doing in his yard. Some even said that he was preparing to take revenge on someone, while others said that he was a fallen knight or some famous mercenary. As time went on, more and more hype arose, but not everyone was interested. At least everyone was thinking about going and watching this guy train and what he managed to learn in half a year of daily training. Everyone who tried not to think about the guy, at one point, still thought about going and checking how fast and strong he became and what sword techniques he managed to master during this time. But one of them was completely disappointed the next day when he came to watch the young man's training. To the villagers who knew nothing about swordsmanship, the young man might seem incredible, but one of them had seen a couple of knights in his life, so he immediately realized that this guy was far from what he was trying to make himself out to be. Although the man understood that this guy must have some reasons not to stop, they are so compelling that they torment the soul and inflame the heart. Based on what he saw, one could say with confidence that the youth had not figured out how to resolve them. In any case, whatever it was, the man thought that he was just a stupid guy, whom he would quickly forget about. After some time, a new family appeared in the village, a retired mercenary, his son and daughter. The daughter's name was Rema. She was incredibly beautiful, because her smile turned her into a real angel, so the man decided to start a conversation with her. In his diary, the man tried to write down everything important, so he wrote about this girl. But suddenly his consciousness itself decided to write a few words about the stranger who had been training for 3 years. As a result, he courted Rema for 2 whole years, and in the end she agreed to become his wife. On such days, he needed nothing more to be happy. However, as strange as it may sound, that guy, with whom he has nothing in common, still continues to appear in his thoughts. 5 years of training is quite a long time. While others live, rejoice, get angry, are sad, and look for their happiness, he still indifferently waves his sword day after day, so the man decided that from tomorrow, he will watch him every day. He continued to do this, and along the way he and Rima had a child, a beautiful daughter named Lola, and all the villagers came to congratulate them. But the young man at that moment continued to train anyway. Almost 8 years have passed since then. About 15 years passed, and one day the man simply got tired of walking around and checking if the guy was training, because his training had become such a natural process for them. And in the end, the man's whole life passed in such a slow stream. Now he had a grandson who woke him up every morning, and the daughter who regularly asked her little son not to touch his grandfather. One day, Lola asked her son not just to calm down, but to go and start getting ready, because they would soon be leaving, which made the man a little nervous. Lola told him that there was no need to worry, because they were going to the market in a neighboring village and invited him to go with them, but the man decided to refuse. He wanted to stay at home for a while. He watched his daughter and grandson leave, and suddenly the thought came to him that it would actually be nice for him to take a walk around the village, because he hadn't done that for a long time. The weather was simply wonderful. The man walked with great pleasure and thought about his own things. By that time, he had already become the new elder of the village, so all the residents were incredibly happy to see him. There was only one thing in his thoughts, that many years had passed and everything around had changed. The village had become different. The inhabitants had changed, but one place still remained unchanged. About 30 years had passed since the stranger came to them, but the man still decided to look over the fence again and see what was going on there. But as soon as he looked over the fence, he immediately had to open the doors and run into the territory. He jumped up so quickly because the stranger was sitting with his eyes wide open, and at the same time he was holding the sword in his hands, which shocked the man, and for some time he could not tear his eyes away from this picture. But then he finally took action. He laid the man on the ground and closed his eyes. Looking at him, the elder understood that most likely the stranger would not open his eyes again in this world, so he decided to wish him to find himself in a good place. After these words, the boy woke up in horror. This is the dream he had. The Pereira estate is located in the southern part of the Heir kingdom, and is a famous trading place that connects several nearby kingdoms. According to a local knight, Baron Pereira's students are the most popular people here. Princess Curlia was especially popular here. She was only 11 years old, but she had already received the official status of a witch. He told all this to the young knight so that he would understand how rare and valuable witches are. According to the knight, the sorcerers are not even comparable to the bunch of magicians who are in the magic tower, but the other knight thought that it was not so interesting, considering the fact that they have an eldest son, the prince. The older knight began to tell his colleague that he should watch his language when he said such things, because he believed that the new knight was not from here and should learn a lot about their lands. Although from the reaction of this knight it was clear that he did not care at all, and he continued to laugh. Princess Curlia is indeed a celebrity, but the Pereira's eldest son, Iron, is much more famous. He was nicknamed a lazy aristocrat after he lost his mother at an early age, and did nothing until he was 15. He simply slept for days on end, huddled under a blanket, for which he received his nickname. Iron's mother died right before his eyes, so it was understandable. Suddenly the knight's sweet conversation was interrupted by a rather familiar voice, which slightly frightened the knights. The king's second wife and his daughter Curlia approached them, and wanted to know what they were doing there. But the one who got the most angry was Curlia, who wanted to find out from them who gave them permission to make noise at their post. They immediately realized their mistake, and immediately bowed before them, although the girl never understood why they would do something for which they would later have to apologize. So this time, she decided to teach them a lesson, and according to her, apologies would not help. She wanted them to tell her themselves how they were going to answer for their mistakes. Her mother asked the girl to calm down a little, because the woman was sure that these knights did not do this on purpose. She assured her daughter that this would be enough, because she was sure that they had already realized their mistake and would not do it again. The knights immediately agreed, after which the woman added that she, of course, did not know what they were talking about, but she would like to recommend that they focus on the service, and not on chatter. At this point they finished and left, and the knights could finally breathe a sigh of relief, because the second wife and Curlia were very insidious women, who immediately made you shudder, which could not be said about the prince, who at that moment was very angry because he could not fall asleep. Usually Iron is already asleep at this time, or rather he is always asleep, but today incredibly strange thoughts are creeping into his head. But everything changed when the guy had that strange dream. It seemed as if it was reality. The salty taste in my mouth from fatigue and the screaming pain in my muscles feel all too real. What bothered Iron the most was that his body was itching so much that it was even difficult for him to stand. All these thoughts and his condition made him call the butler, who immediately arrived and wanted to ask the guy what he wanted. Iron thought for a bit, but finally made up his mind and said that from that day on he wanted to train with a sword. Judging by the butler's reaction, it was incredibly unexpected for him, so he decided to ask the guy again if he had heard him correctly. As a result, on the same day, the lazy Prince Iron went out to the training ground, where there were many people even without him. His appearance raised many questions and discussions, because usually it is difficult to even catch his face, but here he appeared in person. At that moment, the butler was telling Iron that each sword has its own characteristics, depending on its size, shape, and length. But he does not understand the art of wielding a sword, so if the guy waits a little, they will bring him a good expert in fencing. Iron thought for a moment, and told his butler that it was a waste of time, and besides, he had already made his decision and chosen a sword that would suit him perfectly. When Iron reached for the sword he saw in his dream, the other knights could barely contain their laughter. One of them even asked him to pinch him to make sure that it was definitely not a dream. While the knights were chatting and arguing among themselves, the butler tried to convince the boy that this sword was too big for him, and it would be nice if he chose some smaller blade. Iron decided not to respond to these words. He simply did something that made them all shut up and just look at him. The boy picked up a sword that was as big as he was, and it was incredibly surprising that a boy like Iron could lift such a huge blade without the help of others. He didn't stop there and continued his training, trying to land at least some good punch. But absolutely everyone who watched the guy understood that things couldn't get any worse, and if he wanted to become a swordsman, he would have to train a lot. On the other hand, they thought that it was not at all surprising that a lazy person who just sleeps all day would not succeed. But even in that case, his stance for the first time was not bad. The discussions had clearly gone in the wrong direction, and one of the courtiers believed that the incentive for the prince to begin training was the young Lord Chiron, who was from a neighboring estate, who had openly disgraced the prince last month. That day, the prince did not answer Chiron, and everyone thought that he simply endured everything, although for them this was also quite logical, because in principle he was not capable of anything. At this point, they decided to end their mockery of Iron, and suggested in the end that his infatuation would last no more than half an hour. The guy's butler heard everything perfectly well, and it was incredibly disgusting for him to watch them discuss the prince behind his back. In any case, he continued to inform the little prince that mastering the art of the sword required daily, grueling training, and therefore he believed that it would be very difficult for him to cope on his own. And to help him, he insisted on finding the boy a talented swordsman so that he could start training from tomorrow. But Iron continued to ignore him. The guy's head was filled with thoughts, only about how, with every swing, the muscles of his arms and whole body were literally screaming from the tension. Although what was most important was that even though his body was screaming for the guy to stop, his soul at that moment became so calm, and for a few moments he forgot about all his problems and simply enjoyed life. Repeating over and over again what he had seen in his dream, he gradually began to feel the heaviness in his chest weaken. With each swing, his hateful memories and the burden that lay on his shoulders seemed to evaporate, and at one point he realized that he simply could not stop, and he wanted to work with the sword constantly. But at one point his thoughts were interrupted by the butler, who still managed to stop the guy, even if it was for a second, but he finally came to his senses. The man tried to convey to the boy that it was already evening and it was time for them to go back. Iron looked at him with a surprised look, because he didn't even understand how it happened that he studied until the evening without stopping. But before he could answer the man, he simply fainted. He only managed to say that he had practically no more strength left. He looked into the distance and saw how the sun was really setting, so he simply did not understand why the butler was standing next to him and waiting. But the man assured him that he simply had no right to leave him and go somewhere. Besides, Iron did not react to his words at all. After these words, he decided to tell the guy that training was, of course, good, but it seemed to him that in the future he should try not to overexert himself. Iron agreed with him, although he told the man that he would hardly do it again. The next day, Iron screamed in pain. His muscles and even some of the large bones hurt so much that he was once again convinced that he would never take a sword into his hands again. It seemed to him that he would not be able to fall asleep again and would suffer all night. But 5 minutes later, he saw his 10th dream. A couple of days later, the boy developed a great appetite. Lately, he had hardly eaten, but now his portions can be compared to those of adults. The butler looked at all this and could not get used to such a picture, but he could not help but like it. So he wanted to ask the guy, or would he go to train again today? From that day on, the strange dream continued to haunt him, and in order to get rid of the itching in his body, he decided to continue training. It turned out that when he swings a sword, there are no unnecessary thoughts in his head, and there is benefit from training, so he believed that he was doing all this for a reason. Several knights, standing guard at the castle, discussed the fights that would take place today in the training arena. They argued a little about who would win, because they had a newcomer who was on everyone's lips. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an old man who approached rather unnoticed and wanted to ask the knights how he could get to the training ground. But before answering the old man, the knights decided to ask him who he was, since he was heading there, to which the man answered them that he was a knight, and as a swordsman, he wanted to visit this estate, and at the same time, take a look at the site. He realized that they were asking this for a reason, so immediately after his words, he said that he had permission. But the knights told him that this was already unnecessary. They only asked him to wait until their shift ended, and then they would take him to the site. Besides, they themselves were going there. As soon as they entered this area, they immediately noticed the prince, who, according to the other guys, had been training for the 4th day in a row. As it turned out, The knights had an argument, and one of them won because he believed that the prince would last longer than half an hour. For them, all this was so surprising, although they still believed that the main trigger for these trainings was the son of Viscount Chiron, who had greatly disgraced the prince. But in any case, in their opinion, the guy's persistence would last for about another week. While these gossips were talking among themselves and continuing to place bets, the guy was being watched closely by the same old man who introduced himself as a knight. He looked at Iron and thought that, in fact, the boy was doing quite well, and in his opinion, the boy was definitely not wasting his time. However, even in this case, his skill level was no good. According to his observations, the guy was so weak that he could barely hold a sword in his hands, and as for his endurance, the situation was even worse. The old man had heard that it was all because of a grudge against a young lord from a neighboring estate. And even if that was the case, the old man was convinced that one could not approach swordsmanship so frivolously with such indecent intentions. Suddenly their thoughts were interrupted when a huge griffin appeared in the sky, raising a very strong wind. It featured Mrs. Curlia Pereira, who had flown to the training ground specifically to see her brother. The griffin is a creature from legends that does not exist in reality. The body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, the skin as strong as steel. And just one look from him made his opponents tremble with fear. To create an animal with your own hands and then infuse it with energy to bring it to life, such is the ability of the sorceress Curlia Pereira. And before continuing her business, she first wanted to talk to the knights, among whom was someone unfamiliar to her, and the old man had to introduce himself as a wandering knight. But she didn't care at all. She continued to talk about how they were the ones who were busy with other things at their post during their last meeting, and since it was now working hours, she didn't understand why they weren't at their post. To which the eldest of the knights replied that they had literally just finished their shift, and that the guards, who were on afternoon shift, were already on duty, so according to him, they had done nothing to cause problems. However, these words made Curliu even more angry, who thought that he was arguing with her, and she also thought that since their shift was over, they should immediately begin their training and not go around and wag their tongues. But suddenly her scream was interrupted by Iron, who wanted to ask his sister what had suddenly happened that she had flown here. It was immediately obvious that she was embarrassed, but she still made up her mind and told the guy to immediately stop doing useless nonsense. He didn't answer her. Iron just turned around and decided to continue doing what he was doing before. He took the sword in his hands and continued to swing it as he thought was right. Curlia's anger was off the charts, and she started yelling at him because she was angry that the guy had made up the idea that sword art was so easy, and he was the one who had just been sleeping in his room for several years. And now he suddenly decided to wave his sword a little and expects that everything in life can change. He wasn't going to answer her and simply ignored every word, so Curlia decided to tell him that his sword skills were worse than even a novice knight. Her screams and hysteria were again interrupted by the queen, who asked the girl to calm down and not yell at her brother. After which she asked him not to disturb her brother and to come to her. At this point, the sister's performance ended, and she and her mother left. Finally, the woman wanted to tell the guy only that he began to look much better, but she would really like to ask him not to overdo it and take care of himself. At that moment, the old man played the role of a spectator who was closely watching what was happening. Now he finally saw that very Curliu, about whom there are many rumors, and not in vain, because in his opinion, the girl was like a blast wave that suddenly doused from head to toe. But all this was not as interesting as continuing to watch the boy, whose concentration had not wavered, considering everything that had just happened to him. So he decided that it would be quite good to watch the young man for a few days. That evening, the butler noticed Curlia trying to enter her brother's room and scared her a little. He suggested that it would be better for the girl to come to him tomorrow, since he was most likely sleeping now, but she assured him that she did not care, since she had urgent business with him. The butler decided to clarify whether this matter could not wait until tomorrow morning, which had already begun to anger Curliu, because she assumed that the man had decided to contradict her. The man immediately thought that he had clearly said too much, because incredible pressure was hanging over him. Curlia stopped using her magic and finally told him that if he suddenly told anyone about what happened, the consequences for him would be dire. Iron was sleeping in the meantime, but suddenly his sleep was interrupted when he heard a strange melody. And when he woke up, he saw a strange creature that created this melody. But apparently it played the role of an alarm clock, which was supposed to wake the guy up, and then draw his attention to the letter that was lying near his foot. Iron immediately opened it and began to read. There was a small apology from his sister, who said that she was sorry for what she did to him. And in order to make it easier for him to forgive her, she decided to give him a musical doll, which in her opinion would help him relax. And at the end of the letter, Curlia only wanted to ask the guy not to tell his mother about this, because she asked her not to disturb her brother. Iron felt so good knowing that his mother and sister were so worried about him, while he had been lying in bed like a nobody for over 10 years, which made him feel a little ashamed. The prince's training is clearly doing him good because today he even decided to eat with his whole family, something he hadn't done for a long time. While they were eating, the guy decided to thank his family members for being so kind to him, because even though he was doing nothing but lying in bed, they were still with him. According to him, he used to be quite ashamed to say this, but now he wanted to remind them that he loved them very much, and he would like to ask for forgiveness for the troubles they caused, to which his father immediately told him that the guy should not say that, because they also loved him very much. And since they were already talking, the father wanted to talk to Iron about the fact that he had recently focused his attention on fencing. He believed that training was a commendable thing, but the father still asked him not to overdo it. Iron assured him that he was fine, but his father still asked him to take short breaks from training, although the boy thought that, compared to the training he saw in his dream, his training was just a trifle. About a month had passed since then, but the prince still continued to train hard, not missing a single day, although there were people who still believed that sooner or later he would reach his limit. Also, an old man began to be noticed on the training ground, who, according to one of the guards, received permission to enter here, so he is here quite legally. But they were more interested in why he was needed here at all. If he was an overseer, then what was he even watching? It was the old man's 10th day of observing Iron, and at first he thought that his motivation for learning the art of the sword was only inferiority complexes and pride. That's why it seemed to him that this guy wouldn't last long, but in fact his judgments were incorrect. A lazy aristocrat. The old man heard that this nickname was given to him because he was lazy, but as a person who had never done any physical exercise in his life, he tirelessly continues to train without a single dislike on his face, and this certainly does not look like a lazy person. According to the old man, the boy spent day after day with the attitude of a craftsman who forges iron, and does so without any hesitation, as if he had been living at this pace for decades. Looking through his entire life, he could not remember anyone with such a will as this guy, but suddenly he realized that it really does not matter how great a hero is. Such an iron will accumulates only at a fairly mature age, and he had a boy in front of his eyes, and now a question arose in the old man's head. If Iron continues to learn fencing and reveals his potential, then he will most likely be able to reach incredible heights. After these thoughts, he decided to talk to the local security guard and ask him one question. He was talking about the prince, who was training at that moment. He wanted to know why Iron didn't have a personal trainer. According to the guard, the owner of the estate just recently said that he would soon assign a fencing master to the prince. He was trying so hard, and it would be a shame to leave him without proper supervision. At that moment, the old man became interested in finding out who they were going to hire as a teacher, and if the guard understood correctly, the teacher would be the knight Orn Zukran. But as soon as the old man heard about this, he immediately shouted that this could not be allowed to happen. The knight, like no one else, understood that such a precious child could never be entrusted to a scoundrel who guzzled buckets of alcohol the day before regular training, and then yelled at the soldiers. The old man immediately realized that from that moment on he needed to hurry so as not to let the boy's talent go to waste. And in order to prevent this from happening, he decided that he needed to immediately meet with the owner of the estate. He managed to quickly arrange a meeting with Iron's father, to whom he told everything as it really was. The man could not even imagine that his son really had such enormous potential. The Kronos Fencing Academy is the best academy on the entire continent, which selects only talented people, regardless of gender, nationality, and status. It is enough to become its official student, so that he will already begin to be treated much more respectfully than ordinary aristocrats. This place is famous for its reputation, which is higher than that of the Royal Academy, and the man understood this. But he also realized that the greatness of Chrono is commensurate with the level of difficulty of entering it, and it is incredibly easy to fly out of there. Just one mistake, and that will be the end of training in that place. That is why he was not sure that his son would be able to withstand training in that place, and in order to check this, he called his son to him and told him everything. But the man immediately told him that he would not insist on this, and if Iron suddenly did not want to, then he would just have to say, and that's it. They would immediately close this topic. After all, at the moment the man is simply telling him about one of the paths, the choice of which is only his. Iron was very surprised that his father would suggest something like this to him, so he asked him to give him a few days so that he could think about it. First of all, he would like to understand whether he would be able to do it himself, because he did not forget that he had lain in his bed for 10 whole years. However, the thought appeared in his head that he was not going to stay in one place his entire life. And as soon as he thought about it, he immediately went to his father to tell the man that he would go to the academy after all. Several days passed from that moment, and the guy was already ready to leave. His family came out to see him off. The butler went with him on this journey, who suspected that the guy was leaving the estate for the first time, and he was absolutely right, because before that, the guy had only been outside his room. The butler decided to continue the dialogue in a slightly different direction, handing the guy the thing that Princess Curlia had asked him to give. It was a small sword that the boy really liked, so mentally, he was very grateful to his sister. The road was quite fast and easy. They arrived at the place, and Iron immediately noticed the scale of his new place of study. The butler offered to escort the guy to the entrance, but the guy didn't even let him finish speaking before deciding that he would go there himself. He decided so because he believed that from now on he was a student and he needed to get used to acting alone. The man did not argue and could only wish him to achieve excellent results in his studies. Meanwhile, at the entrance, several knights were introducing a boy named Brad Lloyd. He was from the Earl Lloyd family of the Kingdom of Cabera, and according to them, he had received a recommendation from a knight of high reputation named Cole Shady. Upon hearing this, the local knights immediately said that they were greatly honored to meet such a gifted descendant of the Lloyd family, so they immediately opened the door for him and invited him inside. Then Iron approached them, introducing himself as a prince from the baronial family of Pereira. The guy also had a letter of recommendation, which was given to him by the wandering knight Bran Somerville. The guards, to their surprise, began to say that they were incredibly happy to meet the young prince, because it was a great honor for them to meet a representative of his family. They also know the knight Bran Somerville very well, because according to them, he is a great gentleman who led a raid in the mines for several decades, and since he was recommended by such an outstanding person, it means that his successful passing of the exams will be the expected result. Immediately after these words, they let him through, advising him to go straight to the audience, and they also couldn't help but wish him good luck, for which the guy was very grateful to them. After the guy left, they were a little surprised that old Bran decided to write a letter of recommendation to someone. Besides, if they understood correctly, this guy is a negligent aristocrat who is known throughout the kingdom. Before entering the classroom, Iron was a little worried and thought again whether he needed all this. But having collected his thoughts, he nevertheless made a final decision and went inside, where a bunch of aristocrats immediately paid attention to him. Iron immediately noticed that everyone was looking at him with such disdain, but he told himself that he needed to maintain his composure. Suddenly, the attention that was directed at the guy suddenly moved to the stage, where a knight came out, whom even Iron knew. At least he had a fairly familiar face for the guy. Almost immediately after this man came on stage, he decided to greet the 400 students who had managed to pass the preliminary selection. He introduced himself as Ahmed, and, according to him, from today on, he would be teaching and evaluating them. Then the man looked around, and among all the students, he saw some rather interesting individuals who clearly aroused his interest. Of course, the second genius of the Lingjie family of swordsmen, Ilya, stood out the most, because they said about her that she was much more talented than her older brother, and Amedou was already eager to test this. Brad at that moment also did not take his eyes off the girl, because he sincerely did not understand what Ilya was doing here. What was she missing in life, since she decided to come to this school? He believed that she was the only reason why he might not take the first position in the ranking. Ahmed reminded them once again that they were not students yet, but only preliminary selection students, and he thought that they themselves knew how hard the training was at their academy. But he assured them that if they could pass 2 tough tests and were still present in this place a year later, then they would definitely become real students. But after officially entering the Kronos Academy, even more hell would await them. And when he finally finished speaking, he decided to ask them to leave all their things here and gradually leave this hall. They all went out into the backyard of this academy together, and right after that, the man decided to tell them that there was a place that he would really like to show them. According to him, physical training will take place here, where they will develop the endurance of the heart, lungs, and muscles. The uneven path that surrounds this area is their usual running route. And as soon as he finished, he suddenly jumped up and started running, saying along the way that they would immediately begin an endurance test and they just needed to run after him. With every second, it seemed that they were starting to run faster and faster. Brad immediately realized that this race was going to be a long one, so he adopted the tactic of maintaining the rhythm, and to do this, he decided to run at the tail end and assess the situation along the way. And as soon as he slowed down a little, he immediately noticed the careless aristocrat. Iron couldn't keep up that pace for long, and Brad was now sure that the guy hadn't been given that nickname for nothing. The prince at that moment was only thinking about how his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was too hard for him, so it seemed to him that he simply could not run anymore. Gradually, everyone began to move away, and he simply could not take a step. His whole body was shaking, and his legs seemed not to listen to him. However, he was not going to give up just like that, so he decided that he would immediately get up and run as if it was a small trifle for him. Iron only thought that compared to what the man in his dream had gone through, all this was nothing, too easy to overcome. The prince wanted more than anything to be like that man, to be equal in strength to him. And for the sake of this dream, he must do everything to escape from his lazy self. For another teacher who was watching this, it was quite surprising to see Iron continue to run, because it seemed to him that this guy would be the first to stop and would clearly not last long. But after taking a closer look, the man immediately came to the conclusion that something was clearly wrong with the guy. At some point, he became really ill, but the teacher, who was watching all this, managed to save him in time. He carefully laid the boy on the ground, and looking at him, thought that Iron had definitely not fallen from simple fatigue, but, as it seemed to him at that moment, from complete exhaustion. In other words, the boy had squeezed out of himself all the strength he could find. But because of this, he became even more interested in learning as much as possible about this young man. When Iron finally came to his senses, he realized that he was in a completely different place. Although it seemed that he had just been in the backyard of the academy and running with everyone. Suddenly he was interrupted by some strange man who wanted to tell the guy not to worry about his health, because he was completely fine, and his name was Lun Tarhal, and according to him, he was an instructor, as well as the head of the rehabilitation department. Iron didn't know what to say in response to all these words, so he decided to just thank him. But the man was not one of the modest ones, because he immediately told the guy that in fact, he was obliged to thank him, because if it weren't for him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to survive. He also decided to add to the boy that something told him that they would see each other often. Iron was a little upset by these words, so the man had to say that he was actually joking and that he shouldn't take everything so seriously. And in order to somehow distract the guy, he decided to hand him a small scroll, which he asked the guy to read carefully. When Iron opened it, the man explained that this was the ranking of students based on the results of the first test. And he also immediately added that there was no need to worry about this test, since the midterm assessment, unlike the final one, does not greatly affect official admission to the academy. The first test was needed to roughly determine the level of endurance of the students who got into the preliminary selection, and, by a lucky chance, Iron took the last place. But the main thing was that he managed not to fly out on the very first day. The man laughed at him and said that the higher the place, the happier the soul, but the lower, the stronger the incentive to try harder. So he wanted to cheer the guy up a little, but suddenly he stopped doing it. After all, looking at the guy, the man immediately thought that he probably didn't really need this, and now he was sure that the rumors about his eccentricity were not lying. So he decided that since the guy wasn't sad about it, he then urgently needed to go to class because no one had the right to skip class on the very first day. The first lesson was taught by a rather cheerful teacher, at least it seemed that way when he greeted all the pre-selection students. He was glad that they were all cheerful and full of energy today, after which he introduced himself. His name was Karaka, and he was one of the instructors who were responsible for their training. He then presented them with their schedule, which was incredibly tight until 7 o'clock in the evening. After 7 o'clock in the evening, they would have free time, and from that day on all the outdoor areas, the indoor gym and other places for training would be available to them, so anyone who wanted to could use them. Iron was very happy to hear this, because he was sure that tonight he would be able to pick up the sword again and train a little. But then his joy was interrupted when he heard from Teacher Carrick that from that day on all training with weapons was prohibited. After class, Several boys walked together and talked about how, in fact, some of the lessons seemed quite boring to them. Some even almost fell asleep while listening to all of this. They thought that they were just being told a bunch of words, the meaning of which was not clear to everyone, and that's why they were bored. But free time came, so they were finally able to come to the very training hall that they had been told about in class. At first glance, they realized that it was quite spacious and that they would definitely like it there. The guys were a little surprised that absolutely everyone started working so hard from the first day. Although on the other hand, they were almost sure that their enthusiasm would disappear after a couple of days. Brad didn't listen to what the guys were telling him because he saw a rather interesting picture. There was Ilya Lindsay, who also stubbornly continued to train. Now the guy was sure that the rumors about her were, on the contrary, downplayed, because he understood that as soon as he looked, a feeling of some strange pressure immediately appeared. Thoughts immediately appeared in his head that the other students were simply not her equal, and standing next to her, he began to feel inferior, because in his opinion, they were on different levels. They just stood and looked at her as if she were some kind of exhibit, and did not understand where she got such a physique from, although she was clearly a year younger than them. But their attention was not riveted for long, because then they noticed a careless aristocrat who was also in the room and trying to study. They found him a bit funny, although they did not deny the fact that people can change, even though he started quite late. Looking at the guy, they literally waited for him to lose consciousness again, but Iron at that moment tried not to pay attention to them and simply continued to train hard. Their taunts were interrupted by Brad, who told them that there was no point in wasting their time, so he asked them to pack up and leave. On the way, Brad also noticed another competitor of his, who was a commoner named Judith. He didn't like her much because she managed to displace the guy from the second position in the ranking, so he believed that she had to sweat a lot to get into the academy. However, from that moment on, he decided that he would never again allow someone like her to steal his place. Then suddenly, Judith interrupted his thoughts when she turned around and started yelling at him that she was already fed up with him because he was constantly staring at her. Brad was a little unprepared for what she was saying to him at all, but the girl repeated to him once again that she was currently looking into his eyes, and not someone else's, and besides, he was preventing her from concentrating, so she politely asked him to leave for now. But as soon as she finished speaking, other students immediately stood up for Brad and began to tell her that the gentleman standing in front of her was a noble lord from the Lloyd Earl family, and that she was a nobody compared to him, so they wanted her to apologize and behave more civilly in the future. Judith had no intention of doing this, moreover. Standing next to these guys, it immediately seemed to her that they smelled very strongly. Apparently they were eating spoiled food together. They continued arguing until the girl asked them to shut their mouths immediately because she wanted to listen. Brad didn't understand where she was looking until he turned around and saw. The thing is that Ilya approached Iron to ask him to spare some time and talk to her. Iron was as surprised as the others and didn't fully understand what the girl was going to tell him. But when she finished speaking, something dawned on him, after which she left without saying another word, and the guy could only watch her go. And when he turned around, he saw how almost everyone in the room focused their attention on the guy and tried to hear what she said to him. But both Brad and Judith heard nothing, and they felt a little bad about it. Iron didn't pay any attention to this, and so he decided to just continue practicing. He did this until Judith approached him, and she was clearly not as friendly as she would have liked. She immediately told him that she didn't need anything from him, and she just wanted him to tell her about what they had just talked about with Elijah. The guy didn't think that it would cause such interest, because Ilya simply explained to him how to bench press the barbell correctly, but Judith was not going to believe it, and for now she asked the guy nicely to tell her the truth. But the guy was telling her the truth, and he had nothing to add, after which she decided to ask him if they had seen each other before, to which he confidently replied that today they had spoken to her for the first time. At this point her interrogation ended, and all she told him in the end was that he should make his face simpler, otherwise she had the feeling that he was being mocked. Iron didn't understand at all why she suddenly pestered him, but in any case, he decided that it didn't matter now and he needed to continue training. But before he could make even one approach, he was interrupted by Brad, who said that he became curious to know what they had talked about with Elijah and Judith. Exactly a month has passed since that day, and some of the guys are already pretty tired because the same thing happens to them every day in their lives. During this time, Iron and Ilya were even able to become friends a little. The girl helped the guy with training, which is why he made noticeable progress. Brad just watched them the whole time and thought that he should concentrate on himself, and not pay any attention to those two. After all, he understood that in fact, he would never be able to get Ilya, and he was sure that this time too, she would be able to take first place in the ranking. As for Iron, the opinion about him was exactly the opposite. Brad believed that he was not capable of anything, and that Iron would soon be kicked out of the academy. Besides, he was almost certain that this guy had been pushed here by someone, and as for rivalry, Brad didn't even consider him a competitor in his opinion. The guy didn't give up only because his name supported him, and ridicule serves as his motivation, so his goal is second place. But there was another person on Brad's tail who was getting on his nerves. Judith was famous at this school for her cruelty to training. She came here every day before everyone else, but the guys did not worry about her because they thought that since she was a commoner, she had to work twice as hard. Although Brad didn't think so, he was torn apart from the inside by the situation that was happening around him. So he ordered his friends to run after him immediately, but it was immediately obvious that they were definitely not ready. Then Brad repeated the same thing to them and added that if they were tired and not capable of more, they could go home. But if they wanted to achieve something, they should squeeze out every last drop of strength and try to catch up with him. The teachers of the academy, after 3 months of training, saw the same picture that could be observed every year. Many of the guys were already exhausted, but this year, there were still some worthy students that they paid attention to. And they spoke first of all about the outstanding trio, Elijah, Brad, and Judy, who still adhere to self-discipline. But this time, they had a fourth candidate, whom everyone had long since stopped calling negligent, because Iron's tenacity could only be envied. A few days later, all the students of the academy were told that the time for the midterm assessment was approaching. According to the instructor, they would have their own route, and all that was required of them was to run it in a limited time. Many guys, looking at this route, thought that it was simply unrealistic to overcome it, and even more so to do it in a limited time. But the teacher thought that since they had been learning running and swimming for 4 months, it would be a piece of cake for them, and besides, the evaluation system was quite simple. It didn't matter what place they took. The main thing was to finish within the allotted time. And also, the first 5 who cross the finish line will be personally presented with awards by the head of the academy. They believed that this should be a good motivation for them. And since they all heard him, he reminded them that the exam would take place in 10 days at 9 in the morning. Until that moment, classes would be canceled, and they could use all the time at their own discretion. Brad immediately thought that Elijah would most likely come first, followed by him or Judith, so he was almost certain that even in the worst-case scenario, nothing would prevent him from entering the top 5. After the announcement, Judith immediately went to the gym, where she managed to set a new personal record, which raised her spirits, and so she decided that she could return home. But suddenly she noticed Iron, who was also in the hall at that moment. The girl didn't just look at him. She thought that Iron had once again pushed himself to the limit. She immediately noticed that his physical indicators had increased significantly compared to those they had when he entered. Sometimes she just didn't understand how he could squeeze so much out of himself, doing it every day. This angered the girl at some point because she began to think that her will was weaker than that of the negligent aristocrat, which forced her to immediately prove the opposite. The instructors stood to the side and said that this year, approximately 30 people would complete this route. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the head of the academy, who heard the number they were talking about and decided to point out that they were quite generous. Chrono Ian, that was the name of the head of the academy, and he went down because he decided not to repeat last year's mistakes and wanted to see everything with his own eyes, rather than listen to other people's stories. After which he decided to meet the new instructor personally, whose name was Aiden. And as soon as they introduced themselves to each other, Chrono decided to ask his signature question, in which he wanted to know from Aiden how old he thought he was. Aiden said about 55 years. And this answer made the old man laugh because he was actually almost a century old. Kronos decided to notice that the atmosphere in the hall was not the same as it was last year, and it seemed to him that this was all the result of good teaching. Aiden decided to draw Kronos' attention to the second nugget of the Linja family of swordsmen. According to him, she is incredibly smart and talented, as befits members of her family, and up to this point she took first place in all subjects. But Kronos thought that she was just a poor child who would do well to choose her own path, because he didn't understand why she should cling to what others had chosen for her. After which he noticed Judith, who in his opinion was clearly overloading herself, and he offered to stop her. But according to Aiden, they had already tried to do this, but she refused and did not even want to listen to them. But Kronos believed that they should stop her anyway, because in his opinion, it would be a great pity for them if such a talent were to ruin itself, although he had no doubt that she certainly had a reason to try so hard. To begin with, he decided to talk to her a little, and for this, he came closer to her. The teachers thought that he would definitely be able to stop her, but their conversation was incredibly short, and the girl continued studying again. After which Chrono approached the instructors and said that this girl was an incredibly stubborn child who told him that she would stop only when she heard a good reason. The old man didn't stop there and wanted to know where Iron Pereira was. The old man approached the guy and they talked for about 30 minutes for sure, after which Kronos told his teachers to leave the boy and not touch him, because according to him, now his mind dominates his body, and it would be better if he himself decides to stop. After some time, Iron finally gave in and went to his room to rest. He lay there and thought about how many unusual things had happened in the last few days. It was especially interesting for him to watch how the guys who ignored and mocked him began to pay attention to him. But most of all, he would like to know why Ilya was helping him at all, because it seemed to him that she was clearly not the type who would do something out of sympathy. In any case, he decided that he needed to stop thinking and get some sleep in order to regain his strength as soon as possible and start training again. As soon as he fell asleep, he began to have a dream that he had not seen for quite a long time. The guy thought that of course this was not his mother's hug, but he still felt very warm and pleasant. But suddenly this dream was interrupted when he saw that dream with the sword again. Iron immediately wanted to come closer, but suddenly the woman who was hugging him grabbed his hand and seemed to ask the guy not to go there. The boy, in response to this, thanked the woman and told her that now he should continue on his way on his own. As soon as Iron woke up, he immediately left his room to come to the start of the route. Many of the guys immediately noticed him and said that he irritated them quite a lot, and they were so sorry that they wouldn't be evaluated individually. Otherwise, Iron would have definitely screwed up. Brad was only thinking about the fact that Judith had been working hard for the last few days and was in a bad state right now. Given this, he was almost certain that if he kept his guard up, second place was in his pocket. It was 5 minutes to 9. Very little time remained before the start of the exam, and the teacher decided to remind them once again about the rules of midterm assessment. The route consists of 4 stages, each with an instructor. Only after completing a stage, they can move on to the next one. He also decided to repeat that for the assessment it was only important to fit into the allotted time. So he asked not to let others confuse him. Now they only needed to show what progress they had been able to achieve in the past time. The first floor was a bench press, which Ilya handled quite quickly. There were no surprises for Brad here. He understood from the very beginning that at this stage, he had no chance. In any case, his goal is second place, so he just needed to complete this stage as soon as possible, and it seemed to him that no one else could handle it yet. But he changed his mind abruptly when he turned his attention to Iron, who was performing the exercises at this stage at the same speed as Ilya, and perhaps even faster. Brad, seeing this, still continued to convince himself that the guy was weak, and that soon his strength would disappear, and he simply would not be able to pass the next stages. After a few minutes, Ilya was able to complete the first stage, and thus she is the first to begin the second. But a few seconds later, they announced the second student who was able to pass the first stage, and it was Iron. Everyone around didn't pay much attention to this, because they were sure that the guy wouldn't be able to reach the end. Iron's head was filled with nothing but concentration. He paid absolutely no attention to their laughter, and did only what was required of him at the time. Although in fact, even the guy himself was a little shocked by his body, he immediately noticed that something had changed in it, and it was literally burning. And in his head there was not even a hint that this was his limit. So the guy was convinced that he was doing everything at his own pace. He understood that he needed to move faster, because his current speed was not enough. He had to be more agile. At this rate, he had already completed the second stage, which one of the instructors announced with great surprise. The other guys didn't understand what was going on at all, because they were still in the first stage and lifting weights. Judith, hearing this, also decided to speed up, so it would not be surprising if she was the third one to finish the first stage. Iron, meanwhile, smoothly moved on to the third stage, which consisted of long-distance running. At one point, he felt a strange feeling inside himself. His head was literally bursting with thoughts that he wanted to remove Elijah from his path. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when they were both overtaken by Judith, who completed the second stage in record time. At that moment, Judith herself was thinking only about the fact that she would never lose and would do everything possible to remain first. After all, She couldn't forget what it cost her to get into this academy. Many people said that she was doing all this in vain. After all, she wasn't even from an aristocratic family. They talked about her as if she was the person who had forgotten what reality really was, and that sooner or later she would lose. But she considered herself more than a worthy opponent. After all, she worked like hell to get into this academy, so she was going to do everything possible to prove it. With these thoughts, she ran to the third stage, where she had to show her swimming skills. But here she was no longer so strong, and Ilya was able to catch up with her. Watching the girl overtake her, Judith realized that she had apparently jumped above her head, but she still did not believe that she really could not succeed. Suddenly, it became so difficult for her that her strength simply left her, and she passed out, and so she began to rapidly sink to the bottom. It seemed that the girl would drown completely, but she came to her senses when Iron was already pulling her along with him. But even in this case, she continued to shout at him to let her go, although the guy begged her to calm down because they were almost at the shore. As soon as they were at the shore, Teacher Aiden ran up to them and told the boy that he could continue on his route, and he would take care of the girl, which Iron eventually did. As time went by, the exam came to an end, and many of the guys were very upset, because no matter how hard they tried, in the end they still failed. But Teacher Aiden assured them that there was no point in getting upset, because there was another test ahead of them, and, compared to the first one, its criteria for passing were much more lenient, so he was sure that if the guys did not give up, they would definitely pass it. The instructors were very pleased, because this year there were many more students who managed to pass this test. Aiden even thought that this year everything would be different, because of course a lot of talent had arrived to them, but even he did not expect that the main hero of this day would be Iron. Although he ended up in 34th place out of 35, he still saved Judith and still made it to the finish line. Although most of the students still considered him a loser who decided to stand out during the exam and show how kind he was. But on the other hand, one of them was glad that Iron did exactly that, because thanks to this, he was able to finish 5th, and thus will be one of those guys who will receive an award from the leader. It was one of Brad's friends who personally decided to congratulate him. This guy immediately noted that in fact, if it weren't for Mr. Lloyd, then he definitely wouldn't have succeeded. Although Brad believed that he hadn't done anything like that, and the guy had achieved everything himself. Brad himself, although he took 2nd place, had only one thought in his head. With his current abilities, at the level that Iron showed today, he clearly should think about the fact that this guy will soon become better than him. He was also well aware of the fact that if Judith had distributed her forces correctly, he would have come in 4th at best. The next day, Iron had already started running training, because it was at this stage that he lost to Judith. These were not easy training sessions, and the guy immediately understood this, but he was definitely not going to give up. Suddenly his classes were interrupted by Ilya, who wanted to ask the guy why he did exactly that. She simply didn't understand why it was necessary to do it this way, because he would definitely have come in at least 2nd at the finish line. Iron didn't know how to answer her, so he said that in fact, at that moment, it seemed to him that he simply had no choice, and that he had to do only this way and no other. Ilya thought he was talking complete nonsense, because she was sure that the instructors would have helped Judith, and there was no need for him to interfere at all. And therefore, for such a stupid reason, he spat on the award of the head of the academy, who is considered the best on the entire continent. And she also did not forget to remind him that because of this act, he also lost the ability to strike back at everyone who mocked him and looked down on him. Iron thought for a bit and decided to ask the girl if she knew that he was nicknamed a careless aristocrat. Without waiting for an answer from her, he began to tell her that in the past, he had felt as if he had been in a swamp for a long time, and it seemed to him that he had a reason that would help him justify it, so he did not even try to get out. In the end, his pathetic little guy was brought out by his beloved family. Thanks to the help of a couple of people, he still managed to rise to the surface, so in the case of Judith, he simply could not pass by, seeing how she gradually drowned. According to him, this was the whole reason why he did it. The guy thought the girl would understand him, but instead she turned around and reminded him that he only picked up a sword last year. And when he confirmed this, she began to talk about how sword art and physical training are two different things. Talent and diligence are necessary in both cases, but in mastering the art of the sword, talent plays an extremely important role. And perhaps because of his prank, he missed the chance to receive instructions personally from the leader himself. Moreover, the girl also wanted to tell him that from this moment on, she would no longer help him. And if suddenly after this, he were to slide down because of the ridicule of those around him, then she could only wish him that in the future he would not regret his choice. After listening to everything she told him, he suddenly decided to ask her a question in which he wanted to know why she had agreed to help him at all. Ilian told him that she just didn't like it when someone chatted about something they themselves were an amateur at. The next day, the results of the midterm assessment were announced. As a result, 35 people passed the first exam, 78 passed the second, and a total of 113 passed. It was also publicly announced that the 5 students who showed the most outstanding results in the first exam would be awarded prizes after a personal conversation with the head of the academy. The leader reminded the teacher that he had forgotten to say something, after which, one of the instructors asked student number 313, Iron Pereira, to come up to the podium. When the guy did this, the manager started talking about how rivalry is certainly a fun thing. When you go out of your way to catch up with an opponent who has gotten ahead and not be caught by the one running behind, you can demonstrate amazing abilities. But he also believed that in doing so, one could become too fixated on the result, and then there was a chance of missing something important. However, he was happy to report that Iron Pereira was not like that, because in a situation where a random mistake could have sent him straight to hell, he sacrificed his time and saved his drowning comrade. The leader also did not deny that there could be many opinions regarding what happened, but he and all the instructors agreed that his action had its value, which is why they asked him to go up on stage. Sometime later, Brad was sitting in the manager's office and talking about how he had previously thought too narrowly, but now that he had talked to the manager, it seemed to him that his thinking had changed too much. Kronos believed that the guy shouldn't put himself down so much, because a narrow-minded person wouldn't be able to admit his weaknesses, although Brad still believed that he was arrogant and stubborn, sticking only to his own methods. But now, on the advice of the leader, in the future, if he meets a person from whom he can learn, he will not miss the chance. This is where their conversation ended, and Chrono, having talked with Brad, believed that the young man was quite talented and clearly understood his position, showing a willingness to overcome his own shortcomings. And he also had excellent leadership skills. He also could not help but notice the stubbornness and self-confidence that is inherent in the highest aristocrats. Krona believed that Brad would have had a great chance to win first place otherwise, but he knew very well that he was hampered by the fact that too many talented students arrived this year, like Ilya. As soon as she entered his office, she immediately decided to tell him that as a reward, she would really like to spar with him. According to the leader, it was a pretty smart choice, but he really wanted to give her some advice, the gist of which was that she shouldn't let herself be controlled. In his opinion, she should live her own life. He asked her to go home and learn the family sword techniques. It would be much more useful. But the girl continued to insist that she wanted to spar with him, and Krona understood that it would be rather stupid to expect a different reaction from her. That's why he suggested that she conduct the training right there in the office, because it seemed to him that it was quite spacious, and there would easily be enough space for them. After talking with the girl, there was one last student whose answer interested Krona the most. It was Iron, who was also given the opportunity to receive a reward from the leader for his deed. But the guy decided that he only needed one piece of advice. He would like to make peace with one person and would like to hear from the old man how he could best do this. He understood that this might sound absurd, but he had no one else to ask for advice. Krona assured him that the guy had nothing to apologize for. On the contrary, he was pleased that he was such a sincere guy with him, because the man knew very well that the guy did not leave his room until he was 15. And now, he lives among his peers, and it is clearly difficult for him to do this. Most likely, the guy is completely confused. But he was glad to hear that the guy had managed to get close to someone, so he asked Iron to tell the old man more about what had happened to him. After a few minutes of their conversation, Iron was already very grateful to the old man for helping him so much, although Krona admitted that it had been a long time since he had had to give advice that was not related to fencing. But for the old man, it was very unexpected that the guy wanted to make peace with Ilya, although this once again proved that more and more amazing things were happening this year. However, their conversation was not yet over, and the old man suggested that Iron move on to the most important thing. The guy didn't quite understand what the manager was talking about, so he had to explain that he wasn't going to count the little tip as a reward. And so that the guy would understand him correctly, the old man would really like to give instructions regarding training with a sword, because in such matters he is more competent. Iron thought for a few minutes and tried to find in his head the question that was bothering him, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. Nothing simply came to mind, after which he decided to confess to the head that a month before entering the academy, he had been independently engaged in fencing, so although he was embarrassed to admit it, at the moment he does not understand what he wants. The guy kept apologizing. He was so ashamed, because everyone around him was talking about how amazing it was to get a personal lesson from him, and he didn't even know what to ask him. At one point, his words were interrupted by Krona, who walked up to the guy and clapped his hands right in front of him, after which the man told the boy that there was no need to constantly apologize, because, according to him, a good swordsman should be confident in himself. And since the guy doesn't know what to ask Kron, the man decided to offer him to use this right to a reward another time. The man asked to watch himself carefully, and if he feels that something is missing, then he can safely come to him. At this point, they finished their dialogue, and Iron left the manager's office in a great mood, and Krona, watching the guy, thought that this young man was truly unusual. However, something was clearly not adding up in the old man's head, because it seemed to him that the guy did not have a drop of anxiety and worry about his ignorance regarding the art of the sword. On the contrary, he felt as if he already had a clear goal. It's as if there is a person who guides the guy and tells him how to act correctly. And in fact, the man had already met such a person in his life. Talent, confidence, unpredictable character. This was what united them. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that they were still completely different people. Iron returned to the gym and continued training hard, pushing himself even harder, until at one point he was interrupted by Judith, who wanted to immediately tell the guy that she of course assumed that he would study again, but for some reason she was still surprised. But she came here to tell him that fencing lessons would start tomorrow. This meant that from tomorrow on they would only train with swords, but Iron already knew this, so he wanted to ask the girl why she really came here. It was immediately clear from her that she was embarrassed, but she still said thank you to the guy. And immediately after that, she added that she would definitely return the favor to him, so he didn't have to worry. Iron wanted to say that he had never thought about such a thing, but before he could say it, the girl suddenly interrupted him and offered to be friends, although she said it in rather strange words. That's why the guy didn't immediately understand what she wanted from him, and she had to say it again. She wanted to be friends with him, and so that he would finally understand, she gave an example that the guy had always eaten alone before, and now they would eat together. Iron decided to point out that in fact, she also always ate alone, but before he could even hint at it, she hit him and said that now they would be sparring partners with swords too. At this point, she finished and had nothing more to add, so she decided to leave him so that he could continue his studies. Even though it was surprising for Iron, he was still very happy that he finally had a real friend. Brad and his friends immediately noticed that Judith began to communicate very closely with Iron. Looking at them, it was a little strange to see her laugh, because usually you couldn't expect a smile from a girl, especially with someone like Iron. But for Brad, the strangeness lay in something completely different. He noticed that Iron and Ilya had noticeably distanced themselves from each other. Now they were not communicating as closely as they had before. So he became interested in finding out what had happened between them. But his thoughts and all the attention of the students were interrupted by the instructor and Krona, who came out on stage to inform them that fencing classes would begin tomorrow, and according to them, the children would feel the results of the past 4 months of training. They asked them to take into account that absolutely everyone would have the opportunity to freely handle the sword for 2 hours. Under the supervision of instructors, they had to choose the wooden sword they liked. Judith quickly noticed that these swords were somehow special, because even if she swung harder, the balance in her body did not disappear, as it had before. But only the instructors knew that in fact, the swords had nothing to do with it. It was all about the guys, who had become much stronger and more resilient over these 4 months. Brad also noticed that even though the sword was wooden, it felt completely different than it did before the academy, because it seemed to him that he felt it literally with his whole body. But suddenly, everyone turned their attention to Iron, who also went to choose the sword that he liked the most. On the wall, he immediately noticed a sword that clearly stood out from the rest, the same huge blade that he saw in his strange dream. Iron didn't think long before taking it in his hands, and realizing that this was the very sword that he wanted to keep for himself. And he wanted to test it incredibly strongly, so he demonstratively used this blade in front of everyone, Many guys couldn't believe that Iron had such a level of swordsmanship. Ilya also noticed that although it was not a very accurate blow, the guy's stance was almost perfect. But their surprise quickly turned into more ridicule, because someone again started a rumor that the guy had never done fencing before, and so they decided that he took this sword only to show off. Suddenly, all the mockery and discussions were interrupted when Brad decided to approach Iron and challenge him to a fight. This surprised everyone except the manager, who continued to smile and seemed to understand that this was what was supposed to happen. Iron didn't think long and quickly agreed to this proposal, although he himself didn't expect that Brad could do such a thing. But one of the instructors quickly decided to interrupt them, wanting to know what they had come up with there, because he believed that training should be done in lessons, under close supervision, and not whenever they felt like it. At that moment, Aiden was trying to find at least one reason why Brad decided to challenge Iron to a duel. The instructor tried to convey to them that there should be order in everything, but at one point he was interrupted by the leader, who noted that sometimes an exception could be made and the guys could be allowed to conduct this duel. But he had one condition, which was that if any of the guys were in danger, he would immediately intervene. This was more than suitable for the guys, and they immediately agreed to it, so the fight began a few minutes later, and oddly enough, it was Brad who went on the attack first. Iron didn't even expect that his opponent would be so strong, so with every second of this fight, he lost more and more confidence in himself. But Brad was definitely not going to stop there and continued to attack the guy. No matter how difficult it was for Iron, he still continued to try and actively fought with Brad, which surprised some of the students, because they thought that Brad would be able to destroy him with just one blow. Judith watched their battle closely, and at one point realized that it was not a battle at all. From her observations, Brad was simply testing the guy, hitting him with blows of varying degrees of severity. During this time of the fight, Brad realized that Iron's reaction speed was not bad, but the sword easily destroyed his body balance, due to the fact that it was too big for the guy. He could also notice that this guy's stance and movements were very clumsy, so it seemed to him that he was definitely interested in fencing. And if we make a general conclusion of this situation, then the guy believed that Iron's skills were much more terrible than he could have imagined, but he still wanted to test his strength, which is what he was going to do. But apparently Brad's thoughts were not entirely correct, and he underestimated the guy too much, because Iron at one point still found the very moment when it would be better for him to deliver his attack. At least that's what it seemed like at the very beginning, but at the last moment Brad was able to dodge and thus ended up behind Iron. This gave him the opportunity to deliver the winning attack to his opponent. At this point the fight was officially over, as everyone present expected. When their fight finally ended, Teacher Aiden decided to announce to the boys their last item on their schedule for today. According to him, they divided them into classes, and from tomorrow, fencing classes will be held in a certain composition. Class A included Ilya Linji, Brad Lloyd, and Judith, and there were a few more people besides them, and each individual class had about 10 people, and as befits the strongest class, compared to the other guys, their training would be much tougher and more difficult, so he asked them to mentally prepare for this. The next thing he announced was Class B, which included 35 people. All the guys were assigned, and in the end, Iron Pereira was alone, in Class F, which could not help but shock and upset the guy at the same time. Judith simply couldn't calm down after this. She understood everything, but it was too much, and besides, she was incredibly angry with Brad, who, in her opinion, behaved like a complete idiot when he challenged Iron to a one-on-one fight, in front of everyone. She was almost certain that he was simply using the guy to show everyone his superiority over the rest, although everyone already knew that he was a damn aristocrat. But she couldn't help but be irritated that he was again flaunting his status to everyone. But in any case, she asked him not to be upset because, according to her, they just needed to grind the blockhead into dust before the final evaluation. Iron suddenly interrupted her monologue to ask her not to be so angry, because he was really very grateful to her for her worries, but in fact he felt a little uneasy when she was angry because of him. Judith looked at him with that look because she didn't understand at all where he got all this from. Brad, meanwhile, was lying in his room and thinking about every moment of the fight that he and Iron had today. In fact, he was about to meet Iron's frontal attack, and without realizing it, he somehow managed to dodge at the last moment. Brad understood perfectly well that it was not only about the sword. At that moment, his eyes, his facial expression, absolutely everything, expressed a power that was impossible to overcome. He was only interested in what expression he had on his face at that moment, What was he expressing? During their first fencing lesson, Iron admitted that he only knew the perpendicular and oblique sword strike, which shocked his new teacher a little. But what shocked him was that the guy started apologizing for it. Therefore, he immediately told the guy that he had nothing to apologize for, because he understood perfectly well that the guy had not studied the art of fencing properly, which is why he could not show a good result at the very beginning of the path. His new teacher was Lun Tarhal, and the man decided to ask the guy one more question before they started training. He wanted to find out from the guy what he thought he needed, being so far behind the other guys in fencing, to catch up with them in skill. Iron assumed that he would need more effort to do this, but immediately after these words, the man took out his sword and waved it right in front of the guy, after which he put the sword back and told the guy that first of all he must have talent, without which nothing would work out. However, of course, efforts are also very important, and depending on his efforts, he can either become equal to the other students or even surpass them by several times. But this is not about Iron and Luke thought so for the reason that they began training in fencing several years ago. But the teacher was not going to give up so easily and therefore decided to give the boy a week, during which time he had to learn all the basics of swordsmanship, and if he succeeded, the man would immediately assign him to Class C. Iron didn't really like these conditions, and so he decided to find out what would happen if he suddenly failed, to which Luke replied that in fact nothing terrible would happen, he would just stick to his guns and just learn fencing. However, Luke asked him to decide for himself. If he felt that he lacked talent, then he would like to ask the guy to leave this academy on his own. But Iron really wanted to stay, so he assured his teacher that he would try. Since then, exactly 6 days have passed, and looking at the efforts of the guy, Teacher Luke thought that with each day, Iron was improving his skills faster and faster, but he understood that his efforts played a big role in this. But on the other hand, as an experienced fencing teacher, he immediately noticed that this guy clearly had a talent for fencing, even though it was not immediately visible. So 7 days of training passed, and the next day the guy would have an exam, so he asked Judith to evaluate his technique, to which she quickly agreed, but immediately warned him that in this regard she was very picky, and if everything was bad she would beat him. A few minutes later, he finished everything that he would have to show at the exam tomorrow and wanted to ask his friend what she thought about it. Instead of words, Judith just showed the guy a thumbs up, thereby signaling that she liked everything. The instructor who worked with Iron has returned to work in the rehabilitation department, and according to him, he did this because his only student was able to move up to Class C quite quickly. After the exam, Judith and Iron went to the cafeteria to have a bite to eat. Although given how much the girl ate, it was clear that they definitely didn't come here just to have a bite to eat. Suddenly, their lunch was interrupted by one of those people who were able to pass the first test in the top 5. He passed by their table and simply could not help but notice that they apparently had an elephant in their academy that eats too much. Judith decided to answer him, but she did it quite calmly and sensibly. She noted that since the guy was pestering her like that, then apparently he liked her, which put the guy in an incredibly awkward position. But before he could say anything back to her, she immediately assured him that nothing would work out between them, so he shouldn't even try anymore. And from the look on the guy's face, one could say with certainty that he didn't know what to do in such a case. Brad decided to help him and asked the guy not to linger and to quickly come with him to the table, and in general, he would like to ask them to stop judging others, because in his opinion, it will not bring them any benefit at all. Judith heard this and began to smile, after which she noticed that this impudent Brad had calmed down lately. However, Iron didn't care about that guy because his attention was focused on Ilian. Judith quickly noticed this, so she decided to point out that apparently the two of them were not communicating well these days. She assumed that they had had a fight, but Iron immediately assured her that this had not happened and everything was as before. But he still decided to ask Judith how Ilya was doing, because he knew that they both went to the same class, so it seemed to the guy that his friend should know the answer to this question. Judith decided to point out that he had just told her that they had not quarreled with Milady Ilya, and if this was true, then she suggested that he come up to her himself and ask. But then she immediately smiled and said that it was a joke. She just couldn't help but say it, and in general she would be happy to tell him everything. According to the girl, nothing special is happening to Ilya. She still takes first place in the class and shows excellent results, which even the instructors cannot recognize as such. However, due to the big difference in abilities, the guys feel uncomfortable, so they don't even approach her, Judith also heard that Ilya goes to the small training ground in the evenings to practice, and it seems she is honing her family sword techniques or something like that. After her story, Judith decided to invite Iron to hang out with Ilya, since he had been able to level up so quickly lately. As a result, the guy decided to train with Judith, who, quite predictably, had unimaginable power and strength. Iron tried his best and used all his skills to somehow get to her, but he couldn't do it. But still, at one point, it seemed to him that he was able to deliver a good and accurate blow. However, it only seemed that way to him, because then Judith hit him on the head and the guy flew back several meters. But still, after the fight, she decided to praise him and told the guy that he had really grown up. According to her, his progress was obvious. Even if he was coming to her, he still had a lot of growing to do. She decided to finish for today, since they were left alone in the training room. But since Iron wants to continue training so much, he can easily go to the small training ground, where he will have a fairly good chance of finding Ilya there. The girl actually came here at night to get a little distracted and practice family techniques, as the leader of Krona advised her. But today, she apparently won't be able to do this, because at one point she noticed that someone was watching her very closely. And it was Iron who told Judith that he would never come here, although he eventually changed his mind. Ilya wasn't exactly eager to talk to the guy, so she asked him to quickly post what he wanted so that she could continue her training. The guy handed her a small bag and a scroll, and then added that he asked her to send him a gift from home, and he wrote the letter himself. But the girl asked him with a surprised look, why did she need this at all? Iron told her that he had a younger sister at home, and according to him, she was not good at communicating with people. Due to misunderstandings, they often quarreled, but the next morning, he almost always found a gift and a letter by his bed. In other words, the guy just didn't have the courage to say it in words, although he doesn't even know where to start the conversation, because he's actually not very good at communicating. So he thought it would be better to express his thoughts on paper, as his little sister likes to do. Ilya assumed that the guy was doing this only so that after reading this letter, she would start helping him again. He decided not to answer this, so he turned around and started to leave, although he still decided to tell her that in fact he was doing well as is, and he had someone who would help him if he needed it. Ilya realized that she had said too much, so she read the letter, which she clearly liked, because it made her smile. After reading the letter, she opened the bag and found a small bracelet there, but she knew perfectly well that it was not just a bracelet, it was Adonis. After she saw him, she immediately thought that perhaps she had blamed the guy for everything in vain. The next day, Judith and Iron were again at the training ground, and before another training session, the girl assured the guy that today she would be especially cruel to him. But before they could start training, Brad suddenly approached them, who, according to Judith's assumption, came to them to say something bad again. However, this time he spoke quite politely, and as it turned out, he had a little conversation with Judith, so he asked her to listen. After which, he finally told them that he had a great desire to train with them, which shocked not only Judith, but also everyone who heard it. But the guy continued to talk about how during the midterm assessment and the previous duel, Iron, according to him, showed great concentration, which he lacked, and therefore he wanted him to teach him it. In return, he offered him sword lessons so that they could help each other overcome their shortcomings and move forward together. Judith wanted to hear a catch from him, because last time he challenged Iron to a duel and won publicly, and now with these trainings, she assumed that he wanted to use Iron only to rise up himself. But she certainly didn't expect that Brad wouldn't hide it, and would admit honestly that that's exactly what he wanted to do. Although on the other hand, the guy simply did not understand what the problem was and what was wrong if they used each other. On the other hand, he assured them that he was indeed capable of achieving good results on his own, but he believed that in such academies, such an approach was wrong and that it definitely should not be done. In addition, he asked them not to forget that they would both use him just as he would use them, like Judith, who often skipped classes and trained with Iron. Thus he gave a great example of how their knowledge does not end with the academy program, and he suggested thinking broader. Brad was sure that this was a great chance for them, so he was ready to learn something new under the tough pressure of competition, not only from instructors, and all this in order to achieve a qualitative growth of his abilities. The other students simply could not understand why a student from Class A would study with a student from Class C. What could he teach him? Iron listened carefully to everything Brad told him, and at one point he finally decided to agree. But before that, he wanted to ask the guy if he was sure of his decision. After all, He had to remind him that he was lagging behind him in all respects, and therefore he simply did not understand what Brad could learn from him. The answer to this question was quite simple, because he had already said that Iron had something that he lacked so much. And to be honest, he had been thinking about it since the end of the midterm test. And then at one point it dawned on him that Iron was actually different from him in some other way. All students were given a limited amount of time, but each decided for himself how he would use this time, and Iron immediately began training and thus significantly improved his characteristics, while never losing concentration. And so Brad wanted Iron to teach him how to maintain a focused mindset all day long. Iron, hearing this, was a little upset, because he himself actually doesn't understand anything. He just manages to do it on his own, and he's unlikely to be able to teach it. But apparently Brad was completely satisfied with this answer, because he answered the guy that he expected these words. Because all geniuses have the same answers, which surprised Iron even more, because he definitely did not consider himself a genius. In his mind, Brad thought completely differently. He believed that just one glance would be enough for him to see the talent in him. Besides, constantly maintaining the necessary concentration is incredibly difficult, and having such a skill is very useful. In any case, he decided to end this conversation today, because he has a personal training session today. And finally, he decided to add that Judith would also be with them tomorrow, although she had not yet definitely given her consent to this. However, he decided to ignore these words and only added to Iron that he had one more piece of advice for him, which was that the guy should never allow himself to be humiliated. And at such moments, he asked the guy not to forget that he was a descendant of the noble Pereira family, and he must do everything to be a worthy representative of this family. Judith felt like Brad was sick with something, and she, in turn, felt incredibly sick from his words. The next day, they began to fulfill each other's promises and began training, which at first Iron could not do, but succeeded. Brad kept telling the guy that his movements would be accurate only when he achieved a balance between his body and his gait. But he didn't limit himself to words alone and constantly showed Iron how his strike should look. The training continued, but Judith never joined them, although Brad constantly invited her to join them. The guys thought that since the girl no longer called them names from head to toe, then most likely she would soon join them. So, smoothly, the days passed at the academy, until one day, in the dining room, Ilya approached Iron, who wanted to tell him that she had read all his letters. Judith, hearing this, immediately thought that the guy was most likely just picking on her in love, but Iron continued to prove that this was definitely not the case. Every night, before going to bed, the guy now thought about Brad's words, who told him that the guy had good concentration and that he needed to think seriously about it. But it seemed to him that he still needed to increase his concentration, and so he began to think about what he needed to do to achieve this. What he needed to do to move even a little closer to the concentration that the man in his dream had. With such thoughts, he fell asleep and plunged into another dream, which seemed so natural to him, although at one point he realized that he felt his hand too clearly, and that in general the location was so natural. Over time, he realized that he felt not only his hands, but in general, he could use his entire body, and also the whole sensation of that man was clear to him as day. With these feelings, he woke up in horror and immediately thought that he urgently needed to take the sword in his hands and try to repeat this before his memories disappeared. The next morning, Iron didn't look exactly presentable, but he didn't admit to Judith and Brad what he had been doing all night. Brad interrupted their conversation when he asked Judith not to be distracted from their fight. But literally a few minutes later, he himself was distracted somewhere, which angered Judith even more, because he had just been angry at her, and he himself did the same thing. However, he apparently had a good reason, because he turned his attention to Iron, who put down his sword and lay down carefully on the bench, after which he fell asleep. They had to wake him up to continue training, but the guy unfortunately didn't last long, because as soon as Brad and Judith turned away, he lay down again and fell asleep just as quickly. Brad decided to approach him and find out what happened to the guy and what he was doing at the moment. Iron explained to him that at the moment, he is working hard on trying to improve his concentration, although he is not very good at it yet. But from the very beginning, he did not expect that he would be able to do it quickly. Brad suggested that the guy was practicing meditation because he himself had heard about it. In this way, you can calm your soul and look back into the past. Iron didn't have time to explain anything before Brad decided to try it too, and to do so, he lay down on the first bench he saw. And as soon as he started doing this, the guy immediately mentally noted to himself that it was not as bad and difficult as it seemed to him from the very beginning. At one point, he fell asleep and was woken up by one of his friends, who thought that the guy had simply fallen asleep. But Brad immediately jumped up and said that in fact he had not slept, but had simply been meditating. But then he admitted that he had fallen asleep a little and immediately decided to fix this problem by changing his position, because he had heard that usually during meditation, people sit in the lotus position. Judith had been trying to get him to understand all this time that Iron was simply given this, and that he, in turn, was simply wasting his time. But the guy was sure that he needed to try first, and then he would be able to say whether he was wasting his time or not. Meanwhile, Aiden went into the office of the head of the academy to tell about the news in the academy, but according to him, practically nothing new happened, except that Iron managed to move to Class B, because according to the assessments of other teachers, the guy was able to significantly improve his skills, thanks to the help of Judith and Brad. He also decided to tell Crone that he was right, and Brad Lloyd did cause a small zone of change. During a fencing lesson, Brad finally met Judith, whom he managed to defeat. But the girl was not going to admit her defeat and invited the guy to fight again. She was quickly stopped by the instructor, who with just one look made it clear to her that she shouldn't even continue this conversation. She heard him, but then she still approached Brad personally to tell him that after the lesson she expected a rematch from him, which Brad did not really argue with. The teacher, watching these guys, thought only that they were incredibly talented and diligent, because they both developed their skills at an incredible speed. He especially liked Brad's progress because between him and Judith, who had previously fought for second place, a gap gradually began to appear and the guy began to move ahead. Brad himself also felt with his whole body how he was becoming much better and stronger. Therefore, it seemed to him that if he continued to develop in this spirit, then sooner or later, he would be able to catch up with Ilyu. Iron also did not just waste his time, but constantly continued his training, thinking that meditation actually improved his skills as well. However, no matter how well he did, it was still too little for him, and he wanted to improve his results even more. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted at one point by Brad and Judith, who came to him. They immediately decided to ask the guy, or was he not too fixated on just one perpendicular blow? He didn't have time to answer them anything, as they immediately told him to collect his things and finish here so that he could go with them to the meeting with the manager. Iron assumed that this meeting would be to convey some information, but Brad immediately corrected him and told him that in fact, they would meet him in a large training arena. As soon as all the students had gathered, Krona came to the center and began to talk about how about 9 months had already passed since they entered the academy. According to the old man, he was incredibly happy that they managed to endure a large number of exams and harsh training. Pride filled him, but he did not gather them here to say these words. He wanted to talk to them about the final assessment, and if his words were to be believed, it would be different from the midterm, in which they had to fulfill a certain standard of some discipline. Krona paused for a moment, and then said that it might sound rather strange, but at the final assessment, he would like to see their hidden talents. He immediately noticed the boys' reaction, so he quickly asked them not to be afraid, and assured them that there was no need to look for meaning in his words, because all that was required of them was to use the sword to demonstrate what they thought was the best side of themselves. In other words, the old man suggested that they use their imagination, because in this case they could show some secret blow or an unusual maneuver to confuse the enemy. They were essentially allowed to resort to any means to show their capabilities. He was sure that everyone who was here was able to reveal their strong side. So for the remaining 3 months, he asked them to give it their all, and finally, he had one modest gift for them. He took off his robe and said that even if it was just an old man's dance with a sword, he would be very grateful if they could learn something from it for themselves, which Iron began to look at very carefully. The guy watched every movement of the leader, but even with such attention, it was difficult to see all his movements, because he handled the sword so easily that it seemed like there was a feather in his hands. All the old man's movements were perfectly honed. It really looked like a dance with a sword, but every swing of the sword made one wonder how much power such a blow could have. After a few minutes, he finished and thanked the guys for watching so carefully. He was very pleased. He started to leave the training hall, but even after a few minutes, all the guys were still sitting in shock. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The next day, Brad and Judith were at training again, but at one point, the guy decided to ask the girl what she thought about Kron's performance yesterday. But she continued to ignore him, thinking about something of her own, so the guy had to repeat his question and ask her to stop ignoring him. He did this until she got angry and asked him to shut his mouth because he was preventing her from concentrating. Brad realized that she was probably just not in the mood. And if he understood correctly, then Iron was to blame for everything, although she assured him that this was far from the case. She said that she was just worried because they had the final assessment coming up, and Iron was deep in meditation at the time, so she was a little worried because she thought things might turn out badly. Brad decided to calm her down, and therefore said that he was 100% sure that Iron would pass this exam. She just didn't understand why he was so confident and calm. Brad reminded her with a smile that the point of this exam was to show hidden talents. In other words, they would have to demonstrate not their current abilities, but their future ones. And when he reminded her of this, he wanted to ask her who she thought had shown the most hidden talents and made the fastest progress in the 9 months at the academy. It quickly dawned on her who Brad was talking about, and yes, it was Iron, and when she finally said it, he asked her to calm down and not to worry. Her expression immediately changed, and she assured Brad that she was not worried at all because, according to her, she was only thinking about herself, for example, that she was going to demonstrate her skills to the fullest, and then first place would be in her pocket. Brad immediately destroyed her hopes because he was almost sure that this time Ilya Lindsay would take first place. And according to the guy, the whole point was that Ilya came from an outstanding family of swordsmen, and such families on their continent can be counted on the fingers. In addition, her family studies martial arts, which helped them get the title of a famous family. But Judith did not think that this was enough to take first place. But Brad pointed out that it wasn't just his skills, but his persistence, which made Judith even angrier, because in that case she didn't understand why they were going to hold an exam if the outcome was already determined in advance. Besides, she always didn't understand what was so great about their noble families and her older brother, who was previously called the most famous genius on the entire continent. But without waiting for Brad to answer her, she decided to say that what she wanted most of all was to see the expression on their faces when they all lost to the orphan commoner. However, Brad didn't just not answer her. All this time he was looking at one point, which was Ilya, who was standing behind. The girl immediately began to tell Judith that she really didn't care what they were saying about her behind her back because it didn't affect her in any way. Judith did not apologize to her. Moreover, she decided to continue arguing with her and even offered to fight her one-on-one since Ilya was so brave. But Brad immediately began to ask her to stop doing this, because he understood that for a fight at the academy, they could easily be expelled. Ilya did not respond to her with aggression, but only said that this time she would do everything possible to take first place, and would always do so in the future, so that none of them could achieve this. And in order to make them feel offended, she promised that she would only use the academy's program to prove that she was already a cut above them. But she was quickly stopped by Brad, who wanted to remind the girl that her family's sword technique, the Lingjie Sword of Heaven, received its name after they captured the king of the demonic dragons 400 years ago. Ilya didn't understand at all why he stopped her at all and was now retelling the story of her family. Brad told her that it was quite simple, because he just wanted to see how good the technique was. She immediately turned around and assured him that he could not even dream about it. Brad expected such an answer, so he decided to tell her that if she did not want to show him this technique, then in the upcoming exam, she would definitely not take first place. Iron, meanwhile, continued to train hard, but over time it dawned on him that the sensations from these trainings were not the same at all, although he seemed to feel that he was getting closer and closer to the solution. However, recently he has the impression that he has begun to move further and further away, so at one point he decided that he needed to immediately concentrate and start all over again. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He wanted to check what would happen if he suddenly started meditating with a sword in his hands. Brad, meanwhile, came to watch his friends train, and they were very happy to see him. The one who was in the top 5, according to Brad's feelings, began to train even more, although the guy himself thought that there was nothing surprising in this, because the final assessment was coming soon, so they wanted to get into the best shape possible. They actually wanted to approach him themselves to say thank you for the huge influence he had on them. They said what Brad said to Elijah Lindsay that day served as a great motivator for them. Although Brad couldn't remember saying anything in particular that would have given the guys such a boost of motivation. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Judith, who unexpectedly appeared in front of them and said that Brad really annoyed her. After which she literally ordered him to take the sword in his hands. A few seconds later, they entered into a fight, and it was immediately noticeable that Judith fought as if it was not training, but a real fight. However, even such efforts were not enough to finally finish off Brad, and besides, she noticed that he had become much faster. During the fight, she immediately noticed that the guy had a calmness that she had not felt before. Therefore, thoughts began to appear in her head that perhaps, at this rate, Brad would really be able to overtake Ilya Lindsay and take first place in the ranking. Although reluctantly, she still admitted that she definitely couldn't defeat him now. However, she understood that the words "you think more broadly" helped her a lot. She decided that from now on, she would not rush and would first officially become a student at the academy, and then she would win over him. At one point, Brad suggested to the girl to finish for today because he believed that there was no point in overexerting herself because they had a final assessment soon, which they should approach in good shape and, most importantly, with full strength. Judith agreed with him, which surprised the guy a little because he usually didn't hear a word of agreement from her. Usually she called him names and got angry. In response to these words, she assured him that she simply had urgent matters to attend to, so she also wanted to suggest that he finish early. Iron was almost crying at that moment because he simply did not understand why he couldn't do anything. He even changed his stance, but everything still remained in place. When suddenly, he was interrupted by Judith, who wanted to ask the guy if he wasn't tired of hanging around on the training ground all the time. She wanted to suggest that he go out for a while, get some fresh air and rest a little. They walked outside the training area and lay down on the ground to look at the sky for a while and relax. After lying in silence for a while, Judith finally made up her mind and asked the guy how he was doing with his preparations. Iron was a little embarrassed, but still answered that at the moment he was training hard and everything seemed to be fine. But the girl immediately noticed that he was answering too sluggishly and uncertainly. But he didn't pay attention to her words and decided to find out in response how she was doing with her preparations. Judith was extremely confident in herself. She didn't even think that she might not succeed. According to her, she would definitely pass. Their silence continued until Judith, at one point, decided to say what she had called Iron here for. She wanted to ask him for forgiveness for not paying attention to him, although she had told him that she would train with him in combat and correct his incorrect stances. Iron immediately assured her that it was all nonsense, and that she really didn't need to apologize. But before he could finish speaking, the girl reminded the guy that she was an orphan, and when she was a small child, she had to survive by any means necessary. According to her, the only thing she knew how to do was steal. However, suddenly looking around, it became clear to her that other people were dragging out their existence in exactly the same way. Living like this up until now, she felt no gratitude towards anyone and therefore never said thank you. That's why, when Iron pulled her out of the lake, she should have thanked him for saving her. But she got angry, and to tell the truth, even now she feels somehow uncomfortable saying thank you openly, because she was going to repay him with her own methods, but in the end, everything became somehow murky. So she literally started begging the guy to go through this test. She asked him to do his best to shed his pre-training status. She wanted him to become an official student of the academy so that he could allow her to help him properly, so that there would be no more awkwardness. At this point, she finished her speech and began to leave, at the end telling the guy to sit still, because if they went together now, she assumed that she would have a hard time because of shame. So she asked him to sit for 5 minutes, and then also come back. Iron was very glad that they had such a nice conversation, but the guy still believed that in this situation, he should be the one asking for forgiveness, because it was he who had not paid her due attention for these 2 months. In any case, the guy was very happy that he had managed to change so much recently, because before he spent all his time in his bed, and now he just sits and looks at the sky. The first year at the academy had been so good for him, the guy himself did not believe it. But he also believed that everything was just beginning. Judith, Brad, Ilya, as well as the instructors of the academy, helped the guy a lot. So he believed that the time had come when he should repay them with his excellent results. Before continuing his next workout, the guy closed his eyes and decided to meditate a little more, and as soon as he did this, he immediately felt how literally his entire body began to become stronger and stronger. The next day, the same exam began, where the children presented their skills and each of them amazed more and more. The teachers even said that among the students, there are a lot of children who do not develop so quickly. Some of the guys really came up with different ways to surprise the teachers, and most importantly, the instructor, for example. One of them was able to cut a stone with a wooden sword. Although Krona understood that everyone was showing results beyond expectations, he was still a little upset, although he himself did not know what he should expect and what he would like to see. The line gradually approached Judith, who decided to ask the teacher for permission to take the test with another student. This left the man stumped, so she had to explain that she meant a duel, which, according to her, would allow both of them to more fully demonstrate their strengths, and the student with whom she wanted to take the final assessment was not against doing so. Chrono noted that, in fact, this sounded quite interesting, and no one had ever suggested this to him before. So first, he would like to know who they were talking to and who this student was. Judith introduced Brad, who at that moment smoothly emerged from the crowd. The manager immediately realized that this would be a very interesting fight, so he gave permission for it to take place without any problems. And after just a few seconds, their fight began and the girl first began to deliver her strongest blows, so the guy had to actively defend himself. Brad immediately felt a pressure from Judith that he definitely didn't expect to feel. It was something different than what they had been practicing all day in the gym. At this rate, she still managed to land a blow that knocked the guy off his feet, and thus made him understand that he would definitely not emerge victorious today. Their strikes were incredibly fast. Some of the guys didn't even have time to see their movements. However, one thing was clear. For now, the advantage was clearly on the side of Judith, who continued to actively attack Brad, not giving him the opportunity to counterattack. Even some of the instructors were amazed at the ability of the guys to show such a fight and not yet be official students of the academy. It's amazing. They immediately noticed that Judith's blows were merciless and would clearly not have given another student even a chance. But at the same time, they simply couldn't help but notice how easily Brad repels her extremely powerful attacks. And at one point, he finally found a way to counterattack, and immediately after that he did it, thus leaving a mark on Judith's cheek that made her even more angry. But Brad continued to smile and tell her that she had planned in vain to defeat him. In the end, the battle ended with Judith's defeat, whose sword simply fell apart into pieces. But the teachers simply could not help but notice that the boys were on the same level, but Brad was still more skillful and thoughtful, which is why he managed to win in such a difficult confrontation. Krona could only clap for them and say that it was simply an amazing duel that brought him a sea of positive emotions, for which he was very grateful to them. They also bowed to the leader with a smile, saying that they had tried very hard. Krona promised that he would take this into account and asked Ahmed to invite the next participant. Next was Ilya Lindsay, which made Kron very happy, because he expected to see quite a lot from her. Brad at that moment was sure that he had become noticeably stronger and had definitely already surpassed his past self, and perhaps it seemed to him that he was still able to surpass Elijah. As a result, the girl decided to show the leader and his teachers her family's technique, which was called the Sword of Heaven. After a few seconds, she began to swing her sword so fast that she was able to create streams of wind. It was amazingly beautiful and scary at the same time. As soon as she finished, Brad immediately realized that in fact, there really was a huge void between them, and all this time, the girl simply did not show her true strength. These thoughts brought the guy back to earth. Now he understood that all his dreams were in vain and he would never be able to surpass Ilya. She was incomprehensible to him. But it was Iron's turn, and for now he put these thoughts aside for later, because he was incredibly interested in finding out what their friend had prepared. At that moment, Brad was mentally asking Iron not to do what he had planned. Sometime before, they talked with Iron, and he told him that the atmosphere around Brad is always warm and bright, and he himself feels good in his soul when he is near him, so it seemed to him that for this reason, everyone wants to be his friend. But Brad immediately stood up and asked Iron not to say that, because in fact he did not consider himself as good as Iron described. And now, when he sees Iron again, who is going to show his skills, there were only one thought in his head, which was that he most of all did not want Iron to show something outstanding, because then he would hate himself even more. Krona almost prayed to see what Iron was about to show them, because it seemed to him that the guy had prepared something really special for them. Absolutely all the students were looking at him, especially his friends. But Iron suddenly said that he was going to show them a perpendicular section with a sword. Everyone except Kron was surprised, because they understood that this was too simple a skill, which even if performed perfectly, would not be enough for him to be accepted as a student of this academy. One of the students even decided to shout at Iron to finally wake up, because they were now at the final assessment, and here they needed to show a secret technique, and if he didn't do it, he would be kicked out of this academy. But this guy was immediately silenced and told that if he interfered with the exam again, he would be immediately expelled from the academy. Although the instructor who shut his mouth was angry with him, to some extent he agreed with the guy. It was also very strange for him to see that Iron wanted to demonstrate a perpendicular cut at such an important moment, which in fact could not even be called a fighting technique. But again, no one could stop him, so Iron exhaled, concentrated, and in one moment there was complete emptiness around him. The leader was literally bursting with impatience. He so badly wanted to see the technique of the one who never wanted to learn from him, the one who was not even surprised by his sword dance technique. Many of the guys simply did not understand why the guy was just standing there like a pillar and doing nothing, but Ilya seemed to begin to understand what was going on here and what Iron wanted to show them. At that moment, the guy entered a state of maximum concentration. He meditated and tried to get his inner strength from the very depths. And when he finally managed to achieve this state, all that was left was to straighten his back, tense all the muscles of his body, and finally penetrate into the very depths of his soul. Iron still didn't know who this man was and why he was striking all these blows, but now he didn't care. As long as he is in pain and with patience, as long as he is in pain and with patience, as long as he is able to move forward. After which he came out of this state, taking all his strength from there and finally struck. He was so strong that he literally divided the training ground into two parts. Now Iron has finally shown them all what he is capable of and who he really is. Judith simply couldn't believe her eyes. She expected to see anything but something like this. Brad's hands were shaking with fear at that moment. His body was shrinking, and it seemed that his brain would burst from the tension. After some time, the leader was ready to announce the final results of this test, and he immediately wanted to tell the guys that although this test is considered decisive, he assured them that if they pass it, it does not mean that they will be admitted. He started from the end and gradually reached the fourth place, which Judith had sealed. Third place, by all laws of logic, belonged to Brad Lloyd. The second place this year was the most unpredictable, and it was taken by Iron Pereira, which surprised everyone. Even Iron himself did not expect such results. First place, as usual, was taken by Ilya Lindsay. But this year, the gap between first and second place was clearly not felt as strong as it had been before. A few hours after the test, Ilya came to a place where she was almost sure that she would find Iron. After all, she understood that no one else would go to the training hall immediately after the test. They sat down, and Ilya wanted to tell the guy that he had become much stronger, and that this could not but make her happy. Ilya, of course, did not deny that Judith and Brad also showed themselves well, but she had not felt for a long time that someone was chasing her so strongly, and she understood perfectly well that this year she got first place with a big stretch. In any other case, she would have been upset, but this time, according to her, she even had fun, and that blow of his was very frightening. Iron was clearly confused when he heard such words addressed to him, so he decided that he needed to praise the girl in return, and then she realized that he was simply not used to praise. But that's not the main thing she wanted to say. Ilya came here to tell Iron that she won't stay at the academy. The guy reacted quite violently, almost jumped up from his seat to find out why she decided so. Ilya couldn't help but notice that she really liked his reaction, but according to him, it all just happened suddenly, and he simply didn't expect it. But she still decided to confess to him that she had not planned to become a student at Chrono from the very beginning. She just wanted to take first place in the final assessment, and then return to her family. After which she decided to ask him if he knew who was called the true genius of the entire continent. Iron wasn't sure of the answer, so the girl answered for him, saying that his name was Kayla Linjay, and he was Ilya's older brother. When she was only 7 years old, Kyle became so popular that he was known to almost every person on the continent. When he was 10 years old, he defeated a knight in a duel, and even then he reached unprecedented heights thanks to his outstanding talent. Of course, Kyle was recognized by many famous people, and he became famous on the continent as the strongest genius. The whole family had high hopes for him, until one day another genius appeared, a bourgeois by origin who took first place at the Kronos Academy and then refused to become his student, and it was Ignat's girlfriend. Instead, at the age of 14, she decided to start her own mercenary company, and over time, Kayla received a challenge from her to a duel, and since their family does not avoid battles, he immediately accepted the challenge. As a result, after just 3 blows, the fight ended in favor of Ignata, who left the guy with absolutely no chance. Ilya, seeing the defeat of her idol and role model, the girl decided to hug him tightly and thus support him. But Kyle suddenly began to calm Elijah down, as if nothing terrible had happened. Then it seemed to her that her brother would get even and fight Ignat again and finally defeat her. However, Kyle was never able to recover from that defeat. After what happened, people quickly cooled towards him. He was recklessly criticized and ridiculed for the first time, and in the end he could not withstand the despair and pressure that fell upon him. Ilya was still a baby at the time, and therefore did not fully understand what was happening and how to help her brother, so she could only watch him. But over time, he came to the realization that he was locked in his room, and only human eyes were looking at him. And all she could do was promise herself that such a fate would definitely not befall her. Elijah was going to do everything possible to ensure that no one would ever be able to shake her faith. However, without even realizing it, she sank into this abyss and forgot what kind of person she really is and what she wants from this life. She came to Chrono at the age of 12, and she did it because Ignata came here at 13. As a result, she wanted to be officially recognized as a knight at 14, because Ignat had been saving up for this title for them at 15. But now she decided that it was time for her to stop trying to catch up with someone. And looking at Iron, she thought only about the fact that all this became possible only because she saw how Iron does not allow others to lead him astray and does not pay attention to their words at all. Seeing the guy's persistence, she decided that she wanted to go through a similar path. Moreover, she was confident that she could achieve the title of master, even when she did everything her own way. Iron finally spoke and wanted to tell the girl that he was incredibly pleased to see how the girl was able to cope with difficulties, and now she essentially sees a world that is not limited to the academy. But as far as he himself is concerned, he doesn't have a clearly defined goal yet. These words made Ilya smile and then laugh because she thought the guy was talking complete nonsense. And when she finally calmed down, she asked the guy to continue working just as hard, because she believed that the gap between them could become huge at one moment. In the end, these words made Iron think again about whether he was really okay. He looked at his sword and did not fully understand whether he was doing the right thing. Judith, meanwhile, finally found Brad, who at that moment was in the training room where the tests were being conducted and was simply looking at the hole that was left by Iron's strike. She decided to invite him to go and compete a little, because her hands were starting to itch again from losing. But in response to her proposal, the guy suddenly said that he had made a decision and was now going to drop out of the academy. Before she had time to say anything to him about this, he suddenly added that he simply did not understand how a person who had literally only recently picked up a weapon could demonstrate an amazing level by simply training one blow for an entire year, while he had dedicated several years of his life to the art of the sword. So he simply didn't understand how much more time he needed to spend to achieve the same results. Although now he was not even sure that he would be able to do this at all, it seemed to him that the presence of such abilities was predetermined from the very beginning of a person's life. At this point, he finished his monologue and began to leave, thanking Judith for everything she had done for him. Suddenly, she stopped him, taking him by the shoulder, and it seemed to the guy that she would begin to calm him down, but it was not so at all. She simply decided to hit him. This, of course, made Brad incredibly angry, so he started yelling at her and wanted to know what she was doing. In response to this question, Judy wanted to know from him what was wrong with him, because he had dodged her sword strikes without any problems, and now he couldn't even dodge her fist. He didn't have time to answer her before she simply continued to hit him, and the guy didn't even dodge at that moment. Judith was too angry, first of all at herself, because she didn't understand how she managed to lose to such a wimp like him. After she got tired of beating him, she simply turned around and started to leave, saying that in the near future, he would be able to boast that he beat the one who would become the best swordsman on the continent in the exam. Now she thought that he was just a coward who had fallen into despair and simply ran away because of some stupidity, although on the other hand, she was not surprised that he had chosen this path. A few days later, Ilya was already in the director's office and was talking about how she didn't want to continue her studies, and he understood her perfectly. Moreover, he supported her in deciding to follow her own path. However, she admitted that she felt better not only because of this, and not only because of first place. Krona could only wish the girl good luck. She left, and the old man asked Ahmed to call the next student. When he started talking to Brad, he was surprised by his decision, because as it seemed to the manager, there were absolutely no questions about the guy's grades, and he meant not only the exam results, according to the old man. The guy was so good that he became a standard for other students. Besides, he personally had high hopes for Brad, to which the guy simply did not know what to answer, so he decided to ask for forgiveness and say that he no longer had self-confidence. Krona clearly saw a lifeless look in the guy's eyes. At that moment, the guy's soul looked like an extinguished candle, which would be very difficult to light. So he decided that he would give the guy a chance to deal with this problem himself, although he mentally hoped that this guy would have an incentive that would get him back on his feet. Next in line was Iron, whose performance amazed the director, and according to him, in his entire career as a director, he had never been so surprised. Before starting the main dialogue, the man decided to clarify whether the guy remembered what they talked about after the midterm exam. Iron couldn't forget this, and as it turned out, the old man reminded him of this in order to say that he had advice for the guy. However, first he wanted Iron to answer the question in which he wanted to know from Iron why he took the sword in his hands. It seemed like it was an incredibly simple question that Iron should be able to answer with ease, but it was immediately obvious that it put him in an awkward position, and the guy didn't know what to answer. After all, he understood that if he told the leader that he took the sword in his hands only because he dreamed of a man who trained hard, the old man simply would not believe him. The instructor, who was also there, could only advise the boy not to think too deeply, because he believed that it did not necessarily have to be something great. Worldly reasons like fame and money would do as well. A guy can calmly name anything that doesn't contradict human morality and not worry about something being done to him. But Iron still didn't decide to name his reason, and Krona apparently understood why the guy was silent. After a long silence, he assumed that the guy had taken the sword into his hands, not of his own free will. Iron was glad that the old man said this because of him, and as soon as he did it, the boy immediately agreed with him. The teacher was the only one who didn't understand anything, so he asked the leader to explain to him what was going on here and what he and the guy were talking about, but Krona pretended that he himself didn't fully understand. But then he suddenly said that all this time, he was bothered by the fact that Iron was more serious and diligent than others in his fencing studies, but as far as the old man knows, he did not have a drop of emotion that a person like him would experience. For example, student Brad Lloyd was overjoyed when he felt his skills had improved, and Judith looked very frightening when she realized that she was lagging behind Brad in strength, so much so that rage covered her eyes like a veil. According to him, every student at the academy experienced joy or sadness regarding their fencing skills, but in Iron, he saw neither. And the man told him all this in order to ultimately find out whether Iron was imitating someone? The guy, hearing this question, confessed, and Krona was glad to hear it, because he had guessed about it from the very beginning, although it was surprising to him that he managed to reach such heights from only one desire to become like another, without having his own will. Krona decided that he would not ask the boy who this idol was, however, if he was going to continue practicing with the sword. He asked the boy to think about it seriously now. In other words, the old man wanted to tell him that if the boy didn't find a reason to train of his own free will, then he definitely didn't belong in the academy. The man asked him not to forget that the world is huge, and therefore it is much more important to find oneself in it than to swing a sword here. Iron had no choice but to thank Krona and say that he would remember his last piece of advice until the end of his days. Krona smiled and said that the word last was not appropriate here and even sounded somehow offensive, so he asked the guy not to say that. After which, he asked Iron to come closer to him. He needed the guy to lend him some of his blood. Iron did it without any problems, and it wasn't as painful as it seemed at first, although he didn't understand why he was doing it at all. But then, Krona presented him with a sign that said he was an official student of the Krona Academy. And when the boy officially became a student at the academy, the old man noted that he was giving the boy exactly 1 year to find himself and become who he should be, which could not help but please Iron. After talking with the head of the academy, Iron went to meet with Ilya, who wanted to say goodbye to him, and before she left, the girl asked the guy to come visit her when he had time. She also, in honor of the gift, gave him a tablet with the coat of arms of their family, and according to her, if you show it to the guard, they will accept him with all honors and maximum kindness. Well, when he arrived, she promised him that she would give him a flower, although the guy did not understand what this could mean. Ilya was surprised that he didn't understand that she was talking about Adonis, the same flower that was drawn on her bracelet. But Iron didn't even know that this flower grew in the girl's area. She said that when she was 7 years old, she pulled them all out, but now she was in the mood to plant them again. She also added that Adonis blooms around April, so she asked him to come around that time. Iron decided to promise her that he would do his best to visit her. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Judith, who saw the sign in Iron's hands and also decided to ask for the same one. Elijah did not expect to hear such a request from her, and therefore was surprised, but Judith thought that she simply did not want to give her the same sign. But that wasn't the point, so Elijah happily presented her with the same thing, which made Judith happy, although she still thought that the aristocrats had gone crazy. To Elijah's surprise, Judith decided to apologize for the time she insulted her family. According to her, she simply never had a family. That's why she said what she shouldn't have said, and in fact she doesn't think so, and even though it sounded like an excuse, Ilya was pleased that the girl asked her for forgiveness. This prompted her to ask for forgiveness from Iron, whom she had ignored for a long time. But apparently the surprises didn't end there, because suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when they noticed Brad approaching them, to whom Iron immediately decided to approach and talk. Judith remained standing in place and did not even move, which confused Ilya a little, because it seemed to her that she and Brad were friends. Iron already knew that Brad was going to leave the academy, so he wanted to ask the guy what happened that made him make such a decision. Although Brad didn't really want to talk about it, Iron decided not to bother him and said that it could remain between them, because he, like no one else, understood that everyone had their own circumstances. Plus, according to Iron, he was also taking a year off to finish his training and come back, so he understood him perfectly. Even at that moment, Brad cared that Iron would continue to develop his skills, for which he hated himself, because his spirit was broken because of such thoughts. Iron interrupted his thoughts when he decided to tell Brad that he was very grateful to him for the fact that thanks to him, he became confident in something. He talked about how, thanks to Brad, he was once again convinced that he felt alive when he swung his sword. Iron decided not to go into details. He simply said that a year ago a small change had occurred in him, and thanks to it he began to practice fencing. And after that, he decided to enroll in the academy. However, at this academy, he also managed to look back and recognize himself, and thus he realized that he was only able to move forward after meeting all of them here. Brad froze from the overflow of emotions and thoughts inside himself, so much so that he could not say a word. This moment was interrupted by a carriage that arrived to take Brad back home. In the end, he didn't say a word to Iron, just getting into the carriage. But Iron couldn't just let him go, so he decided to shout to Brad one last time that they should become stronger and meet again in the future to measure their strength. Brad locked himself in the carriage and began to cry from the realization that he had lost such friends. But he still didn't dare get out of the carriage and tell them about it. Judith understood that Iron was not in the best condition, so she decided to go up to him and cheer him up a little, saying that they were making some kind of melodrama here. But apparently Iron didn't appreciate this joke, because right after these words he said that he had a feeling that he and Brad would never meet again. After some time, Iron's butler came to take Iron home and saw several girls who, according to Iron, were his friends, with whom they studied together at the academy. Since Iron never had any friends, the butler clearly didn't expect to hear something like this, so he was a little shocked. But then he quickly came to his senses and immediately bowed to these beautiful ladies and said that he was incredibly grateful to them for being next to the master. Iron felt a little ashamed of the butler, so he asked him to quickly get into the carriage and leave. After Iron left, Ilya and Judith were left alone and found themselves in a slightly awkward situation where they had to stand and wait for Ilya to be picked up. Meanwhile, the instructor of the academy could not help but tell the head that the children, on whom so many hopes were placed, had left, and therefore it seemed to him that Kronos should be sad about this. And the old man did not deny it, he really was sad. But Aiden wanted most of all to know what Krona thought about Iron, because he understood that finding his way was an incredibly difficult task. Krona answered him rather unexpectedly, saying that there was no need to worry about this guy, because he was the fourth genius of the continent. The teacher didn't understand what Krona was even saying, but the old man simply continued to talk about how Iron was very different in nature from other geniuses. The director had never seen people like him, so he could only assume that Iron was a genius of diligence. Judith saw Eiley off and felt a little sad because she realized that she was thus alone again. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when Brad put his hand on her shoulder and asked why she was staring at the ground. Did she really see something interesting there? Judith screamed because she thought she was just hallucinating, and she immediately wanted to ask the guy why he came back at all. Brad began to tell that after weighing and thinking it over, he realized that giving up was absolutely not in keeping with the nature of Brad's heir from Lloyd County. And besides, since Iron had left, there was no one to deal with Judith's bad temper. But apparently Judith didn't understand his jokes at all, and therefore continued to swear at him. And Brad at that moment was talking about how Iron once told him that her swearing could be interpreted as a positive assessment if she stuttered while doing it. In the end, they remained at the academy alone, although Judith was not sure that Brad would be taken back. But the guy promised her that he would try to resolve this issue. While they were driving, Iron looked out the window the whole way, and the butler suspected what was going on. Most likely, the guy simply couldn't become an official student of the academy. That's why he was sad. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed something in Iron's hands. However, he definitely didn't expect to see the Lingjie family's platinum plaque, so he immediately wanted to know where the guy got it. Iron reminded the man of the girl with white hair that he had introduced to him. Well, her name was Ilya Lindsay, and it was she who gave it to him. The guy, looking at his butler, understood that judging by his surprise, one could assume that the Lingjie family was much more majestic than he could have imagined. At this rate, they quickly reached the guest house where they would spend the night. Iron immediately entered his room and began to meditate. The butler was so curious to know what the guy was doing there that he tried in every way to eavesdrop, but in the end, he didn't hear a sound. The man walked from side to side and tried to figure out how he would act in this situation, because he assumed that the gentleman was in despair, and that was why he had so hastily locked himself in the room. He understood that if he urgently needed to support him, and for this he needed to find a way to lift the gentleman's spirits, and when he went outside, he immediately turned his attention to the orc. The butler had long heard that orcs could occasionally be found in the northwest, but this one somehow ended up in the south. Moreover, looking closer, they, together with Iron, saw that this was not a simple orc, because there was a pendant with a pentagram on his neck. And also on the arm there was a tattoo characteristic of orcs, who are fortune tellers. At least that's what the butler said. According to him, orc fortune tellers are the most outstanding fortune tellers, and Iron quickly believed it, because he himself had heard several times that just one meeting with an orc can bring great luck. That's why they didn't think long before approaching this orc to have him tell their fortunes. The butler mentally understood that, in truth, orcs are fortune tellers known for saying only good things. So the man decided to bring the guy to them, because it seemed to him that they would help him cheer up the guy. The orc immediately began asking them what they were interested in on this day: love, luck, money. He could tell fortunes on absolutely any topic. But suddenly, he looked at his client and realized that, to begin with, it would be a good idea for him to ask the guy how old he was. More precisely, the ogre wanted to know how many decades the guy had been living in this world, and this kind of question greatly confused the butler. The guy said that he was actually only 16, which the ogre, of course, did not believe, and began to say that even if the guy was telling the truth in his opinion, he would be scooped up into any knightly squad as soon as he applied for membership. And these words began to anger the man even more. The ogre began to tell him that if the guy continued to follow the path of the art of the sword, then what awaited him? But then he did not have time to finish, because the butler began to shout at him at the top of his voice, because he thought that the ogre was simply lying to him. At this point, he believed that they should end this dialogue and asked Iron to leave with him. The guy was about to leave, when suddenly the ogre stopped him and asked him to take a small thing, which, according to him, would help the guy when he had problems. As Iron left, the ogre thought that this guy had definitely not just gained muscle mass. His body itself looked strong and well-built thanks to the movements from practice. But what amazed him even more was the powerful energy that thickly enveloped him. It was because of these thoughts that the ogre did not believe that Iron was really 16 years old, and most of all he wanted him and Iron to meet again. The next day they continued their journey, and before they arrived home, the butler wanted to ask Iron for forgiveness for what happened yesterday, because he didn't know that the orc would turn out to be a charlatan, although the guy assured him that he was not offended, and besides, he didn't hear anything bad. When they started talking about that orc, Iron immediately remembered that he had given him a small piece of paper with a saying written on it, which was that if you stand firmly on your feet, you don't have to be alone. At first, he couldn't figure out what this could mean, but then the thought finally came into his head that apparently that orc didn't just ask Iron how old he really was. He just wanted to know the age of that man from the dreams. At this point, the butler continued to prove to Iron that he actually immediately suspected something was wrong, because in his opinion, the orc immediately expressed himself somehow strangely when he asked the guy about his age, and then immediately began to assert that the guy could become a good knight. And then it dawned on Iron why the man was acting so strangely. so he decided to tell him that in fact he had not failed the exam, but on the contrary, passed it. Moreover, according to Iron, he was officially accepted into the academy, but not right now. And if one could say so, then his admission is conditional, because first he needs to complete one task that the head of the academy gave him. Only in this case, he will be able to return. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the driver of the carriage, who told them that the carriage of the Kiran family was approaching further ahead. The butler immediately looked out and saw for himself that they had somehow managed to meet their main enemies, those who openly insulted Mr. Iron. After which he returned to the carriage and told Iron that the heir, Aaron Karen, and Sir Jack Stewart came out of that carriage, so he immediately wanted to tell Iron that if he was uncomfortable, then he would not mind settling this situation himself. Iron assured him that everything was fine and that he didn't mind going out. And besides, if he didn't do it, it would have been at least impolite. They got out of the carriage and the butler first greeted the heir, Aaron Karen, and Sir Jack Stewart. In response, they heard some not very polite words. At that moment, Aaron looked only at Iron and thought that the little boy had apparently grown up and finally left his room. But still, he already knew that Iron was at the Kron Academy and tried to get there, but apparently he didn't succeed, since they are returning back. After which the guy decided to remark that apparently the academy teaches students well, because when he saw him, he didn't recognize him right away. Iron ignored him and just looked at him silently until he asked the guy if he planned to continue fencing, to which Iron confidently replied that for now, it was part of his plans. Aaron understood that apparently he had no other choice but to do it at home, because Iron, as everyone knows, took up the sword too late. The butler understood perfectly well what this kid was leading to, so at one point all this began to irritate him greatly. But Iron answered confidently, and when he simply had nothing else to say, Iron wanted to know if Aaron had anything else he could add, or if they would end the conversation there. Apparently there wasn't, so Iron decided to turn around and continue his journey, which had already been going on for quite a long time, and so he wanted to get home and rest as soon as possible. The knight who was with Aaron immediately noticed that his prince had carried out a rather stupid provocation, but he was more surprised that the careless prince did not succumb to it so easily. But apparently Aaron wasn't going to end it there, and before they parted, he decided to offer Iron a handshake. He also added that there was an expression, the essence of which was that swordsmen only needed a handshake to understand each other's abilities. Iron immediately made him understand that he was actually hearing about it for the first time. To which Aaron immediately responded that Iron apparently simply lacked knowledge, because the famous swordsman Sir Louis Sogard said so. According to him, in fencing, there is nothing more important than muscle strength. Therefore, he asked Iron to do this so that they could finally check what he was taught there, in that academy. Besides, he, as an older comrade who began to learn the art of the sword 6 years earlier, would be glad to check how much Iron's swordsmanship had grown. He still decided to agree, and as soon as they shook hands, Aaron immediately thought that he had finally managed to do it. Now he was sure that now he would punish Iron for his insolence. Iron began to squeeze his hand as hard as he could at that moment. His smile gradually spread across his entire face, and he was already looking forward to how Iron would make a twisted grimace. However, Iron at this moment continued to stand calmly and did not even move, which angered him even more. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a colossal pressure, although his opponent did not even try to squeeze his hand tighter. Suddenly it dawned on Iron that he needed to squeeze with great force. Therefore, he increased the force with which he began to squeeze his hand, and this was immediately noticeable to Aaron, who almost jumped on the spot from the pain. He decided to immediately remove his hand because it was very difficult to endure this. Iron smiled and asked Aaron for forgiveness for this because he still doesn't quite know how to control his strength. Aaron did not say another word because the thoughts inside him were eating him up, because he could not believe that he had to be the first to unclench the hand of the careless aristocrat. The gentlemen were about to say goodbye to each other when suddenly they were interrupted by the talking cat, who was unhappy that they would really be parting ways at this point. After which this cat added that Iron should definitely hit this guy and not just let him go, about something that simply cannot be, something that defies common sense, something that literally makes you doubt what you saw with your own eyes. People most often call this action magic. At least it made them feel better that they could come up with a name for it. However, if you manage to go into detail, then all this has absolutely no meaning for magic, It is easy to get confused in definitions. After all, in any case, a person uses an invisible force called mana, but magic is a teaching that strictly follows logic and rationality. Then I read the question about how to correctly call situations when they encounter something absolutely incomprehensible. And for this, people invented witchcraft. This is when the laws of nature are completely ignored, which means witchcraft occurs. The butler, seeing this cat, simply could not believe either his ears or his eyes, although this is not surprising because he had certainly never seen a talking cat. Sir Stuart clearly understood that if they got involved with the witch, it would definitely not end well. So he bowed to the witch and said that if there had been any tactlessness on their part, they asked her forgiveness, after which he suggested that they should take their leave now. But this cat didn't care at all about his words, because she wanted to see a fight. After that, the cat stood up on its hind legs and the butler went into shock. And at that moment the witch once again wanted to ask them if there would be a fight. She offered to at least arrange a duel for them, especially since she could easily lend it to them. Sir Stuart immediately began to tell her that she apparently had not understood everything correctly, because the Pereira and Chiron families support each other. Hearing something like that was a complete disappointment for her, because she was hoping for fun. Sir Stuart then turned to the Pereira family to ask their forgiveness for taking up their precious time, but they dare not detain them any longer. At this point, they went their separate ways to their carriages, but now Iron was incredibly interested to know who this cat was and whether she was even human. The butler immediately assured him that he was not really sure, but it seemed to him that she was somehow connected with the heiress Curlia, because they were both sorceresses. After some time, Iron finally arrived home and was duly greeted by his family, who were incredibly happy to see him home. The guy said that the academy recognized his talent, and his father was very surprised by this, but he immediately added that he was incredibly proud of the guy. Ironu was very grateful to him for these words, because he couldn't even believe that his father was telling him that he was proud of him. The father decided to talk about the fact that they met a talking cat on the road. According to the man, it was a witch named Lulu, and then Iron was quite surprised when he found out that the witch was not human. However, according to him, she had human intelligence. And Iron's sister added that this cat was very strong, because just one glance was enough to make everything clear. She was stronger than all the witches that the girl managed to meet in the royal capital. But the most interesting thing was that Lulu came to them about 10 days ago and glanced sideways at Curlia's teacher, but they didn't know who she was, so they sent a person to the Witchcraft Association to check her out. However, in that case, they still believed that the most important thing here was what Curlia herself thought about it. Suddenly, she jumped up from her seat and rather aggressively wanted to know from her brother what he thought about this, to which he replied that he did not really understand this and that what was most important to him was his sister's wishes. She understood this without him, but she noticed that of all of them, only he saw what she was truly capable of. The mother immediately asked her daughter not to put pressure on her brother. Although Kiroya believed that she had done nothing wrong, she had simply found out. Iron hadn't seen it for a long time. This was Curlia's sincere stubbornness, but this time he immediately realized that something had definitely happened, since she was so nervous. And in general, he didn't even understand why the girl got so angry. He came home for the first time in a long time, and this could clearly be postponed. But suddenly he remembered that he had a gift for her, and so he decided that now was probably the perfect moment to give it to the girl. He wasn't entirely sure that she would really like it, but he still gave her this gift, and judging by the girl's expression, she liked it quite a lot. The parents were happy to watch this, because they were able to wait until Iron finally started buying gifts. Carly certainly didn't expect to receive a gift, much less one like this, so she quietly said thank you to the guy, but he didn't hear her, so she had to repeat it and she did it much louder. It seemed like she wasn't thanking him, but just screaming. Sometime before this, Marcus advised the guy to give everyone a gift upon arrival, for which the guy was very grateful to him. Iron wanted to give gifts to his parents as well, but he never got around to it because their conversation was interrupted at one point by that same Lula, who unexpectedly appeared on their table. Curly immediately grabbed the cat and started yelling at it to immediately tell her what it was doing here. In response to these words, Lulu said that now she only had to persuade her older brother. But apparently the girl was not expecting to hear this, which is why she began to get even more angry. Curlia didn't start coddling her and immediately ordered Lulu to tell her what she meant when she said such words. The cat began to tell her that she noticed that it would be easier to get along with her brother than with Curlia, and since she loved him very much, Lulu thought that if she persuaded him, then she would agree too. But after a few seconds, the witch definitely regretted that she told the girl all this, because she began to scream at her at the top of her voice. Curlia didn't stop there and decided to tell Lulu that because of this behavior, she would definitely not become her student now. At this point, their wonderful dinner ended, and Iron went to his room to rest a little. At that moment, he thought that his parents liked his gifts quite a lot. It even seemed to him that he touched them even more than his admission to the academy. He understood that in an ordinary family, such things are probably not uncommon. So when he saw how his parents rejoiced over little things, he felt both happiness and guilt towards them. Therefore, he firmly decided that he would no longer waste his time on trifles as he had done before. Now he was sure that he was simply forbidden to delay in finding his way of the sword, and he must complete this task as quickly as possible. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, which even scared Iron a little, but he allowed him to enter. It was one of the maids who decided to ask the guy if he would go to the training ground tomorrow, to which he immediately gave her the answer that he was going to do it early in the morning, so he asked her to prepare in advance what he asked for. The maid asked him to think about it again, because it took him more than half a month to get here from the academy, and most likely, he didn't even have time to rest properly. But the guy said that in fact everything is exactly the opposite. His hands are literally itching from the fact that he hasn't held a sword in his hands for half a month. Meanwhile, Aaron came to an agreement with his father, who allowed the boy to return to his room. After which, Mr. Viscount called Sir Stuart to him. Viscount Phil Chiron noticed that his son looked rather strange, so he wanted to ask the knight what happened to them on the way to the Pereira estate. Sir Stuart immediately told that on the way back they met the heir of Iron, and when he told this story in full, the Viscount boiled with anger and began to throw everything he saw. He believed that this situation was completely abnormal, and that no one had the right to treat his son like this. Moreover, he immediately began to blame Sir Stuart, whom he considered guilty of all this. Although suddenly the man stopped shouting and began to smile, after which he added that most likely in such a case he simply would not have been able to intervene. But then his scream was heard again throughout the kingdom, and this time he decided to blame everything on Iron, who for some reason had changed. Moreover, according to Stuart, the guy seemed to him to be a completely different person, and it seems that the heir to Iron had learned a lot at the Chrono Academy. Although their families were friends, in fact, Harun Pereira had not been liked by the Viscount for a long time, and the reason for such hatred was that he had luxurious hair, an irresistible appearance, a wife who, if rumors were to be believed, was considered a beauty, and on top of all this, a beautiful daughter who was a sorceress. Moreover, from year to year his fortune only increases, and now the boy, who was once drowned in the mud, suddenly perked up, which the man did not like at all. He thought that it would be much better if Iron continued to rot within four walls. But suddenly his screams and thoughts were interrupted when someone who was sitting in his room said that, in fact, at the moment there was no point in being angry. You just need to pull out the sprout that had appeared, and that would be the end of it. It was Ryan Kieran's proposal. He was the main heir of the Kieran family, moreover. If you believe the guy, he already had a plan. He reminded his father that there would soon be a punitive expedition, so he proposed that when the 6 noble families of the southern part of the Hale Kingdom arrived at the Pereira estate for a meeting of the heads of the family, then it would be possible to wipe their feet on the negligent aristocrat and drive him back into the swamp. The Viscount liked the idea enough that he ordered Stuart out of his office so that he and his son could discuss a detailed plan of how they would do it. The knight understood perfectly well that Iron could very well get into trouble, since a person who was much smarter, more talented, and many times more cold-blooded than the Viscount had entered the game. And all these qualities were instilled in the main heir from childhood, who drew attention to Iron. The next day, early in the morning, several knights went out to the training ground to carry out the training that Irona had assigned them. Although each of them was very unhappy that they had to do something like this at such an early hour, on the other hand, a punitive expedition would soon take place, and if they did not regularly deal with the monsters, then one day they would simply lose. Moreover, one of them had long known that raids on monsters were organized only so that noble families could demonstrate their status. But suddenly their trepidation was interrupted by Iron, who at that moment was already training hard. They immediately approached him to say hello, and also to tell him that they had already heard that the guy had returned yesterday, but they still wanted to know what he was doing on the training ground so early. Iron knew very well that the ordinary soldiers had morning training planned today, but he still decided to work out alone, and he promised that he would definitely not disturb them. The knights immediately began to whisper that since the heir to the throne was here, he had most likely already flown out of the academy, but they still couldn't help but notice how the guy had bulked up quite a bit during this time. One of them decided to lift the disc that Iron had just used to pull himself up, but he was unable to do it because it was too heavy for him. But suddenly, all their conversations were interrupted by Orn Zukran, who was the main knight. He yelled at his people because they apparently came here to have fun and not to train. One of the knights immediately approached him to tell him that they weren't actually having fun here. They just decided to watch the heir's training for a bit. Hearing this, he immediately turned his attention to the horizontal bar, where Iron was indeed, but he could not fully believe that the guy was doing pull-ups with a disc and his technique was quite good. So the knight immediately wanted to know what this guy had been doing for a whole year. Although Orn then came to his senses and said that maybe in their eyes the heir looked incredible, but with his skills, he didn't even stand next to the knights, and wouldn't stand. But Iron at that moment continued to show some incredible things on the horizontal bar, which could not help but distract the knights. One of the knights even decided to joke a little on Orn, telling him that he would hardly be able to repeat what the boy was doing now. This obviously made him angry, so he started yelling at them and telling them that they had let themselves go too much, and that now he would do everything to make sure that they had a normal training session. Iron, after some time, took the sword in his hands and decided to work with it a little, when suddenly he noticed a rather familiar cat. It was Lulu, who was sitting quietly on the porch and washing herself. Irona understood that she was clearly not here for nothing, and perhaps she even came here to persuade him, to influence Curlew. But he immediately decided that he would not pay attention to her, because he needed to concentrate on training, and the rest should not bother him. Iron clearly realized that in order to find his own path with the sword, it was time for him to stop repeating the swings of the man he had dreamed of, and it was time for him to start practicing the techniques he had learned at the academy. A week later, Iron continued to train, and all the knights simply could not comprehend how he could run faster than all of them, while maintaining even breathing and not sweating. But they didn't hide it from him. Practically every training session they told him that he had become significantly more resilient. One of the knights noted that they had already finished training, and they offered him to leave with them, but the guy noted that he would not mind staying here a little longer. In the boy's head were thoughts about his friends, whom he considered amazing guys who endured the brutal training at the academy without any help. But he still couldn't concentrate completely, and the whole thing was that Lulu had been watching his training for a week. So every day the guy became more and more interested in finding out what was on her mind. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by one of the knights, who wanted to warn Iron that, according to legend, that cat brings bad luck. Moreover, they even say that it is cursed. Hearing about this, it finally dawned on Iron why the soldiers avoided her. It was all because of the bad gossip about her. The butler decided to visit Iron and came to the training ground, but before he could speak to the boy, he saw an interesting picture. Iron stood next to Lulu and told her that she said last time that she wanted to convince him, so he wanted to ask her why she didn't even come to talk to him. Lulu smiled and answered the guy that she really liked Curlew. She was an interesting person, but Irona was an incredibly boring boulder for her. The guy definitely didn't expect to hear something like that from her. It sounded pretty rude to him, so he asked her to express herself a little more softly towards him. But she seemed not to hear these words, and at one point simply interrupted him in order to say that she had a small gift for him. Iron didn't really understand why she decided to give him something, but she assured him that it didn't matter at all at the moment, especially since she was going to just give this thing away. But since the guy approached her himself, she decided to give this thing to him, and in return she still asked him to talk to Curlew. At that moment, the butler intervened in their dialogue, who immediately understood that this was not just a ball, but a cat's eye, an incredibly rare artifact. According to Marcus, this is not just a rare thing, it is also very expensive, so much so that you can buy a quarter of the Pereira estate for it. Lulu was glad that the man appeared, because all these words played only in her favor. But before accepting this thing, Iron wanted to know from her why she was suddenly ready to part with such a valuable thing. Was it really all for the sake of Curlew becoming her student? Lulu immediately noted that for her, this is a rather piquant question, but the answer is quite simple. She is ready to part with this thing just like that. As she already said, she would have given it away just like that anyway. Iron interpreted these words as meaning that she simply had no reason to give him this stone and that she was really doing it just like that. Lulu noted that she simply liked Curlia very much, and that was all. So she believed that in this case, no reason was necessarily needed. Marcus immediately noted that he actually understood Lulu, but he still thought that bribing her with such a treasure was a bit too much. Lulu immediately began to look at him with anger because even though she was an ordinary cat, she still understood the value of money perfectly well, and this meant that she realized how much this ball cost. And during her life, she realized that people by their nature are greedy for gold and precious stones, but in her opinion, there are much more valuable things in this world. For example, a wooden ball that gives off a simply wonderful aroma, according to her, exactly the same ball can no longer be obtained anywhere. So Lulu would not exchange this ball, even for a dozen cat eyes. And this is not the only example. She also had a foxtail in her collection, and her memories are connected with it before she learned witchcraft. And she also had a soft toy that her friend, the same stray cat, gave her. In other words, she believed that it was precisely such things that were the real treasure, and not these cat eyes and the like. Marcus, although he agreed with her, clearly thought differently. Iron at that moment thought that all this was so unusual, and he definitely would not have guessed what the secret was. So it turns out that in the relationship with Curlia, there is also value that cannot be bought for money. In general, he decided that Lulu is a good cat that can be trusted. Lula finished her monologue and once again asked Iron to take this stone and praise her Curlia as best as possible. Iron immediately told her that, unfortunately, he could not accept her gift, which greatly surprised Lulu, after which she repeated to him once again that this thing was very expensive and he had better accept it. But the guy assured her that it was enough for him that she told him things that meant much more to him than money. Lulu didn't even know what to answer him to these words, but the guy suddenly added to her that he was going to tell Curlia not what she ordered, but what he saw and felt after meeting her. Lulu immediately answered him that she doubted the words he said about Curlia, so she thought that she could attract him with a pebble, but in the end, even that didn't work out for her. Although she asked him not to get cocky, because in her opinion, this does not change the fact that he is a simpleton, and besides, she plans to visit them often. The next day, Iron and Lulu met under very strange circumstances, because Lulu was screaming at the top of her voice that they were in trouble, and he urgently had to run after her. After which she ran away, and when Iron finally caught up with her, it turned out that she just wanted him to stay with her while she ate. Iron was initially confused by what she considered to be a problem, but then he sat down next to her and waited for Lulu to eat, because according to her, she gets very restless when there is no one around during meals. The next day, history repeated itself, but this time Iron did not react so violently and simply calmly wanted to ask Lulu what happened this time. The thing was that Lulu really wanted to know what that cat lying on her belly was thinking about. But the guy didn't know, and he became interested in finding out from Lulu. But as it turned out, she brought him here so that he would answer her this question, because she also didn't know, and in general, she didn't quite understand why he was answering her question with a question. Iron thought that she knew what this cat was thinking, so she called him to tell her. But it turned out that she didn't even know about it, and in general she was surprised that he thought so. The guy found this very funny, but Lulu didn't understand at all why he suddenly started laughing. Iron found it funny until he remembered the words of Crone, who told him that he had exactly 1 year to understand who he was and what he wanted from this world. These words affected him quite quickly, so he immediately broke away and went for his sword. He came to the training court with the thought that today was definitely not the day when he should do nonsense, because he needed to find his way of the sword as quickly as possible. Although it seemed to him that after leaving the academy, he had completely lost it and now did not understand anything at all. Iron began to actively train again, and at that moment was trying to figure out what to do now. But in the end, it all ended with him simply repeating the same thing as that man, which made the guy sad. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lulu, who, out of the blue, wanted to ask the guy if he had tried to study witchcraft. Iron didn't quite understand why he was doing this at all, but instead of answering this question, Lulu suddenly invited him to become her student. At this moment, Iron felt incredible pressure, which made him unable to even say a word. Looking at Lulu, he immediately understood that she had changed very much in one moment and had become different from what she had been before. The guy was lost in some kind of fog, and Lulu at that moment continued to offer him to become her student, so that they could go together to the cheerful world of sorcerers. The oppressive energy disappeared and the guy came to his senses again, after which he immediately refused Lulu's offer, arguing that he simply did not want to, and besides, he was definitely not a sorcerer, but a swordsman. Lulu thought that this was not a problem at all, because he could easily start learning from her, and sooner or later he would definitely learn this art. But the guy believed that even if he wanted to, he still wouldn't be able to master it, even if he really wanted to, although Lulu thought that he was stupid, because in fact, no one is more suitable for witchcraft than a swordsman with a strong will, and in her opinion, there is a high probability that he will discover an ability in himself that will make his sword better. And in order to explain to the guy what she means, first, she would like to ask him if he knows how swordsmen, sorcerers, and magicians differ from each other. The guy didn't know this, or pretended not to know. So Lulu began to tell him that all martial arts masters, including swordsmen, focus on their physical body, which is also the inner space. By tirelessly training and tempering the body, they acquire a mysterious power called aura. Magicians, on the contrary, concentrate on the external environment, which is the outer space. Their goal is to analyze the mystical power, mana, which permeates the universe, and also to understand the laws and principles of the world. But people most often call sorcerers creatures who are stubborn about the order of things. Although in reality, sorcerers are eager to make the impossible possible, because they are stunning creatures who ignore common sense and worldly logic, and can also make things materialize that they desire. That's who sorcerers are. Lulu told Iron that they were used to being called stubborn, and although she didn't agree with it, to some extent, it was still true. In other words, she wanted the guy to remember that a powerful will that is capable of realizing even the most absurd desires, for example, changing the world alone, and an unsurpassed spirit that an ordinary person cannot even imagine. Unlike ordinary people, the indicators of soul strength are the basis of the power of sorcerers. And what about its perpendicular section? She can say this. She clearly felt in the blow an incredibly strong will, which spoke only of the desire at any cost to cut through anything. In other words, she wanted to say that his will was more than enough to awaken, even with minimal help, the magic that would also benefit the sword. But Iron still decided to say that he most likely won't be able to do this, and Lula was already tired of proving something to him, and therefore simply decided to find out what the problem was. The guy told her that he actually wanted to try to learn witchcraft, but the thing was that with this sword, he couldn't allow that. It was hard for him to explain this. All he could tell her was that this sword, roughly speaking, did not belong to him, thereby confusing Lulu even more. But suddenly, having finished these words, the guy had an epiphany. It seemed to him that Lulu might actually be able to reveal the secret of his dream. To begin with, he still tried to explain to Lulu in more detail what he felt. As it turned out, she had heard that this had happened to several people, when the soul, memory, and character of a completely different creature was imposed on them. But she immediately noticed that each of the situations was not identical, but it seemed to her that this would not interfere with the study of witchcraft. Iron heard this and thought that in fact, she had only seen the section once and had reacted positively, so he thought that the man's technique was truly charming. But in the end, he still said that his answer was no. According to him, he just didn't want to awaken the witchcraft by the will of another person. And here Lula barely restrained herself from yelling at the guy, because she would like them to try to do this, at least once. According to the guy, first of all, he would like to find his own sword. After these words, the guy thought about the fact that, in fact, where he came from, there he returned, which could not help but upset him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lulu, who saw how sad her student was, and therefore thought that it was time for her to give him advice, although the guy repeated to her once again that he refused to be a sorcerer. But she assured him that there was something he apparently didn't understand, for example, that up until now, his actions had not been an indicator of effort. If we believe what she says, then these were not efforts, but futile efforts, to put it more harshly and crudely. As a result, the guy returned to his room and thought about the fact that Lulu had actually confused him even more, and now he didn't understand at all which way he should move. Marcus suddenly visited his room to find out if there was a witch named Lulu in Iron's room, and when the guy said that she was not here, the butler decided to tell the guy that he had two pieces of news for the guy. The first was about the upcoming punitive expedition. He told the guy that in a few days a meeting would be held in their estate about this and the owner would make an announcement. The second news was about Mrs. Lulu. Marcus was very worried about Iron, so he decided to tell the guy that there were a lot of bad rumors about Lulu. For example, about how she joined the Oracle Witchcraft Guild, which is in the east of the continent. But immediately after she left, the community fell apart. And also because of an accident, the second son of the feudal estate Ziakal, where Lulu stayed for a while, lost his life, and the large trading organization Barbani saw its business decline after they let a cat in. Immediately after the man's words, the guy wanted to know if these were confirmed rumors, and Marcus immediately assured him that everything that happened in the Oracle, the Ziakal and Barbani estates, was the pure truth. The guy asked the question differently, and it turned out that it was only known that she had been in all these places, but no one had been able to prove that she was the one responsible for these troubles. Iron tried to say that maybe in that case it wasn't Lulu, but he was immediately interrupted by Marcus, who wanted to tell the guy that he understood him perfectly well. That perhaps people simply mixed stories from life with superstitions about a black cat, and the rumors were unfounded, and perhaps she personally did nothing. However, he only asked him to think about whether it was necessary for him, in his position, to take such a risk. At this point, the man finished and left, and Iron remembered his own words when he said that he would evaluate Lul the way he saw and felt himself. And at the moment, it seemed to him that she did not have such a bad character as to harm someone. He also believed that she was quite unusual and a little different from people, but she definitely had her positive sides. At least that was the guy's opinion, and it was him that he would tell his sister Curlia, without bringing up any rumors. But suddenly he heard a voice from under the bed, which wanted to know from the guy what would happen if something bad happened to Curlia, and she was next to her. Iron guessed that Lulu had been under his bed all this time, but before answering her question, he decided to check with her if what Marcus had said was true. She immediately crawled out from under the bed and assured him that in fact everything was just like that, but it wasn't her doing. She was just having fun, and two bad old men in the Oracle got into a fight, which is why the tower blew up. In Barbani, the owner's children fought, and the same thing happened in the Ziakal estate. Iron understood that either this was just a series of coincidences, or Lulu was lying, however, that one option or the other was very dangerous, and it would be stupid to lean towards either of them. So to begin with, he decided to assure her that as long as they were friends, nothing would happen to him. Although Lulu herself was no longer sure of this, because she had already become accustomed to being called a black cat, which promises bad luck. Iron assured her that in fact, there were a lot of rumors about him too, but that didn't mean that all of it was true. In this way, he wanted to tell her that they were quite similar in this regard. Of course, he didn't say that he had never made a mistake, but he would evaluate it the way his heart and mind tell him, and if he fails, then he will think about what to do. Lulu hadn't heard such words for a long time. Iron knew that the people around him would be a little worried, but he immediately promised her that he would slowly dispel their worries. While the guy was talking there, Lulu took out her small purse again and told the guy that she had a gift for him. She took out a huge ball, and according to her, this thing is very expensive, and it is 100 times better than a cat's eye. So she asked him to accept this small bribe and tell everyone that it is actually not bad. After which, she immediately ran away, and Iron didn't even have time to tell her that he doesn't take bribes at all. But on the other hand, the guy understood that this was one of Lulu's valuable treasures, which was simply nice to realize. The only thing that bothered him was that this ball was somehow too huge. The next day, Iron finally decided that he would take part in the upcoming punitive expedition. The father asked the boy to think about it carefully, because this was not some kind of festival. But according to Iron, he had already thought everything through carefully and had definitely decided that he wanted to participate. The man wanted to make sure that the boy really understood what he was agreeing to, so he told him again that on the punitive expedition, he would have to fight not with monsters, but with other families, which, in his opinion, could be much more unpleasant and burdensome than the guy could imagine, so the man wanted to ask the guy again if he really wanted to participate. Iron did not change his mind after these words, and assured his father that he wanted to do everything possible to ensure that everything worked out for him. A week later, Viscount Karen arrived at their castle, and as soon as he saw Iron, he immediately began to compliment him, although mentally he was ready to tear this guy into small pieces. Irona recalled the words of Marcus, who asked his master to remember only one thing, which was that it would be better if he kept in mind that there was no family that would be friendly towards them. He decided to tell a little about each family separately. With Bauer and Fried, they communicate without conflicts, but he couldn't help but notice that their friendship wasn't strong enough to trust them. Families that openly dislike the Pereiras are Lester and Russell, and of course, this meeting could not have happened without the Chirons, who, although they did not openly hate the Pereira family, were still the most insidious and dangerous of them all. In particular, Macruz asked Iron to be wary of Phil Chiron, since the Pereira family has not gotten along with him for a long time. After some time, a small banquet began to celebrate the beginning of the festival, and Iron's father raised his glass and thanked all the guests for taking the time to ensure the safety of the southern trade route, and he also proposed to drink to the prosperity and peace of the 6 noble families of the South. Iron was no exception and decided to support his father, so he also started drinking. The guy didn't like the drink they were drinking right away, so all he could do was hope that he definitely didn't need to drink at all. Suddenly, the guy noticed that absolutely everyone at the table, without exception, was staring at the guy. Iron immediately assumed that he must have made some kind of mistake, since everyone suddenly paid attention to him. His thoughts were interrupted by Phil Chiron, who laughed at the guy and finally said that Iron was actually holding the glass a little incorrectly. According to him, white wine is very sensitive to temperature, so if you hold the glass this way, the warmth of your palm is transferred to the wine. And to do this correctly, you need to grab the thin part, that is, the stem of the glass. Iron felt a little awkward, because no one taught him this, so he asked for forgiveness. But according to Phil, this happens to everyone, and he asked him to correct himself and take the glass correctly. The guy seemed to have corrected the position of the glass in his hand, but according to the man, he still does it incorrectly, because he still needs to stick out his little finger. Iron didn't know what he was talking about, so Phil Chiron had to explain that when condiments were very expensive, to avoid wastage, people would scoop them up with their thumb and little finger, but when they lifted the glass with their whole palm, the fingers would become damp and the condiments would often be wasted. After which the man added that he, of course, understood that at a guy's age they wouldn't worry about such things, but it still seemed to him that, being an aristocrat, he simply needed to know the rules of etiquette at the table. The other heads of families supported Chiron, saying that this was the difference between aristocrats and commoners. But Phil Chiron noticed that they had slightly distorted what he wanted to convey, after which he asked Father Chiron not to misunderstand him. The man immediately noted that he had no misunderstandings, because he understood everything perfectly. The performance of the Chiron family did not end there, because immediately after these words, Phil decided to clarify with his son whether he had listened to the symphonies that he had recommended to him, to which Aaron responded rather quickly, saying that he had listened to everything and especially liked the second composition. The head of the Lester family was glad to hear that Aaron also had excellent knowledge of music, after which he decided to ask Iron what kind of music he listened to. The guy told them that he actually didn't have any favorite music, which upset them a little, because they were sure that the guy should understand such things. Even if he was at the academy, it still didn't justify him. According to them, every aristocrat must have a minimum erudition that will help support any conversation. This is very important for the future successor to the throne. But then he immediately smiled and began to tell Iron that he was actually just joking and that he shouldn't take these words to heart. At that moment, Aaron sat and smiled. He was so pleased to watch how they all tried to humiliate the guy. He believed that at this rate, the guy would finally understand that he didn't even have a basic education and that all of this was the result of his laziness and ignorance. In other words, he had thoughts in his head that the moment would soon come when they would be able to expose the irresponsibility of Baron Pereira, who had neglected Iron all this time. Iron himself, at that moment, began to shake with fear, because it seemed to him that everything he was doing was all wrong, which is why his father paid attention to him. At one point, he decided that it would be better for him to leave, so he told his father that he was not feeling well, so if his father did not mind, then he would go away for a short time. He left the room where the dinner was, and at some point he started running. At that moment, in his head there were only thoughts about the fact that he had run away again, although he was almost sure that he had become much more confident. Iron really wanted to believe that he could stand up to others, but in the end, he couldn't even imagine what pain his father had to endure and how bad it was for Curlia and her mother. And at that moment he was just lying in bed and doing nothing, for which the guy blamed himself very much, saying that he was an incredibly bad son. He immediately took the sword in his hands and began to train, although at some point this upset him even more, because he remembered that he could not even find his own path and was copying the life of the one he dreamed of. He remembered the day when he spoke to Lulu, and she explained to him what wasted effort was. According to Lulu, cruelly exploiting your body physically is not an effort because in her opinion, to achieve a goal, you need to use it both physically and spiritually, and this is the essence of real effort. In other words, she wanted to tell him that it was important for him to use both body and soul, that great actions must be supported by a great soul. And when she told him about all this, Lulu wanted to ask the guy if he thought he had tried hard enough spiritually. Remembering this conversation, Iron simply could not answer this question, because he himself did not understand anything. Suddenly, he heard familiar voices coming from behind him, discussing the guy's stance. It was Lester's family, Kevin and Caesar, who noticed that waiting for adults to talk was very boring, so they came here to offer the guy a little fight between themselves. Baron Russell's heir, Martin, decided to ask Iron to answer a little faster because they had already realized that he couldn't hold a glass of wine, and now they wanted to check what he could do with a sword. Although right after that he said that a year of study, even at the Kronos Academy, was clearly not enough for their careless aristocrat to learn at least something. These words made the guy even more angry, causing him to look at them angrily and say that they could attack them if they wanted to test his skills so badly. This phrase of the guy stunned the guys. Their faces changed, and there were no more smiles on their faces. However, one of the Lester family decided that he would have no problem fighting Iron, since the guy decided that he was already a great swordsman. Taking the sword in his hands, he immediately thought about the fact that he hadn't actually picked up a sword for about a year. But on the other hand, before that he had been training almost his entire life. But his opponent, on the contrary, had only been training for a year, so he was more than confident of his victory. But he immediately decided for himself that he did not want to get by with just one victory, and he needed to do everything possible to make Iron taste shame. Kevin said he was ready to fight and to test how much Iron's skills had grown during this time. Before he could finish saying that he was completely ready for battle, Iron jumped up and dealt the first blow to him. The result of such a quick attack was that he managed to knock Kevin's sword out of his hands, which was incredibly unexpected for him. Roughly speaking, this was the end of the fight, because Kevin no longer had a weapon with which he could continue. Iron didn't stop there and asked the other two guys who were watching who they wanted to be his next opponent, but suddenly his words were interrupted by Kevin, who shouted that this fight was unfair and did not count. He argued that they had not announced the start of the duel, and Iron had attacked from under the Tashka, thereby breaking the rules. Iron didn't argue with him, and suggested that Kevin pick up his sword and start their fight again. Only this time, he would wait until they started the fight and would not attack in advance. Russell's heir intervened in their conversation, raising Kevin up and telling him that he would fight Iron in his place. Kevin tried to argue with him, but this guy looked at him with such a look that all his questions disappeared at one moment, and he decided to step aside. Martin came right up to Iron and told him that it would be easier for him when he personally fought the guy and defeated him. Lester's heirs began to laugh, because they understood that Martin would now punish the impudent man who dared to challenge them, and then even fought with Kevin against the rules. They were so confident in Martin's victory, if only for the reason that they have different equipment. Russell's successor is much larger than Iron. A few minutes later, the fight with this self-confident Martin began. He immediately went on the attack, and was already thinking in his mind that Iron would definitely not win, and no matter what block he put up, the guy would still break through him with his attack. The Leicester heirs were so pleased that Martin was attacking Iron so well, they couldn't wait for the moment when the guy would smear him and trample him to smithereens. However, no matter how hard Martin tried, his attacks were not effective. Iron easily repelled each of them, and it was clear that he was not even straining himself. At one point in the fight, Martin noticed that it was becoming too difficult for him to block Iron's attacks, and this was apparently due to the fact that he had been swinging too hard and attacking too often before. But that wasn't the worst thing that could happen, because Iron went on to start attacking him himself. Martin tried so hard to fight off Iron's attacks that his hands turned red from fatigue at one point and eventually began to shake. Iron immediately noticed that Martin had fear in his eyes, so he decided to ask him why he suddenly stopped attacking. Was something really wrong? Martin understood that his strength was already exhausted, and he could not overcome it anymore. He had clearly lost this fight. But Iron believed that he couldn't just let this guy go, so he decided to end this fight. At the last moment, Iron stopped because he heard the voice of Aaron Caron, who asked them to stop, because it was already clear who of them had won. After which, his older brother noted that Iron was really cool and had become much stronger, and since he had grown so much, maybe he would want to fight him too. But he didn't want to do it with training swords. His offer was only valid if they fought with real swords. Iron was incredibly confident in himself at that moment, so he didn't think long before agreeing to this offer. Aaron's brother didn't quite understand where Iron got so much confidence to agree to a duel with real swords. He had only one guess that after studying at the academy for only 1 year, he had become seriously bolder. Well, if that's the case, then he wouldn't be at all against leaving a large scar on Iron's face, which would remind him that he needs to behave a little more quietly. Before the fight, he told Iron that he didn't mind letting him attack first, since he had started learning the art of the sword earlier, and in his opinion, it would be right and fair. Iron simply remained silent in response, and Kieran suggested that Iron wanted him to start first. But before he could finish speaking, Iron interrupted him and said that he agreed to start first. This made the guy's opponent happy, after which he added that he couldn't even imagine that the day would come when they would duel each other, which is why he had a rather strange feeling inside. And apparently he had these feelings because the Iron he knew was a worthless coward. Iron didn't listen to him at all at that moment. He just closed his eyes and began to concentrate. The other guys didn't understand what he was doing at all, and why he closed his eyes. Was he really trying to laugh at them in this way? But at one point he did open them, but the previous Iron had definitely disappeared somewhere, because an incredibly huge energy began to concentrate around him. Aaron's brother himself did not understand how he ended up near the wall, and his body at that moment was trembling with fear. Thoughts appeared in his head that he was probably afraid of the careless aristocrat, so he moved away, but for him this was in the realm of fantasy. But then he collected his thoughts and decided that this was just ridiculous. He was sure that he could deal with Iron in just 2 hits. But as soon as he took a step forward to attack, suddenly his sword crumbled into pieces. None of the spectators could simply believe that Aaron's brother could lose this battle. The guy himself looked at his cut sword for a long time and did not understand what had just happened. He had no idea how Iron had managed to do this, since they hadn't even crossed swords. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the voice of his father, who entered the training ground. He was not alone, but together with all the elders, who immediately realized that the guys had apparently decided to have a small duel here. But when he looked more closely, the smile immediately disappeared from his face. After all, in the center stood his eldest son, Ryan, whose sword was broken, and although the man guessed what the reason might be, he still asked the guy again. His worst thoughts came true. Ryan finally found the courage to admit that he simply lost the duel to Iron. Iron's father, hearing this, was more surprised than the others, although he knew that his son had been accepted into the Krona Academy. But looking at his son, he still couldn't believe that he could defeat Ryan, because he was not just an opponent who couldn't be defeated just like that. Ryan almost cried at that moment. He just didn't understand what to do next and how to act correctly to get out of this situation. But then the thought came into his head that he just needed to act as confident as possible. Then everyone would think that it was just an accident. He handed his broken sword to Sir Stuart and kept thinking that he should speak as if nothing serious had happened. So he started by saying that Iron's skills were surprisingly great, according to Ryan. From an attack from more than 5 meters, his sword simply broke in 2. His father immediately understood what his son was up to, so he decided to support him and started laughing at Ryan, because they always knew that Iron was capable, especially since he studied at the Kronos Academy for a year, so it was obvious that he was not suitable as an opponent. Chief Lester supported this dialogue and said that if this is true, then this is simply a colossal happiness for the Southern Union. According to him, this simply amazing progress of Iron will undoubtedly bring great benefit to the punitive expedition. That evening when Ryan and his father were alone, their true emotions finally showed on their faces. And right after that, the father decided to tell his son that he simply couldn't believe that he had managed to raise Pereira's fighting spirit, deliberately losing the duel. According to him, they could have distanced themselves from the Pereira family, but fortunately everything went well, although Ryan understood that his father didn't know all the details. Phil Kieran also decided to add to his son that he should be careful in the future, because it seems to him that in the future he will not be able to turn a blind eye to his unauthorized changes to their general plan. After this conversation, Ryan ordered Sir Stuart, upon returning home, to call 3 or even 5 of the pupil soldiers. Iron, meanwhile, also talked with his father, who continued to tell the boy that he actually might not take part, since the punitive expedition was not such an important event for him as, for example, officially becoming a student of the Kronos Academy. But the guy apparently had already decided for himself how he would act next, so he repeated to his father once again that he would definitely take part in this expedition, after which he added that, in fact, he understood his experiences, so he decided to fill in the gaps that caused them. He was going to do everything he could to eliminate any concerns in the remaining 3 weeks, and if after that he didn't believe in it, he would refuse to participate. The man listened to his son very attentively, and at one point realized that arguing with him was simply useless. Next to the father's office, there was Curlia and her mother, who heard perfectly well what Iron and the father were talking about. So Curlia was a little worried that everything would be okay, because it was really dangerous. But her mother immediately calmed her down and said that everything would definitely be fine, because her brother was a great guy. He was trying his best, so they just had to believe in him a little. Iron, immediately after talking with his father, returned to his usual training and did all this with the thought that from this moment on, he would never again shift responsibility to his family. Now everything would be completely different. He was going to do everything possible so that they would no longer have to face disrespect because of him. He was no longer going to watch them have to hold back their anger and be sad because of him. When suddenly he stopped and wanted to ask Lulu what she thought now, did his actions look like futile efforts? She happily told him that she now saw that he was really trying. But the guy definitely wasn't going to stop training with the sword. He wanted her to quickly teach him the basics of witchcraft, and for this, he would do everything she told him. In response to his words, she assured him that there was no need to rush. She would teach him, although it would definitely not be today. She thought that now it would be better for the guy to calm down and come to his senses. She didn't know what had happened to him, but it seemed to her that now it would be better to just rest, and from tomorrow she wouldn't mind starting. The guy agreed with her, and the next day they met again. Iron immediately told her that he relied on her very much. He also added that no one would definitely come to this site because he asked his father to limit entry. But the seriousness of this moment was interrupted by Lulu when she put on her glasses. She believed that the teacher's outfit was a very important thing, because such little things allow you to build a different way of thinking. As she already said, the spirit is important in witchcraft. According to her, it is not enough to just want. You need to turn the desire into reality, for example, his great desire to protect the family. It will definitely suit this. Right after that, she told him that the easiest way to make a cherished desire stronger is to use superstition. She explained to him that this was something like rumors without logical basis, however. There must be faith in something, because in witchcraft, faith is above all. Lulu immediately told the guy that no matter how absurd the wish was, the more sincerely he believed in it, the more powerful the magical power became. Just as, for example, primitive people revered the sun and huge stones as gods, and said that through the offering, they wanted to fulfill their cherished desires. They used the most unshakable method of faith, that is religion. Taking a sacrifice as payment, it is quite an effective method. However, it is better to bypass it, because in this case, the devil will hear it, rather than attract the power of mystical witchcraft. As for Iron, she believed that the best approach for him was training with a sword and concentrating on his strong, cherished desire. Immediately after this, she immediately ordered the guy to start training, which he did without any problems. Iron felt like he was just continuing his sword training at the moment, though Lulu assured him that it wasn't quite the same training as he had. Then Lula offered to make a contract with him, which he would have to fulfill, no matter how much it cost the guy. The essence of this agreement was that Iron had to make 1,000 swings every day, putting his soul into each one. He was obliged to practice day after day with a serious spiritual attitude, thinking about what needed to be done to move forward. She also didn't forget to tell him that this feeling was similar to the superstition she had told him about earlier. If you just train with a sword every single day, it's not a fact that he will reach the desired level. However, she believed that when he would repeat actions time after time that were tied to his cherished desire, his faith, that is, his strength of spirit, would become stronger. It would increase with each passing day. In other words, she asked him to abandon his previous approach and try to train with a strong spiritual attitude, and Iron completely agreed with her. At one point he realized that he apparently did not need to make a powerful swing while using all his strength. But on the other hand, it seemed to him that it would not be superfluous if he put into this blow a feeling of love for his family, and thus, with each blow, repent what a fool he had been in the past. At that moment, there was real chaos in his head. The guy didn't even know what to do or what to think about when he was delivering these blows. There was even an idea to ask to endow him with such outstanding mastery of the art of the sword that he and his family would never again receive contempt addressed to them. Lulu, looking at all this, thought that at this stage it was enough for the guy to simply start thinking. After all, she understood that if Iron continued to try hard, then she was more than confident that he would awaken the power within himself. Lulu didn't deny the fact that awakening witchcraft through effort might sound a bit ridiculous, but she still thought that it would suit the current Iron perfectly. Thus, day after day passed, and Iron continued to train hard until the very night. About 10 days passed, and one day the guy started thinking about whether he was doing everything right, because he didn't see any progress yet. Suddenly, his thoughts on this matter were interrupted by Lulu, who wanted to tell the guy that he makes a boiling soul cool down and a stone heart crumble like grains of sand. He didn't quite understand why she was telling him all this, but she tried to explain to him that doubts and self-doubt are normal feelings when a person is moving towards something new, because the soul cannot always remain constant. Lulu warned him that his fiery will would definitely start to fade over time, and as his body became heavier, more and more random thoughts would accumulate in his head, and at such times, they usually flowed in a negative direction. That's why she wanted to tell him that in such a situation, they would need to act not alone, but together. When the moment comes when he stops believing in himself, he will need to believe in the person who believes in him. And when the moment comes when that person suddenly becomes hard, then Iron will need to repay him with the faith he received. That was the truth that Lulu tried to convey to him. After all, in this way, she was confident that their union would allow them to move forward more confidently. But suddenly the guy interrupted her monologue and told her that in his opinion, no one believed in him. Lulu definitely didn't expect to hear this, so she immediately wanted to ask the guy why he thought so. Iron explained all this by saying that he was just a coward who did nothing but dodge everything and run away, so he believed that no one would be able to believe in him. Lulu quickly resolved this issue by saying that she believed in Iron. He turned to her, and she immediately reminded the guy of how she once told him that he was as boring as hundreds of stones in the valley. So now she admits that she was wrong then, because even in the field there are stones that are distinguished by their strength and beauty. It seemed to her that there would be many people who would like these stones. She of course understood that this was not quite what he expected after all. She was a cat, not a human. However, according to her, there were many people who loved him next to him, so the only thing he can do now is take his time and not make categorical statements. At this point, she decided to end the lesson today. His homework this time was simple, and at the same time difficult. She wanted him to think about everything carefully in his room. At this point, they finished this training, and Erona went to his room, where he really thought for quite a long time about what kind of person he has who truly believes in him. In his head, he listed his mother, father, Kirliu, who had been waiting for more than 10 years for the moment when he would finally come to his senses. If it weren't for his family's faith, he wouldn't have had the will to even pick up a sword and would have remained in his bed for the rest of his life. He also did not forget about his friends. The head of the academy, instructors, Lulu, they all believed in him. The guy began to think about whether he could become someone who could give faith to other people, because he would really like to achieve such a result. Kirlia, sitting in the reading room, suddenly felt an incredibly strong magical energy. She immediately ran into her brother's room, where she saw Lulu, who certainly didn't expect Kirlia to enter at such an awkward moment. The girl saw that something strange was happening to the guy, and she immediately wanted to ask Lulu what she had done to him, but the cat asked her to calm down, because in fact, Iron had simply awakened a magical power. She ran closer in surprise and began to examine him, because she had never heard that one could awaken the force. Kirlia was very angry, so she ordered Lulu to lay out everything she had just done to him. The cat began to tell with danger that Iron had penetrated deep into his own soul in order to fulfill his cherished desire. According to her, this is the most suitable place for the fulfillment of desires, where no one will penetrate or interfere. She also added that Iron will continue training until he achieves a satisfactory result, and he will most likely return immediately after receiving the results. But when exactly this would happen, she unfortunately did not know. It could be tomorrow, or it could be in a month, or even in a year. Kirlia immediately thought that Lulu had simply brought her curse upon him, so she begged him to return to them, but he did not hear her. Iron, meanwhile, found himself in a completely different world, which was so strange to him because the guy didn't even have a rough idea of where he was. But then he saw a familiar silhouette of a man, and immediately thought that he was in that very dream where the man was swinging a sword. Iron immediately noticed that the man continued to do as he did in the guy's dream. Nothing had changed since then. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted when he noticed how the man suddenly turned around and looked at him. Everything inside Iron clenched. He was scared and interested at the same time. The man had eyes the same color as Iron's, and it was with them that he looked at the guy. At one point, an incredibly huge mass of energy began to emanate around this man. The guy did not take his eyes off her and wanted to know what would happen next. But he still had to interrupt his thoughts when this energy, like chains, grabbed his hands and began to drag the guy along with it. This was the last thing he saw before waking up from this nightmare. The guy still didn't understand what was happening. He began to get up carefully, and the first thing he noticed was that his bed had become somehow too hard. But when he fully opened his eyes, he finally noticed that he was actually on the ground and that he was wearing completely different clothes. It seemed to him that he was still in a dream, but everything around him looked so real that the guy did not fully believe that it could be a dream. The man who stood in front of him disappeared, and the guy began to think only about what had happened, because something like this had never happened to him. He turned around and saw the same huge sword that he had seen all this time in his dreams. There was a void in Iron's head that simply couldn't be explained in words. He had only one guess. All this is the same witchcraft that the guy heard so much about from Lulu. Iron felt like he had finally managed to awaken that magic, so he quickly headed towards the sword to check it out. He understood that if this place was created based on his cherished desire, then he was now essentially on a training field, and he couldn't help but like it, because this was a place where no one could interfere with him in any way. A place that is essentially intended only for him alone. Now he will be able to train as much as he needs to in order to achieve the results he wants. Iron now had no doubt that thanks to this place, he would finally be able to find his path of the sword. He was so focused on his training that he didn't even notice how it got dark around him, and that it was probably time to go and rest. But just when he decided it was time to leave, the sun interrupted his plans and shone again. It felt like the night lasted a few seconds. Iron was not upset by this at all. He was once again convinced that he had arrived in a place where witchcraft is wonderful, after which it dawned on him that in this place he was the boss, and could do whatever he wanted. For example, with just one thought, he made everything around him blossom. Spring came and a light breeze, which Iron also wanted, blew across the entire space. He then noticed that he had finished his training, so he mentally asked himself to change him into comfortable clothes, and his wish was instantly fulfilled. Then, as was customary, he sat down at the table because it was time for lunch. But before he had time to think about what he wanted today, everything was already on the table. This life was clearly to Iron's liking. He liked absolutely everything. For him, this was the most suitable environment to concentrate on the sword. The power of magic was simply incredible in Iron's eyes. After 5 days of being in this strange place, Iron noticed that when he supposedly fell asleep in his bed, he woke up on the training ground every time. But this was far from the most important thing for him. First of all, he understood that if he did not achieve his goal, then because of this he would not be able to get out of here, and that man who looked at him as soon as he got here was somehow connected to him, since he appeared at the moment of awakening of his witchcraft. However, all of these were extraneous thoughts for him, which he immediately dismissed. Iron believed that at the moment he should not think about anything else except his training, and every swing of his sword should be with soul. Yesterday, the guy managed to make about 2,000 swings, which means today he decided to make about 3,000. Every day he increased the number of swings by 1,000. About 200 days have passed since then, and all that the guy understood during this time was that he could not do it more than 6,000 times. This was apparently his limit. He understood that in fact, he had no problems. He just needed to continue doing this and not allow himself to doubt his abilities even for 1 second. Almost a year has passed since the guy got to this place and started his training. The last few days it was incredibly difficult for him to concentrate, and he could not even do 6,000 swings. He suddenly realized that for the entire year, he had not had a single rest, which meant that most likely he was simply overtired, and in order to continue his training more effectively, he decided that he needed to restore his strength. 400 days have passed since he first came here because of his colossal training. The guy's right hand is slightly numb, according to his feelings. If he continues now, then tomorrow it will be incredibly uncomfortable for him to train. From the moment Iron noticed that something was wrong with his hand, the boy did not pick up a sword for about 90 days. In truth, he understood that the result was actually quite obvious, since more than half of his life had been spent in laziness and in his bed. And the way he showed himself at the academy was not done by his own will. It was the will of the man from his dream who gave the boy his powers. Because of this, the guy hated himself. Because he was brought here so that he could find the path of his sword, but as soon as the help of that man was corrected, he simply gave up pathetically and fell back onto his bed. All his sweat-inducing training turned out to be meaningless swordplay. He put his soul into it for only 1 year, and as a result, this became his limit. He simply had no idea what time it was that he was in this place. But the only thing he understood for sure was that if time here flowed the same way as in reality, then he had wasted a huge number of hours. But on the other hand, he absolutely didn't care anymore, because it was enough for him that he could calmly be in a place where there was no one else except him. One day, he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he found himself far from the training ground. What he saw made the guy perk up. He saw Ilya standing at the exit and asking the guy to wake up as soon as possible, because it was time for them to go to early training. Iron immediately jumped out of his bed and ran after her to ask the girl what she was doing there. He couldn't run far because as soon as he stood up, he immediately tripped and fell head down on the floor. This caused a small laugh from the girl because she didn't even think that he was so happy to see her. But now she asked him to get ready for a run faster, because it seemed to her that in the clothes he was wearing right now, it would be quite uncomfortable for him to run. While jogging, Irona tried to keep up with Ilya, while thinking that there had never been a running track in this place. However, his thoughts were constantly interrupted by Ilya, who asked Iron not to fall behind and pick up the pace. In the end, they ran until dawn, and the guy hadn't had a marathon like that for a long time. But apparently, they definitely didn't stop there today, because as soon as he entered the house, Ilya was waiting for him there, who asked him to quickly sit down at the table so that they could eat, and immediately begin sword training. The whole time they were eating, the guy was looking at Ilya, and when she finally noticed it, he decided to ask her how she ended up here. But she answered him rather rudely, telling him to stop asking his stupid questions and to eat quickly because it was time for them to go to training, and his mouth was busy with useless chatter. As soon as they started training with swords, Ilya immediately noticed that he had apparently not done anything for quite a long time, since his stance had become so terrible. That's why at one point she started yelling at him and saying that he was completely empty inside at the moment, and she believed that he would only be able to show normal movements if he filled his soul. And besides, she knew perfectly well that Lulu had already told the guy about this. Iron was surprised that Lulu and Ilya even knew each other, so he decided to find out where they met. But the answer was just as rude as at the dinner table, and the girl had to repeat to the guy so that he would not ask her unnecessary questions, but simply continue training. The training continued until night again, and at one point Ilya allowed him to finish. Their training finally came to an end. She praised him and said that he had done a great job today, but that was the end of it, and it was time for him to go to bed. After these words, she disappeared, and Iron was not at all surprised, because he had suspected from the very beginning that she was not real. In any case, he was glad that he could finally lie down and get some sleep, because he was so tired today, and he was sure that today he would not have to force himself to fall asleep. While he was trying to fall asleep, he thought about how Ilya managed to appear in the witchcraft world. He could only assume that it was he himself who called her in an unconscious state. Although in any case everything went just great for him, he liked this day much more than the others that came before. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt someone lift him by his clothes, and then he started screaming that the guy apparently didn't plan to get up, so he needed help with that. This person was Judith, who told him that the sun had risen 100 years ago and he was still fast asleep. She took him by the hand and led him to the training ground, where they were already waiting. Brad and Ilya were already waiting for Iron to start training as soon as possible, and the first thing they wanted to know from him was what had been going on with him lately. Why had he slept through training again? Before he could answer this question, Judith ordered him to immediately pick up his sword and immediately proceed to the duel, although Brad tried to tell her to slow down a little, because the guy had not even warmed up yet. After which they successfully started arguing with each other again, because Judith thought that he was picking on her at every opportunity, and Ilya, meanwhile, took Iron with her and suggested that he ignore them and instead go and train a little. As soon as Iron stood in his usual stance, he immediately noticed that it was sloppy again. He assumed that perhaps it was because he had been resting too much, which is why it happened. His thoughts evaporated when Ilya turned to him again to tell the guy that everything was fine with them. She believed that although his stance was not perfect, it had still become much better, and that was the most important thing. She also decided to reassure him once again that he would succeed, and that she, as his friend, sincerely believed in it. And with her were Brad and Judith, who were also ready to support the guy. Although at that moment he was only thinking about how they should not look at him like that, and not put him in such a position where he was literally obliged to do everything possible not to let them down. The boy's training continued, but he could not get rid of the thought that haunted him every time he saw his friends again. He simply did not understand how someone like him, such a weak-willed, weak and lazy guy, could do it. Can there be such wonderful friends who, no matter what, continue to believe in him and do everything to help him overcome difficulties? Iron sincerely did not understand what it was about him that made them all ready to believe in him under any circumstances. Over time, each subsequent workout became incredibly difficult for the guy. He could barely breathe, his legs became heavier and heavier, so he began to assume that his limit was about to come. However, each time, such thoughts were interrupted by others, which consisted in the fact that the guy began to think that he was able to run even further, and he could do it with such ease. Apparently, his motivation again came from his friends, who were with him all the time and continued to train with the guy. His training became more and more difficult every day, and he had to fight with the best and strongest swordsmen he knew. Duels with Brad were now commonplace. Every day they fought with maximum effort. Every day the guy was holding up better and better compared to the previous day, which even Brad noticed. The duel between the boys was incredibly exciting and serious, but now Iron is on equal terms with his opponent. Judith and Elijah watched them closely. Some of them were just rooting for Iron, and some of them were seeing Brad increasing the distance with Iron so continuously for the first time. Over time, Brad was happy to tell the guy that he had reached an incredible level and that fighting him had become much more difficult than it had been before. A smile finally appeared on Iron's face. The guy was incredibly happy that he had such friends, thanks to whom he was able to reach such a level. Now in his head he understood that Lulu had been right all along. The boy didn't need to torment himself alone. After all, if you act together with people who believe and love him, then you can easily conquer mountains. And in order to rise to the very top, it is not necessary to be alone and not accept help from anyone. So, Iron was able to reach his new record, 10,000 swings, and all this thanks to his friends who were always by his side. When the guy answered this question, Judith noted that apparently their role was over, although Brad thought that he would definitely call them again. Finally, Judith ordered him not to cry, but to work hard so as not to let doubts get the better of him. And if this happens, then she will come to him and beat him. Iron was incredibly pleased to see them, especially Elia, who unfortunately also began to disappear and finally wished him good luck. The guy was left alone again, only with his sword. But now he wasn't even going to be sad. His plans were only to continue training and work hard on himself to achieve even greater results. At this rate, it's almost the 1,300th day that the guy trains hard and gives his all. His training was aimed at maximizing his skill with his sword. As a result, almost 2,000 days passed since the guy was in this other world, and that is exactly how much time it took him to finally achieve the result that he had dreamed of for so long. At that moment, he remembered the times in the academy when he felt a similar feeling, so he became interested in finding out how much his progress had increased since that time. He decided that the best solution in this situation would be to call his friends to show off a little in front of them. Besides, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but the most important thing was that he had something that he wanted to get from them. When the guy's friends showed up again, they just couldn't believe their eyes for a while, because Iron had really changed a lot. Judith was the first to approach him to tell him that he had apparently called them to him to show off his height. But instead of answering her question, he simply turned around and started walking in the other direction, thereby fueling the boy's interest. At one point he stopped and suggested that they fight. Judith didn't need much persuasion to do this. She immediately took out her sword and immediately told the guy that she would be his first opponent and his last. This made him laugh because he didn't mean to fight them individually. He wanted the three of them to attack him. The guys definitely didn't expect to hear this, and it was immediately obvious from them. To prove to them the seriousness of his intentions, the guy decided to show his strength, which he had acquired during the time they were away. It was surprising to them, but they were not against punishing him for such words, although they understood that Iron had clearly changed a lot. At that moment, Iron understood perfectly well that it would definitely not be easy for him, but on the other hand, he was almost sure of his victory. The guy closed his eyes, thereby concentrating. There was complete silence around him, and a few seconds later, he went on the attack against Judith, who, in his opinion, should be one of the first to fall from his sword. The blow was incredibly powerful. Even the ground under the guy's feet simply collapsed. The next plan was to deal with Brad, who, by the way, was already going on the attack on Iron. He easily dodged his attack while thinking about how he would counterattack the guy. But first he would have to deal with Ilya, who also did not stand still and actively launched her attacks at Iron. As time went on, Judith couldn't help but notice that the guy definitely wasn't bluffing when he said he was ready to fight the three of them at once. Iron was very pleased to hear this, because he was really already prepared to defeat them. But the boys weren't going to just fall from his sword either, so they decided that they needed to attack him together. Iron realized that everything would not be as simple as it might have seemed to him from the very beginning, because the guys were quite strong, and he needed to think through his plan better. But for now, he had to repel all the attacks that Ilya dealt him, because it was problematic in the first place. Anyway, his friends were amazed at how well Iron handled the three of them, and his powers afterwards were just insane. At one point, Judith noticed that Iron was using her own technique to attack, and Ilya couldn't help but say that he repelled her attack with Brad's defensive move. And when they finally asked him how he managed to do it, Iron answered them that in this situation, all he had to do was work until he lost his pulse, and he did it successfully. But in fact, no matter how ashamed he was, he still admitted that this is all he can do. He also couldn't help but notice that memories from the academy alone weren't enough for him. So for now, the techniques he learned from the guy's example were not ideal. But he certainly wasn't going to stop there. He said he wanted to do everything he could to get their sword path, but Iron asked them to understand that this didn't mean he was betraying his sword path. After all, he had recently realized that his main goal was to make his sword and will even stronger, so he asked them to teach him this, no matter what. Judith immediately started yelling at him and saying that everything the guy was saying was pure scam and that he was just a brazen robber. Iron understood that he was talking to his imagination, but he still decided to answer her that she too could easily awaken witchcraft. But instead of a calm conversation, Judith showed him with her whole behavior that she was very unhappy with what the guy was telling her. Iron asked her to calm down, because he had simply tried to the point of exhaustion to come to this result. But she was not going to listen to him. She just wanted to crush him into small pieces. The next day, Iron was still able to defeat Judith, who admitted that she probably taught him in vain, but the guy achieved his goal and was finally able to defeat her. Before she disappeared, she asked him to spare her when he left this place. Iron could only smile because he understood that he had finally managed to do what he had wanted for so long. He had become an order of magnitude stronger. That's why he began to think that it was time for him to leave this place. The next morning, Iron woke up and saw a huge gate in front of him, which looked like the very exit he had dreamed of. However, he immediately noticed that there was a problem, which was that these doors had neither a keyhole nor a handle with which to pull these doors and open them. A few minutes after the guy carefully examined these doors, he noticed that the same sword from the dream appeared behind him. It didn't take the guy long to realize that this sword was essentially the key that could open these doors. He also noticed that this sword now suited him perfectly. Its size was no longer so big for him, and apparently all this happened because Iron finally grew up. It was even a little funny to realize the fact that his main goal here was to free himself from the sword of the man from the dream, and he would need to use it to get out of here. The previous Iron would have definitely said that this was not what he wanted, and would most likely have despaired again. However, now it became clear to him that, thanks to that man, changes had occurred in him. It was because of him that he stood up for the first time and swung his sword. It was only thanks to him that the guy ran for the first time until he lost consciousness. And he did all this in order to be at least a little bit like him. His swings, his blows, his eagerness to learn how to use a sword. The guy does all this himself. It's all his will. Now Iron is more than sure that this is his way of the sword. Such thoughts at one point made the guy wake up again in his room, and he immediately noticed that everything around him remained the same. That's why it seemed to him that very little time had passed, and he was so happy about it. He wanted to see his parents as soon as possible. Leaving the room, the guy first noticed Marcus, who was walking down the corridor and chasing away all the cats he saw. Then suddenly he was interrupted by Iron's voice, who happily greeted Marcus, although from the man's expression he understood that something had gone wrong. The butler immediately went to hug the guy and say that he was so glad that the guy was finally able to return. For him it was so nice to watch. Iron didn't quite understand what was going on, until Marcus started telling the guy that he already thought he had lost his master forever, which shocked the guy even more, and he asked the man to explain himself immediately. It quickly dawned on him that apparently not as little time had passed as the guy had imagined, so he immediately wanted to ask the man how much time had passed, to which Marcus immediately replied, 5 years had passed. Iron couldn't believe his words. It was a shock for him to learn that time in that space flowed the same way as in reality. His first thoughts were about what happened to his promise to the head of the academy and Ilya, and what about the punitive expedition, on which the reputation of their family depends. He immediately wanted to find out from Marcus where his parents and Curlia were now, and if everything was okay with them. A few seconds later, Marcus was already the boy's answer to his parents, who greeted the boy with tears because they were very happy to see him. They were so grateful to him that he was finally able to return, although the guy asked them for forgiveness for staying in that place for too long. And when he asked them where Curlia was, his mother replied that she had gone to the Principality of Caesar because she had become a student of the outstanding sorceress Skyna Keaton. Iron's first thoughts were that everything was okay with Curlia too, and this couldn't help but make him happy. However, then the thought came into his head that because of him, the whole family again found itself in an awkward position. So he decided to tell his parents that even though they told him they were okay, he thought they were very worried. He thought they were very much burdened by the thought of their son being alone, locked up in some strange place. But he wanted to tell them that for these 5 years, he had not simply been locked up, and he trained hard and thus achieved good results. The boy's father didn't quite understand what Iron was talking about. What did he mean by he trained? Was he really talking about training with a sword? Iron confirmed this and said that from this day on, they would no longer have to worry, because he, as the eldest child of the Pereira family, was no longer going to embarrass them or be ashamed of him. And since it was now April outside, the guy firmly decided that he would take part in the punitive expedition that would take place next month. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when he heard a familiar voice asking the guy who gave him permission to act on his own. And when he finally turned around, he saw Curlew there, who entered her parents' room. He noticed with a smile that she had grown so much, although she immediately asked him to stop doing it, because she thought that now was definitely not the time for smiling, although the guy thought that they had not seen each other for quite a long time, so he thought that it would be nice. Her mother immediately wanted to know from the girl what she was doing here at all and why she was not in the principality. Curlia was very angry and came here to announce to them that she was going to participate in the punitive expedition instead of her brother. Her father asked her not to say such things, although she continued to prove to them that she had thought about everything carefully and had not made this decision just like that. According to her, it was not necessary for Iron to take part in the expedition, and since he had spent 5 whole years in a terrible place, she believed that he should have been dissuaded from this idea altogether. Iron immediately intervened in this conversation to tell his sister that if she was so worried about him, then she shouldn't do this, because everything was fine with him, because inside that space, he gained strength through training. But she didn't even want to listen to him and continued to prove to everyone that the punitive expedition was an event that would enhance the honor of the family, and judging by her abilities and the situation, she could confidently say that only she could take part in it. But if the guy doesn't agree with her, and still thinks that he's better suited for this role, then she wouldn't mind going out to a duel with him so that he could show what he learned in those training sessions. The smile on the guy's face immediately disappeared, and he decided to tell his sister that if she wanted it so much, then she better follow him so that he could show her the power that he was able to obtain in that place. Entering the training arena, most of the knights turned their attention to Iron, because they thought that they would never see the master again. It seemed to them that the story with witchcraft was just a cover, and that the master had already died a long time ago. However, now they were more interested in finding out why they and Carlia had arranged this rather absurd duel. Iron clasped his hands as if he was holding a sword, although there was nothing in his hands, but he still assured his sister that he was ready. She asked him not to make her repeat it and asked him to take up his sword. But her screams were interrupted when, literally out of nowhere, a sword began to appear in the guy's hands, after which Iron added that now he was truly ready. Not a single Curlia could believe her eyes. The other knights also looked at all this with open eyes and tried to understand what just happened. And where did Mr. Iron get the sword in his hands? The parents, who were also watching this, could assume that the boy had mastered witchcraft, which made them even more scared. Iron had a smile on his face, because it seemed like he hadn't done anything except take out his sword, and everyone around him was reacting so strangely. However, Curlew could no longer be stopped, and she decided that she would punish the guy for such tricks, and for this, she would use real witchcraft. At this point, Iron decided to joke a little and asked his sister if he could take his words back later. But apparently she had no intention of talking to him and simply continued to attack him. Iroh immediately noticed that Curlia simply released her swords, but he had a feeling that his arm was about to break while he was trying to parry this blow. At that moment, he realized that the girl actually had serious strength. However, no matter how hard the girl tried, the guy still managed to block every one of her blows. But Curlia wasn't going to just leave it like that. She intended to use one of her most powerful skills to show her brother that all his power was nothing compared to her sorcery. The knights immediately ran up to Marcus and suggested that the master stop them immediately before something terrible happened. But the man was in no hurry to make a decision because he understood that the battle was going somehow wrong. The main problem that was bothering him was that Iron never tried to counterattack, he only dodged. But Curlia didn't hesitate to use all her possible skills in order to somehow get the guy. But over time, it became clear to them all what the guy was really trying to achieve. The parents also realized that he didn't counterattack on purpose and was simply waiting for Curlia to take out all her anger on him. And at one point it finally happened. The girl calmed down and finally approached her brother to hug him and ask for forgiveness for what she had done here. Iron asked her once again not to worry, because according to him, this time he made a decision because he was truly confident in his abilities, and also asked her forgiveness for the fact that she had to wait for him for so long. In any case, be that as it may, Curlia asked the guy to be extremely careful, because according to her, the upcoming expedition was much more dangerous than the previous one. She thought so because recently information came that Majins had appeared in that forest. According to her, a month ago their traces were discovered in the southern part of the Chiron territories. Majins are beings that possess powerful powers obtained through a contract with the devil. In a sense, they can be compared to sorcerers. Curlia also told the boy that the twisted and foul power that comes from the unholy soul makes them much more formidable enemies compared to simple monsters. And while she was talking about this, she suddenly decided that it would be better for his brother not to participate in all this either, although he tried to calm her down and say that everything would be fine with him. But she didn't fully understand why, if he was going, then she couldn't. Besides, he himself saw how strong she had become. In response to this, Iron couldn't say anything, because his sister had really become much stronger since their last meeting. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a female voice, which addressed Curlia and told her that the girl had an important event in 2 weeks, and she simply did not understand why the girl was here, and this in turn caused anger in the girl, because according to her, her only older brother returned after 5 years. Then Caesar's witch Skyna Keaton entered the room and introduced herself as Caesar's most charming witch. Iron was a little surprised to see this woman in person, because he heard that she would be over 50 this year, but she still looked just fine, considering her age. Although he thought she had rejuvenated herself with magic, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when she turned to him and said that he was absolutely right. She had indeed rejuvenated herself with witchcraft. Iron didn't think that it was possible to read thoughts with the help of witchcraft, but Skyla assured him that she could imagine very well what he thought about her even without witchcraft. At that moment, Curlia intervened in the dialogue, asking her brother not to listen to all this nonsense, because she believed that this woman was a complete disaster. Skyla immediately ran up to her student and began to hug her, because for some reason it seemed to her that Curlia called her the best in her field, although the girl did not hide the fact that she did not say that. But that wasn't all. Suddenly Skyla decided to tell Iron that all this time Skyla had been doing was talking about him, and that was too much for Curlia. Skyla asked the girl to calm down immediately because she believed that she had not said anything like that, and if she wanted to shut her up, then she needed to be a good girl and wait for her in the room. Iron couldn't believe his eyes. For the first time he saw a person who communicated so masterfully with Curlia, and she even listened to her. When Iron's sister left, Skyla approached the guy and asked him for forgiveness for the fact that their first meeting did not go very well, because to be Curlia's teacher, you need to have a much stronger spirit than hers. After which she added that, in her opinion, Iron is very different from her sister in many ways. In any case, she decided to get straight to the point for which she came here. Skyla extended her hand, in which was a small pendant, and added that she came here to give it to him. An artifact that helps to fix a certain amount of demonic energy and risk factor. It is said that it can even neutralize quite strong poisons. Iron immediately began to say that he simply could not accept such a valuable item, although Skyla assured him that he really had no other option, because she did not make it alone, but together with Curlia, and they both would really like him to accept this gift. And so that the guy would understand how important this pendant was for Curlia, she told him that his sister had been praying for about 5 years for his safe return, and at the same time invested her power into this artifact every day. It was the first time Skyla had seen her so cheerful since she had accepted her as her apprentice, so she was so eager for Iron to accept this gift. Iron was incredibly grateful to her, and promised that he would definitely use it. At this point, their conversation came to an end, and Skyla decided to take her leave, saying at the end that Curlia had a simply amazing older brother, much better than she expected. Iron felt so good hearing these words, especially when he thought that his parents were okay and that his sister had found her place too. However, he still didn't have an answer to one more question. He wanted to know where Lulu was. A few days later, Iron, along with his father and other families, went on an expedition. The guy sitting on a temporary pass thought about talking with Curlia, who told him that Lulu, after the guy fell asleep, stayed in the estate for a couple more months, and then disappeared in an instant. Since then, neither Curlia nor anyone else has seen her. Iron understood perfectly well that Curlia was very angry with Lulu, but he wanted to assure her that it was not the cat's fault, because he himself made the decision. He himself wanted to stay there, but Curlia did not quite understand what he wanted from her at the moment. Iron just wanted to ask her not to blame Lulu so much when they met her again. While Iron was thinking, the heirs of Lester and Russell looked at the guy and could not believe that they were seeing him again, because it seemed to them that he would not return again, because they said that he was imprisoned in a magical barrier, although they thought that it was all a lie, and that he actually lied to everyone so that he could lie peacefully in bed and do nothing. They also both did not understand what he had forgotten in the punitive expedition, because they had heard that he did not even have experience in campaigns, but the heir Russell reminded his interlocutor about what happened before and that the guy had excellent skills, so he most likely would not be a burden. Phil Chiron's son, although he listened to this entire conversation, was still immersed in his thoughts about the fact that although he did not know where Iron had been all this time, he was glad that they met here. After all these 5 years, he thought about how he could take revenge on the guy for that shame, and now that Iron has finally returned, he is really ready to do it. The heirs of the great families, meanwhile, continued to say that they were not at all cowards, since they decided to participate in such an expedition. Although, on the other hand, they knew very well that thanks to the Magans, a detachment of sunset knights, magicians, and priests were sent from the royal capital on an expedition. Moreover, according to Kevin, the deputy commander of the Sunset Knights, Sir Hill Burnett, will be responsible for this expedition. So he believed that in such a thing, it seems, you won't lose anything. On the contrary, your reputation will only rise. Suddenly, his friend began asking him to close his mouth and not say another word, which was quite strange for him to hear. But when he turned around and saw that same commander, it became clear to him why they told him to shut his mouth. Hill Burnett. This was the very same deputy commander of the squad of Sunset Knights, and the first thing he wanted to do was tell all the aristocrats who were here that it would be better if they did not participate in this punitive expedition. After which he stated that he was going to carry out this raid only with his own armed forces. Phil Kieran immediately approached him to find out from Burnett what all this meant and how he could decide such an important issue on his own. Sir Hill Burnett decided to remind them once again that today they would encounter not just monsters, but Magians, which, as even children know, are much stronger than any monster. However, in his opinion, the aristocrats of the South did not quite understand what was being discussed, and they, in turn, were currently feeling incredibly strong pressure. But Sir Hill Burnett still continued to talk about how he and his soldiers, armed with strong faith, were ready to defend their state to their last breath, which, as it seemed to him, the aristocrats were not quite ready to do. That is why he wanted to convey to them that he absolutely did not want to participate in the raid with the aristocrats, because instead of the well-being of the continent and the peace of the country, they were pursuing only an interest in personal glory. At this point, he finished explaining to Kieran and the others why he made this particular decision, and after all this, he wanted to know if there was anything else they wanted to add. One of the Chirons finally decided that he couldn't just leave this situation like that. So he sat down right in front of Sir Hill Burnett. The guy immediately felt an unimaginable pressure that made his whole body tremble. Anyway, through all this pressure, he was able to say that he was the eldest son of Kieran's family, Ryan. And he is here to say that they are not going to make excuses. They are really sorry that they relaxed too much before the fight with the Manjans, but he is ready to promise that this will not happen again. They would look up to Sir Burnett and his troop of Sunset Knights, so they would do everything possible to ensure that they had no recklessness left. In other words, he asked him to give them just one chance to prove themselves. Suddenly, Burnett started laughing and saying that he had apparently gone a bit overboard with the humor because he was actually not capable of forbidding them from participating in the raid. Moreover, he believed that only by seeing the heads of secular families fight the Magians personally, only then would the people be able to find peace of mind and enjoy life. However, he still noticed that the words about how one should never be careless in front of the Mainami were the pure truth. He could only hope that he would be able to keep himself in the best shape until tomorrow's departure. That evening, Sir Hill Burnett, sitting in his tent, was thinking about the fact that among the raid participants, only Ryan Kyron was talented, and that was the main problem. That apart from this guy, no one else stood out. Suddenly, a guest entered his tent, who was a wandering knight of the kingdom of Gober, Tom Miller, whom Hill was very glad to see because they were old friends. Their conversations touched on many topics, such as Knight Miller's new apprentice. The wandering knight was a little sad when they talked about this, because his student ended up flying out without officially entering the academy, although even now it seemed to him that the current graduates of this academy could defeat him in a fair fight. But he still believed that he was far from being a genius like Ilya Lingjae. Hill Burnett immediately realized that he was talking about the genius of the Aden Kingdom, about the same Ilya Lingjae who took first place in the final assessment, but refused to officially join the academy. He was also aware that at the age of 14, after leaving the academy, she became an honorary member of the strongest squad of Moonlight Knights in the Kingdom of Aden. Miller confirmed this information and added that in other words, one could say that a beast similar to Ignata appeared on the continent. Hill Burnett was even a little jealous of this, because in their Kingdom of Hail, unfortunately, there are no such talents. But Miller thought that Hill was talking nonsense, because as far as he knew, the beast that was almost on par with Elijah was actually from Hail, which made Hill laugh, because he thought that he was no longer at the age to fall for such jokes. But apparently Miller wasn't joking, because right after these words, he told us that during the final assessment, there was a student who showed a level almost identical to Ilya's, and with a slight difference, he managed to take second place. And his student, who witnessed the manifestation of his power, and according to him, it is shocking. Hill really heard about this for the first time, so he decided to check with Miller if this student was still at the Kronos Academy. But according to the old knight, he left the academy for a similar reason to Ilya. Moreover, according to the man, since this student was from Hail, then most likely he took part in this raid, and Hale Burnett most likely should have recognized him. The knight's reaction was immediate. He immediately wanted to know what this man's name was. It took Miller a while to remember the guy's name, but after a few minutes, he finally said his name, and the man was Iron Pereira. The next day the march continued, but they did not end up going very far before Hill Burnett ordered them to stop and rest for a while. While the soldiers were resting, they actively watched as the aristocratic youth conducted duels. They thought it was a good way to train, although some of them, in their opinion, were too showy. Although their skills were quite good in their opinion, they especially wanted to highlight Ryan Kyron, who stood out the most out of them all. Phil Ryan at that moment looked at his son and thought only about how he could attract as much attention to himself as possible so that the knights from the capital would notice him. Over the course of several years, the difference between him and Pereira grew very strong, and it was very difficult to reduce their power. However, now in his head there were thoughts that if they took all the initiative in this raid, then their family would definitely be able to restore their status. And for the successful implementation of this plan, the man absolutely needed Ryan's success. In Phil's opinion, his son had to catch the eye of the deputy commander, even if he had to overcome himself. His attention was drawn to that very deputy who was walking straight towards his son, so Phil decided that he was probably walking towards him to give him personal advice. Ryan also noticed that the knight was walking towards him, so he decided that he needed to show even more effort. But suddenly it became clear that in fact, Hill Burnett was just passing by the guy. Although he was not upset because he understood that in fact, he still had plenty of time to show all his skills, which would attract the attention of the deputy commander. But his opinion instantly changed when he saw who Sir Hill Burnett was heading towards. After all, the person whom the deputy suddenly wanted to approach was Iron. A few minutes before, Hill Burnett spoke with one of his soldiers, who told him that Iron was the same heir of the Pereira family, who was called a negligent aristocrat, and in fact, he is quite famous in the southern part of the Heir kingdom. The knight also added that they say that the reason his location was unknown was because he was imprisoned in some terrible place by magic. The knight heard all this for the first time, and it was quite shocking for him. The man did not even imagine how he should understand this information and why he refused to officially join the Kronos Academy and returned home. All these thoughts made him approach the guy and talk to him a little. The deputy began by saying that since he was now in charge of the detachment, he asked the guy to call him the raid commander, after which he told Iron that he would ask him a direct question, in which he wanted to know why he was just sitting there and doing nothing, when all the young men except him were usefully spending their rest time on diligent training with the sword. Iron seemed to know that he would be asked this question, so he was ready to answer it. According to him, at the moment, the lack of training is not an indicator of his efforts and his skills. Hill Burnett didn't quite understand what the guy was talking about, so he asked him to explain in more detail. Iron told him that the problem at the moment was that his heart simply lacked determination. This answer was quite interesting for the man, but he still asked the guy to explain to him what he meant. Iron began to tell him that he took part in the punitive expedition in order to destroy the Magines, and in the process, he would also like to raise the reputation of his family by showing good activity. It was a rather self-confident but honest answer, which pleased Hill Burnett. But that was not all. Iron also added to him that at the moment he is trying to understand what he can do for the sake of that very activity. He readily admitted that he lacked significant experience in raiding, so he decided to focus on something other than training. Now, he understood more than anyone that in efforts, it was not only the actions that were important, but also the approach. When he said that his heart lacked determination, he meant that in his current state, training with a sword could not be considered efforts for him. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the knights of Hill Burnett's squad, who approached the chief to tell him that it was time for them to move out, after which he shouted to his entire squad to get ready, and then turned to Iron again and told the guy that he would go with him because they still had something to discuss. Phil approached his son to calm him down a little, because in his opinion, there was no point in rushing. You just need to wait for the right moment. Then the opportunity will definitely come. Although on the other hand, he did not tell his son that he could not create it himself. Ryan was in complete agreement with his father, and was clearly not averse to using his powers to finally prove himself. On the way, Sir Hill Burnett noticed that the guy didn't even have a sword with him, and was essentially unarmed at the moment. Iron noted that in fact this was not entirely true, and if the commander was uncomfortable, he was ready to show his sword without any problems. Hill decided that he would dispense with unnecessary formalities, for which Iron was grateful. In his mind, the man couldn't believe that the guy was able to awaken the magic. The more he listened to the guy, the more surprised he was. In any case, he decided to continue their recent conversation, in which the guy talked about how he had to focus on what was more important than training with a sword. The guy started telling the man that there were only 3 such things. Firstly, he had never destroyed one, so in order to prepare for the shock and confusion that would follow the first murder, he was now calming his heart. Secondly, as far as he knows, for a warrior without experience there is nothing more dangerous than a sudden desire to act, so he calms down his excitement and tries to be careful so as not to cause trouble, depending on the command of a superior. Well, and thirdly, it's about the demonic energy that Magines and their monster servants emit. The guy believed that he should sharpen all his senses and try to understand and recognize the appearance of an enemy in advance. The commander smiled and told the boy that in fact, it all sounded much more realistic than he thought, so he liked it. However, he decided to give the guy some advice, which was that he would like the guy not to try to take on too much responsibility the first time, and he suggested entrusting the last one to experienced soldiers. He also added to the guy that in order to quickly detect demonic energy, they took priests with them. So he asked the guy to focus only on his other points. But looking at the guy at that moment, Hill realized that Iron was not listening to him at all, because he was looking intently at something. He decided to turn around and see what Iron saw there. He noticed a huge monster. Hill immediately ordered them all to prepare for battle. He ordered the knights to stand in line. 6 families he immediately asked to step back and at the same time protect the magicians and priests. But behind this giant there were still a huge number of other creatures, so someone had to deal with them too. Hill immediately ordered them all to immediately resist, and at the same time, they had to maintain a safe zone for the magicians and priests. Burnett knew that given how huge this monster was, only he could handle it, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Iron ran right in front of him. And after a few seconds, there was absolutely nothing left of this huge monster, although Iron only dealt one blow. The boy's father and the other guys who saw all this simply could not believe their eyes. But Iron wasn't going to stop there. He continued to actively destroy one monster after another. The guy's blows were so strong and accurate that these monsters had practically no chance. No matter how good everything was, Burnett still ordered the guy to leave there immediately and not to fool around, because they could destroy him, and they would not be able to help him in any way. But Iron certainly wasn't going to just retreat. He used the technique he learned with Ilya. With her help, after a few seconds, not a single monster was visible on the horizon. Now Hill, looking at all this, understood that apparently it was all true. Everything that the wandering knight told him. All these words were not just rumors. In their kingdom, a beast actually appeared, which is an excellent competitor to Elijah. Everyone froze when they saw Iron fighting. But Burnett quickly brought them back to their senses when he started yelling at them and telling them that the fight wasn't over yet, and that they had to destroy all the other enemies first. A few minutes later, the battle was over, and the commander was informed that everyone was safe. There were no wounded or killed. Hill was of course very happy to hear this, so he told them that he was allowing them to rest a little, after which they would again restore formation. At that moment, Iron only realized what he had just done, although he himself still did not fully understand why he had done it. At the sight of the giant, anger took control of him. His feelings flared up like that for the first time, and for him it was very strange. He noticed that for that brief moment when he was fighting the monsters, it was as if he was not himself. At that moment, the commander approached him and wanted to talk to the guy. The first thing he wanted to know from Iron was if he understood what he had just done. He immediately began to apologize to the commander for disobeying orders and acting spontaneously. Iron was well aware that even though they had discussed how he should behave, he still acted differently, for which he blamed himself and regretted that he had acted that way. Burnett started laughing at him again, after which he added that the guy apparently just didn't understand jokes. After which he reminded the guy that at the moment they were on a punitive expedition, and their goal was to destroy as many monsters as possible that threatened the state, and he did it better than anyone else today, for which the commander wanted to praise him. Besides, he was glad that the guy was with them, because thanks to the fact that he had deftly dealt with the giant, the squad had not suffered serious damage. He also added to the guy that they would discuss everything in detail later, but now he would just like to congratulate him, because his first appearance on stage was simply wonderful. After these words, he turned around and began to leave, finally adding to the guy that he would continue to expect the same activity from him. Immediately after talking with the commander, Iron's father ran up to him, who first of all wanted to ask the guy if he was injured, to which Iron replied that no. The only thing that bothered him was that he was a little dirty. His father immediately hugged him and said that he was incredibly proud of him. Iron was incredibly pleased to hear these words, because before he had never heard such things from his father. Now he understood that he was doing everything right. Ryan was bursting with anger at this point, so he wanted to ask his knight steward if what he asked him to do was ready. Stewart was prepared for this question, so he assured the guy that everything was ready, and they could begin on his command. At that very second, he turned around and ordered them to begin what they had planned immediately. After some time, Iron told the commander that he had an artifact that was capable of capturing demonic energy. He also did not forget to tell that his younger sister, the witch, made him, together with her mentor. They told him that he would help in the punitive expedition. Bennett understood perfectly well that sorcerers are of course great people, but he still was not sure that this artifact could really determine demonic energy faster than priests and clerics do. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Iron noticed that the artifact had started working, and according to him, an enemy was approaching from the left. The commander decided to trust the guy, and immediately shouted to everyone that they should prepare for battle, because the enemy was approaching. And a few minutes later, monsters really did run out of the forest. And then the commander was once again convinced that Iron was right. And all this was not some kind of accident. Hill immediately ordered his squad to storm these monsters together without giving them even a chance. When the commander's squad destroyed all the monsters, Hill approached Iron and told him that from now on, he would focus not on the sacred objects of the priests, but on his artifact. So he asked the guy that as soon as he felt the demonic power, he should immediately report it. In the evening of the same day, they stopped, set up a large camp, where they began to cook a lot of food and prepare for rest. While eating, the knights actively discussed the fact that Iron, at 21, possessed such abilities. For them, it was so surprising. Some of them even assumed that his level already corresponded to that of an expert. Moreover, they didn't even have any doubts about this, because they only had to remember how he killed that monster. And on their continent, no one is capable of this, except for experts. And that giant looked stronger than a mid-level monster. But after making sure that the guy was an expert, they had a question about where such a person had been hiding all this time. Iron was also enjoying his lunch at this point, when suddenly he noticed that his artifact was glowing black. And he immediately remembered how Curlia told him that if the artifact changed its color to black, it meant that he felt poison. She also added to him that this artifact has a detoxification function, so he just needs to wait until the artifact returns to its normal color. But Iron wasn't worried about the food. He was more interested in finding out who was holding a grudge against him and what he had done that they decided to poison him. Iron, of course, assumed that there would really be a competition between the families, but he didn't even think that the opponent would start acting so openly, so he was sure that it was done by one of those three families, and most likely, it was the Chirons. He also immediately decided that his father didn't need to know this, because the guy didn't want his father to worry about this. In the end, he decided that he would keep everything that happened a secret until he could figure it out on his own. While the artifact was neutralizing the poison, Iron noticed that there was something under the plate of food, and it seemed to be a note. This note said that the food was poisoned and that he should be careful. Iron immediately noticed that this message was written crookedly, apparently in order to hide his identity if someone found this note. Iron was pleased to realize that someone was on his side and someone helped him, but he still began to eat and think about who this person was. Meanwhile, a man was hiding behind a tree that was not far from Iron. It was Sir Stuart, who at that moment was watching Iron closely and wondering if he had done the right thing. When the boy finally finished eating, Hilberet approached him again. The man decided to offer the guy a duel, because according to him, he decided that he should feel out his full potential properly, because it could be useful in the next punitive expedition. Iron did not refuse him and happily agreed. A lot of people came running to this duel, because everyone was interested in seeing how the commander would fight with Iron. Iron drew his sword with the help of magic and was ready to begin the fight. With this trick, he saw absolutely everyone, from cooks to experienced knights, who had never seen anything like this, because the sword appeared in his hands by itself. Before this duel began, the commander told Iron that this duel was meant to test his skill, and for this he put all his power and strength into his sword. So he warned the guy that this duel could end in exactly one blow. Iron was not afraid and said that he was more than ready to finally start this duel. The commander really liked the confidence of the guy, who never doubted himself for a second. He assumed that the guy's calmness was due to the fact that he was used to dueling with strong opponents. The man began to understand that the guy was already much stronger than he had thought before. Looking at the guy, you could immediately see his steely will to win, and the energy that emanated from him was even a little frightening. But this was only the beginning. Then the commander noticed that the guy's spirit was gradually increasing. He immediately realized that if he suddenly took this not seriously, then Iron would simply absorb the commander at this rate, leaving him no chance. Everyone who has been working with the deputy commander for a long time immediately understood that he would now fight Iron absolutely seriously, because he never uses this technique just like that. Suddenly, a knight appeared on the battlefield and fell along with his food right onto the arena. He immediately began to apologize for this and promised that he would clean everything up very quickly. Hilberet decided to ignore him and turned to Iron to suggest the boy to end it there, which caused an incredibly strong surprise from the knights who were waiting for the battle. The commander also allowed Iron to act at his own discretion from now on, without asking his permission. After all, the commander believed that with Iron's skills, it would be better to give him freedom of action. In other words, he essentially admitted that the skills the guy had were more than enough for an expert level. After that, they all went to their tents to rest, but Iron couldn't just fall asleep. Thoughts were spinning in his head about how during the battle with the giant and the duel with the commander, he had similar, but at the same time, slightly different feelings. He had the feeling that the burning sensations were enslaving him entirely and taking away the right to own his body. He had already had this happen on the day when he first had that dream with the man. Therefore, Iron concluded that it was apparently this man who was controlling his body at that moment. The guy thought that he had managed to escape from him, but for some reason he appeared again. But looking at him again, Iron immediately noticed that the man had changed. Now he was incredibly angry. Iron couldn't believe that the dream had changed, because the man never showed his emotions. So Iron wanted to find out why the man suddenly became angry and what changed. With this thought, he woke up and began to think about the fact that when he changed his dream, changes also occurred in it, and therefore it seemed to him that this time they had already happened to him. The next day, early in the morning, Ryan approached Stuart with complaints, because yesterday he ordered the knight to add poison to Iron's stew, but he did not do it. But according to Stuart, he followed Ryan's instructions, and he himself does not understand how it happened that the poison did not work, although this type of poison is supposed to work instantly. Ryan didn't care, and at one point he simply ordered Stuart to give Iron a double dose, although the knight tried to tell him that it was too dangerous, because the consequences could be dire. Ryan immediately stopped him and told him to shut his mouth because he thought he dared to argue with him. But what irritated him most was that he was worried about Iron. Stuart immediately asked him for forgiveness for making his mistake, but Ryan was not getting any better because he was already on edge, and then Stuart said something like that. At this point, their conversation ended, and Ryan finally asked Stuart to do everything exactly as he told him, and at the same time, he asked him not to forget about the one to whom he owes his position. The next day, Iron's food was poisoned again, and the boy was a little upset that someone was so persistently trying to poison him. But be that as it may, he is very glad that at least there is someone on his side who leaves him these notes. Their expedition continued, and at some point the commander noticed that Iron had been a bit too sad lately, although the guy assured the man that he was fine. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when Iron's artifact began to glow, and the guy realized that there was very strong demonic energy somewhere nearby. He immediately jumped up and only managed to say that monsters had appeared on the left, and he needed to deal with them immediately. It was true. Several serious monsters were waiting for him, but that was their main mistake, because the guy dealt such strong blows that these guys simply had no chance to defeat him, although one of them still managed to deliver a fairly strong and powerful blow, which the guy barely managed to block. But in any case, immediately after that, he launched a counterattack, which helped the guy destroy this big guy. The monsters continued to attack, but the guy was not alone. The commander came to his aid again, who assured the guy that he could not worry and trust his rear to him with peace of mind. After each such battle, the knights from the capital were more and more inclined towards Iron, which was pleasant to realize. Although mentally the guy was not feeling so well because the sensations inside him began to become even more acute, and this did not make him happy at all. And all because at one point he felt demonic energy even earlier than his artifact, and it began to scare him quite a lot, because deep down he understood perfectly well that this was all the influence of that man. Ryan was yelling at Stuart with even more anger at this point, because the poison hadn't worked again, and Iron had become even more active. Stuart tried to convince Ryan that the artifact that captures demonic energy sparkles when the guy eats, so he has an idea that this artifact has a detoxifying function. These words angered Ryan even more, because he understood perfectly well that this artifact was given to Iron by his younger sister, who again interfered in something that was none of her business. He was just about to give up and he sincerely didn't understand what to do next. But at some point in his hysteria, a good thought came to his mind. Since things were like this, he believed that it would be enough for him to simply finish off one Manjin. After some time, they finally reached that very lair of Majin. By the look, they immediately realized that this cave was made artificially, so the commander decided that he and Iron would go ahead. And as soon as he said this, Ryan intervened in their conversation, who wanted to say that he too would like to go in the vanguard to help them, and he was not against it. He just asked the guy not to relax at that moment. They entered this strange cave and immediately heard the sounds of a violin that echoed throughout the cave. After a few seconds, most of the knights succumbed to the influence of this music, and everything around them began to blossom. And along with this feeling, they began to lose control over their bodies and minds. Everything around looked so beautiful, which quickly made them feel calm in their souls, so they wanted to come a little closer and listen. Iron immediately noticed that something was wrong with all the knights. He understood that they were probably hallucinating, but he could not believe that all this was because of this strange music. He realized that this was a common trap, so he immediately began shouting at them to come to their senses immediately. The commander was the first to come to his senses after this, and as soon as he managed to do so, he immediately began shouting to his charges that if there was anyone who still hadn't let go, then they just needed to shake their heads, and then everything would pass. The knights began to come to their senses and immediately began to ask questions. What was going on here and who did this to them? They didn't have to guess for long, because a few seconds later, they saw a woman in front of them who was playing the piano and saying that she was very happy that guests had finally come to visit her. The commander immediately realized that the magician in front of them was much stronger than he could have imagined. And as soon as he thought about it, this monster immediately turned his head towards them and asked if they would like to listen to another composition. It was clear that fear had instantly seized him. Ryan stood and did not take his eyes off this terrible woman. But the commander at that moment was trying to understand whether he really saw Manjin in front of him, because except for her eyes, she was completely indistinguishable from a human. So he did not believe that even having borrowed demonic power, she was able to maintain herself. It was his first time encountering such a magician, so it was quite surprising for him. Ryan, at that moment, was trying to overcome his fear and finally go on the attack to prove to everyone here that he was the strongest and most talented swordsman. The woman continued to tell them with a smile that she would really like to perform one composition for them so that they would appreciate it. Viscount Chiron immediately intervened and began shouting at her to shut her mouth immediately, although the commander asked him not to break ranks. She politely asked them not to express themselves like that because, in fact, in her opinion, she was simply playing beautifully and they simply had to appreciate it. Besides, according to her, the melody that was playing just now was just an appetizer, and now she incredibly strongly wants to show her real self. She convinced them that the melody would be thick and sweet, that it would embrace their exhausted bodies like a bed, thanks to which they would be able to rest and relax a little. Perhaps even that this melody would be as pleasant for them as a dream. The Viscount immediately began to scream in panic for them all to immediately wake up and come to their senses. The commander also turned on at this moment and began shouting to each of his knights that none of them should look Majin in the eyes, otherwise they would instantly fall under hypnosis. Suddenly, Ryan ran out of the crowd, whom they tried to stop, but they failed. The guy ran to attack with the thoughts that he literally had to be the best for Iron, and for all the knights here, it was he who took on the role of destroying all the monsters in this cave. It seemed to him that it would be an easy walk, and he would be able to destroy this woman incredibly easily, almost with one blow. However, everything will not be as simple as the guy imagined, because as soon as he got close enough to her, she used her hair and began to strangle the guy with it. Ryan wasn't going to give up so easily, so he immediately struck and cut that hair. But at that very moment, he realized that he had a problem, which was that these hairs simply did not intersect, no matter how hard he swung his sword. This girl tried to stop the guy and tell him that he was too weak to cut her hair and get to her. It would be better if he stayed where he was and just listened to her composition. It seemed that now she would strike him with one blow, and that would be the end of Ryan's story. But at the last moment, Stuart came to his aid and was able to block her blow. After which he immediately turned to Ryan and asked him to step back, because fighting such a monster alone was a very bad idea. These were Stuart's last words before she grabbed him and took him to her. She brought him closer to her and noted that she was very glad to meet him. She asked him not to worry so much, because she really had no intention of destroying him. Hilberet immediately started shouting at her to find out what she was doing and to immediately release their soldier. But all this was very funny to her, and the only thing she was ready to do was to make a deal with them that would be beneficial to both of them. The gist of the deal was that she was offering the life of this handsome knight in exchange for the life of a beautiful and talented girl like her. In her opinion, it was a pretty good deal, because if they gave her a way out and let her get out of here, then she would easily let Stuart go and consider it just a mistake. The commander immediately asked Viscount Chiron not to interfere in this conversation and to behave more restrainedly. But apparently the man was deaf and dumb, or he just didn't care, because right after these words he started shouting that their Chiron family does not negotiate with the dirty Majans. It sounded quite sad for the girl, even though she was smiling at that moment. She said she felt so sorry for the poor knight Stuart, who essentially sacrificed himself for the sake of a family that didn't even want to try to save him. In this case, his life will go away instead of the death of the foolish heir who so thoughtlessly attacked her. And as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately decided for herself that they would change the conditions a little, and for this, her magic had to influence Ryan a little, because of which the guy simply could not move. The father tried to shout at him to get the boy to come back, but he apparently did not understand that Ryan was not capable of this at that moment. The commander immediately gave the command for everyone to immediately prepare for battle. Ryan was shackled in the same way as Knight Stuart. Now she had two people as hostages, and it seemed to her that her offer would become more tempting for them. But as soon as she grabbed their second man, the commander immediately ordered them to begin the assault. Chiron ran out in front of them and started asking them to stop, because he believed that this was definitely not the way out. Commander Hill immediately ordered him to get out of the way because he was leading this expedition. But from his facial expression and behavior, it was immediately clear that he was not going to do this. Therefore, in his opinion, they must protect the main heir, so he ordered his warriors to stop the nightly squad of the sunset. Hill Burnett immediately made it clear to him that no one would just write this off for the man, so he better think again about what he was doing. The Viscount apparently wasn't going to change anything, so he started yelling at the commander in response. He believed that at the moment their main task was to save Ryan, so he wasn't even going to retreat. The woman Magina smiled, because she understood that apparently the negotiations were still in force. Commander Hill at this point turned to Russell and Lester, telling them that they knew perfectly well what would happen next if they fought for the Viscount. So he asked them to think about which side they were taking. But he did not wait for them for long and decided to order his squad to destroy everyone who stood in their way, regardless of their status. The monster who was watching everything thought that it was simply a wonderful sight and nothing better could happen. While they were there fighting each other, she decided to talk to Stuart and tell him that if she were in his place, she would be very worried. All she had to do was wait for the moment when these people would show themselves to be ridiculous, and then she would destroy them, just like she had done with the previous squad. But suddenly she noticed something incredibly unusual for people, some incredibly strong energy ahead, which attracted her gaze. She looked closer and saw a young guy with a sword, who was just standing with his eyes closed and doing nothing. She continued to look at his eyes and waited for him to open them, because she was incredibly interested to know what would happen next, and at some point Iron opened his eyes. And immediately after that, at the speed of light, he dealt an incredibly powerful blow to this monster. This blow was incredibly strong for a monster, although she did not die, but she felt that her opponent was not an ordinary knight. Besides, her regeneration was too slow this time. She decided that while her wound was healing, she would use her hostages as a human shield to buy at least a little time. But before she had time to come up with this brilliant plan, she suddenly felt that Iron had dealt her another, equally powerful blow. It dawned on her that this guy wasn't paying any attention to the hostages. He was only aiming at her and doing it quite successfully. Moreover, his gaze could not help but frighten her. His eyes were filled with calmness and confidence, which she was not used to seeing. The only thing she was sure of at the moment was that she needed to stop him, and she needed to do it as quickly as possible. However, she didn't manage to react in time enough because the guy started attacking her again, and she had to block his attacks again. So she decided that she needed to put herself in a capsule made of her hair to recover, and then she was confident that she would be able to finish this fight with her victory. But even here, her plan turned out to be not as ideal as she thought, because the demonic energy that was supposed to help her recover stopped concentrating, and she immediately realized that the guy was to blame for all this. Most of all, she didn't understand where he got such strength from. After all, he was just a boy. Iron at this point continued to strike at her. One after another, he attacked her, trying to break through this defense. At one point, he managed to break through her defense, which, as we know, was stronger than stone. Finally, it dawned on her that she would not be able to defeat him, because if she made even the smallest mistake, it would be the end for her. The commander watched Iron closely and what he was doing, as well as the woman, and at some point, he noticed that she tried to run away, so he immediately used his skills and tried to catch up with her. But when he struck, he realized that he had only managed to get half of it. But the other half of the monster continued to run away and think that it needed to get out of here as quickly as possible because it could not defeat such a strong opponent. But at some point she felt incredible pain, which she had never felt before, after which she wondered where this guy got so much power from, and that's where her life ended. Iron, with just one blow, was able to destroy this monster once and for all. Until her last second, she simply could not believe that in the end she lost to some person. But be that as it may, in the end it happened, and the entire knightly corps began to chant the name of Iron, who in fact managed to defeat this monster. The boy's father was incredibly proud of his son, who essentially did the impossible. The commander was simply speechless at that moment. Of course, he knew that Iron was strong, but even he could not have imagined that his strength was so great. As a result, the expedition was coming to an end, and most of the knights still could not believe that the expedition ended without a single casualty. Moreover, their enemy was a very strong Magen who was able to control consciousness. But what was more surprising for them was that the heir of Iron dealt with her alone. And this surprised them very much, because the guy is essentially very different from what rumors are going around about him. They will not be able to forget that scene of Majan's dissection for a long time. By the way, one of the knights believed that as soon as the deputy commander finished with that matter, they could return to the capital. When they left the cave, the Viscount immediately began to justify himself and say that he understood perfectly well that he was guilty before them, but he believed that he could be forgiven for his actions, because at that moment his mind was clouded and he did not know what he was doing. Commander Hill didn't even want to listen to this and believed that the man was simply talking nonsense, and that after what happened, such an excuse would definitely not work. The Viscount continued to prove to him that the commander himself saw everything, that he was simply subjected to the mind control of that monster. Besides, in his opinion, his actions were logical because he loves his son very much, but even in this case, he is not so stupid as to give up peace on their continent because of attachments. He begged Commander Hill to believe him that if it weren't for the mind control of that wicked Majin, he definitely wouldn't have done something like that. Hill Burnett looked at the man and thought only that he was an incredibly disgusting person. Besides, everyone present here knew perfectly well that he was in absolutely sane mind, and everything was fine with him. But he still continues to prove his case. But unfortunately, no matter how much the commander wanted to, he still did not have any crushing evidence that would help him accuse the man, and the Viscount knew this very well, which is why he so vehemently proved that he was not guilty. Iron, meanwhile, was resting in his room and thinking that the sword he used to fight the Majan did not appear for the sake of a noble family and not for the sake of a family. It was a sword that was needed only to destroy Majin once and for all. Every time the guy thought about this, a question arose in his head about who this man was, if he was capable of such things. These thoughts did not leave him for a long time, but at some point he had to forget about them, because a guest came to see him. And it was Sir Jack Stewart, whom Iron certainly didn't expect to see. According to him, he came to him in order to tell Iron some information about the punitive expedition, but first he would like to thank him for saving him. Iron was a little unprepared to hear such words from the knight, but still asked him to continue. Stewart began to talk about how when Majin took him hostage, no one cared, not his second-in-command, Hill Burnett, not his subordinates, not even his master, Viscount Phil Chiron. Iron mentally understood that in reality there was no particular business, because at that moment he did not pay attention to the hostages, he only acted for the sake of destroying Majin. But he still continued to listen to Stewart tell the guy that if it weren't for Iron, he would have certainly died. But that didn't happen, so he wanted the guy to accept his sincere gratitude. The guy listened to the knight and already wanted to tell him that it was not quite as Stewart thought. But before he could finish speaking, Jack interrupted him and told the guy that, in fact, there was something else he wanted to tell Iron. After which he confessed to Iron that it was he who put poison in his food, but he asked the guy not to jump to conclusions, but to sit down and discuss everything first. The knight began to apologize to him and say that he should not have done this, even though this was his master's order. He also understood perfectly well that this was an unreasonable act for both a knight and a man. He was not going to deny that words were not enough, but he asked Iron to believe that he was truly very sorry and was ready to gladly accept any punishment. Iron thought for a bit and answered him that in fact he had assumed something like this, and it eventually happened. Immediately after these words, he stood up and told the knight that in fact he was not in the mood to have this dialogue at the moment, so he asked the man to step aside. Before the man left, she told him that he would not close his eyes to this incident, but for now everything was mixed up in his head and he needed to think about it a little, so he asked Stewart to leave for now. The knight understood what he had done, so he assured Mr. Iron that he would do everything possible to pay for his actions. Iron stood in complete silence for some time after that, until one day he heard a painfully familiar voice that told him that no matter how much the guy thought, nothing would change. Turning around, he saw Lulu in front of him, whom he was very happy to see. She was so sad, but still decided to ask the guy how he lived all this time. Iron immediately approached her to answer her question, and in return find out where she had been all this time. But instead of answering his question, she suddenly turned around and began to say that she was incredibly ashamed to look him in the eyes. She believed that she could train him a little better, and then he would learn some other ability, and with that, he wouldn't have to leave his family and friends for 5 years. Iron understood perfectly well that Lulu was probably thinking at that moment that he was imprisoned in a witchcraft world, and that it happened because of her. Lulu also blamed herself for the fact that Curlia was so upset all this time, and it was all because of her. Iron tried to touch Lulu and tell her that he wasn't really upset because he was fine. But as soon as he tried to do this, she almost immediately dodged it and asked the guy not to touch her, because in her opinion, she only brings bad luck, because she is a black cat. Iron tried to calm her down and say that it was just a popular superstition that no one had believed in for a long time. But Lulu continued to shout at him that, in fact, superstitions also have their power, and if many people begin to believe, then even the greatest absurdity becomes true. So she decided to create a small portal to get away from the guy, because she believed that misfortune would befall him if he was near her. So she decided that it was better for her not to appear in front of him anymore. But before she could escape, Iron managed to catch her, which Lulu didn't like at all. So she started yelling at him to let her go immediately, because if he continued to do this, then bad luck would be passed on to him too. But Iron wasn't going to listen to her and tried to convey to her that from that day on, cats would be a symbol of good luck, which seemed like complete nonsense to Lulu, because she, like no one else, knew that black cats were harbingers of trouble. The guy assured her that from that day on, everything would definitely change, because at the very least, she would now only be with him. And he was going to believe that she brought luck, much more than other people put together. Lulu eventually couldn't stand it and hugged the guy, after which she added that she had actually missed him very much all this time, but he still hadn't returned. Iron told her about what happened to him, and got to the point that now even his sword is obtained with the